Wizards get the regular season finale win over the Heat 119 to 118, thanks to a buzzer beater shot by Bub Carrington. Nationals lost 11-4 in the rubber match versus the Marlins yesterday. Jacob Young, though, had 2 hits and drove in a run for Washington, who's now lost their 3rd game out of the last 4. Paul DeJong and Alex Cole each had an RBI single. Now, Mackenzie Gore, not a great outing from him. He was charged with 4 runs and 8 hits in 6 innings, struck out 7, walked 3. And to complete the trifecta, the Capitals were also in action yesterday. However, they lost the Blue Jackets 4-1. They were without John Carlson, though, as he had a rest day to gear up for the playoffs. Meaningful hockey is coming back. The postseason is nearly here. The Caps, though, need to shift that momentum back, get back on track, as they've lost the last 2 games by a combined score of 11-1. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Mm-hmm. So I be so blind. You're in the porcupine. Ladies act like gents. Lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. He's an NFL legend. What up, B?
What's up, brother? What's happening with you?
I'm a happy cat today, man.
You are?
Yeah. You know that I'm a Rory stan. I don't hide that.
Yep.
I root for that dude. I'm really happy he was completing the career Grand Slam is a really big deal. There's 6 people ever.
Totally.
And I'm just really happy he got that done. I'm really happy he was able to win his first Masters. But perhaps more than that, I am really happy he didn't collapse it all away. There was a real period of time where it looked like he might.
Yeah, whenever you see any pro get a 7 on a par 5, it's a problem. And he laid it up to what, 120?
I think it was less than that.
And then dunked it.
On 13?
I think
it was 85
water.
yards out.
Yeah, come on, man. You can't miss that shot.
Well,
but listen, what it tells you, pressure is real, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you go to Bryson. Bryson had everything flowing after the 3rd round and into this one, and then all of a sudden, Bryson started to have some pressure. And I think him playing up to the fans so much, that pressure comes back to bite you sometimes, dog.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I'm not, I don't say this begrudgingly, but Bryson, even what is now a very positive, just seems so insincere with so much of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I got to meet him and hang out with him, and he was really nice and cool, and I still felt like it was insincere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think he's trying to kind of jam up Rory with some of that when they're going head to head, and
he was trying to get the patrons on his side,
right?
And listen, man, that I tell you, I've been at the out there at different tournaments. When they start roaring, it bothers you. But those two were together. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
You think about when Tiger was at his peak. Tiger would finish the hole, and the people start moving to the next hole.
Right.
They didn't give a damn that you had to putt.
Right.
They didn't care nothing about you. And I think that is what Bryson tried to play up. And he came out, Rory had the double. Boom, they even at this point. But he able to right the ship. But I said, Rose is always there early. He came back.
Dude,
I got to give him some credit.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, so impressive. I thought Aberg would make a run and kind of just fell. I mean, him on 18, dog. I've been there where you just go from one bunker to the next, back and forth. That was painful, man.
Watching that tournament on Saturday, you are a pro golfer and you hit the ball 320, 315, and Rory's 40 yards ahead of you. That has to be demoralizing. You know,
On the playoff hole?
well, no, I'm talking about with Connors on Saturday.
Yeah.
Rory's not that big of a dude. This dude, every shot he hit out of the trees, everybody talking about you got to punch it out and go. He went over the top of the trees to the green and didn't miss one of them. He had some bad shots, but he had some hella shots. Well, they made it interesting.
The wedge on 13 was god awful. You're 85 yards out, you dunk it in the creek.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
awful.
Part of me wonders, as Bryson fell apart down the stretch.
Did he get too relaxed?
Well, dude, Rory, if you look at 13, Rory went to the 13th tee with a 4-stroke lead. And at that point, his playing partner, he was up 7 on him.
Uh-huh.
Like, all of a sudden, he was at 13 under. DeChambeau's at 6.
Yeah.
Like, I just wonder if that impacted his brain and was like, all right, I'm going to play it safe. Because playing it safe is just not who Rory is. Like, not going for a green in 2 is very...
Well, I don't know if he could have gotten there in 2 based off of his drive.
Right.
But once you lay up to 85 in, you don't miss a green.
No.
Especially pros.
Right.
I probably won't miss a green 85 in, probably the Masters I would.
And then he did, right? And I mean, I literally was like, oh my God. I like freaked out. I was watching with Lauren and the girls.
You and a million people around this world.
Totally. But then he gets, dude, he's trailing. You know what I mean? Like by the time he gets to 17, he's trailing. But the shot on 15 to go for it in 2, that 7-iron that he had to curl around a tree that he puts to 10 feet after he'd had the double at 15 earlier in the week, I just thought that was the guts that shot takes.
You
man.
need it. Yeah, I mean,
the guts.
But I like the stories that are written are never written just, he goes out and just walks away with it. There has to be some stumble in it and some bad things, and then somebody else played great. Hell, Rose was -6 yesterday. You have to have a little bit of that to make the story even better. Let's think if Rory just runs away with it, yeah, okay, cool. But the extra stuff made it a little better down the stretch. Made it more interesting.
The television drama of it all was incredibly compelling. You couldn't. It's funny. I was talking to Valdez for a minute, and obviously Valdez is a big golfer and was watching yesterday, and he said something. I'm sure your phone was going crazy. Text threads and all this stuff. It is crazy to me the amount of people that root for the choke.
Because people are losers, man. Normally, most people are losers, and they don't want to see nobody else do anything good. They look, the people that run around the world that's shot you're talking about right there.
Yeah, dude.
People run around the world, I want him to fail. Just losers. Straight up. Ass losers.
Yeah. If you look, listen, if that had gone differently yesterday and Rose won it, I would have felt for Rory, but I'd still be happy for Rose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That dude has now lost 2 playoffs in Augusta. Think about how heartbreaking that is for him.
He was leading the first 2 days.
Did you see that
Think about
stat
that.
they showed? So, for many years, Greg Norman, this is not a lead you want to own, right?
Uh-huh.
Greg Norman had the lead of most rounds finished as the leader at Augusta without winning it.
Uh-huh.
He had 6. Justin Rose now has 11.
Damn. But I'm saying, like, I would see him. So, Don, you remember buddy Don Wallace?
Sure, yeah.
So I said, Don, man, damn, them Sunday pin plays are tough. He said, to be honest with you, B, we make Thursday, Friday tougher because we're trying to get the better golfers to the weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, bruh. I look at those pin placements. There's no damn way Thursday, Friday is easier. But it's like they say they make it tougher Thursday, Friday to get the trash up out of there.
Yeah, I get that.
But on those pin placements on Sunday, don't they look tougher? They look a lot tougher to me.
16, the little par 3, that the flag is always famously down at the bottom of that bowl.
Yeah.
And I mean, probably until 15. Actually, maybe still. The most memorable shot to me of my life, the shot I remember most, was when Tiger chipped in on 16.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
In your life, when the ball
for the man
logo,
to even think of that damn shot right there,
right?
That says a lot.
The Nike logo hung up on the lid.
They couldn't have scripted it better.
Totally.
Yeah.
So that's always where that 16th pin is. Where the flag was yesterday was hard as hell. It was like top right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that on the broadcast, I believe they said it was a tribute to Jack. 50 years ago, Jack won it, and that's where the flag was or something. It was hard.
If I'm going to say, look, y'all could just tell Jack, thank you for winning 50 years ago. You don't need to put that pin in that place.
Yeah. Just
we got to suffer because of Jack.
Send him a banner.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It was it was for Rory. I mean, the types of numbers on this thing, like he had 30 threes on his scorecard between 4 days. 30 of them. Nobody's ever done that.
Damn.
But nobody's
ever won after having 2 double bogeys either on their scorecard.
I think he had 5.
Yeah, because they were saying it before the tournament.
One.
He had 2.
He had 2 yesterday.
Yeah. And he had, I think, Saturday he had 1 or 2. Because they were talking before. They say no one has ever won the Masters with double bogeys on their card, and then boom, he come out with multiples.
He had 6 double bogeys.
All of those threes help you out, though, dog.
Dude, I mean, here's how you do it: 4 eagles, 25 birdies. I mean, that's what 8 plus 25 is 33. So he's 33 under there. Mm-hmm. And then 7 bogeys gets him to 26. 6 doubles is crazy. 26 minus 12, 14 under, right? Is that what he ultimately came home at?
No, he's minus 12, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, clearly I messed up.
Yeah, you messed up something.
Somewhere in there.
The 3 eagles and the 25 birdies is 31, not 33.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. No, it's 4 eagles.
4 eagles.
War eagle.
You said 3 at first, though.
4 times 2 is 8 plus 25 is 33.
Yeah, 33.
And then 33, I'm going to get this right now. 33 minus 7 is 26, right?
Go ahead.
And then 6 double bogeys is 12. 26 minus 12 is 14. Right?
He wasn't 14 under, though, was he? Yeah, he was minus 11, minus 11 or something like that.
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, he was minus 11.
Somewhere you missing something.
Something's not mathing. Well, one of them is the birdie on the playoff hole doesn't count.
That doesn't count at all.
But it still counts towards. You know what? I get it, I suppose. I think it'd be cooler if the final leaderboard doesn't look like McIlroy and Rose were tied.
Yeah.
You know what I'm like? I just think they should change that. Augusta's just the best. For Rory, a dude that is from Northern Ireland, that's from that part of the world, to say this is the best golf tournament in the world, and he's like, I know I'm going to piss some people off back home by saying that. Uh-huh. I think he's just telling the truth.
But just remember, this is the same course every year. Okay? And you have to have played this course to win it. Nobody walks up normally and just play this course very good and win. If you play
Did Tiger win it in his debut?
No, I don't think he did. No.
He probably played it as an amateur too.
Yeah, but
he played it.
Yeah, played, but like you got to play this course to learn the nooks and the crannies of it. But all these in the British the Open Championship, it's all over the place. They have different places.
Right.
The U.S. Open, same thing. You know, that is the same course every year, and it challenges the hell out of those players. You know, you get everybody out there. You go to the Masters, think, oh, we're gonna overpower the course. Mm-mm. It will get you in the end.
Good luck.
You know, and I love when it rains down there sometimes. Fairway might be wet. Green is hard. But those sub pumps they have they got that at Congressional as well, where you can make the green hard still when it's wet conditions.
Sure.
Hell of a play there.
I was probably, frankly, too emotionally invested yesterday. Like, I'm not playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I root for that dude, and incredibly emotional, I think, for when you see him start to cry and then he holds his little girl, it was just.
Did you cry, Jay? Tell the truth.
I did not.
Tell the truth, Jay.
I'm telling you.
You're basically trying to tell us you were choked up and stuff.
I didn't.
You were up there with old snot rag.
No.
Everyone.
You could. I was gonna call you, but I knew you were at the appearance, and I figured you had stuff going on. Danny called me. Danny Frank called me.
He was crying.
He thought I would be. I was oddly, and this is not a state I'm often in, Brian. I was oddly calm. Like, I had been screaming at various moments. I'm sitting on my porch with the girls. Girls are kind of paying attention, kind of doing their own thing, whatever. But how about this, B? So I had to do the all-cast yesterday, which ended up being an awesome game. Bub Carrington hits that shot. It was phenomenal, right? And dude, I got to hang with Buck Hance and Patsos. Like,
yeah,
nobody on the planet's complaining about that couple hours of your life.
Mm-hmm.
So I get home. He's on the 5th hole, right? That's when I locked in to sit in the chair and watch. And it was 4:00. It was too early for vodka.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm drinking Surfsides. And have you seen those green Jordans I had on? They're like kind of Masters green, low ones, whatever. But they hurt my feet. I don't know why. I feel like the left shoe of that is inaccurately sized or something.
It could be.
But I'm sitting down. I'm still dressed from work, and I'm having Surfsides, and things are going well. So I'm like, all right, I'm not going to switch it up. By the time Rory gets to like 16, my left foot is throbbing, and somehow I think it's relevant that I keep these shoes on because Rory is winning. And if I take them off, it's going to impact the golf.
You really were thinking
700 miles away.
You like most fans in the world, though. That's what they think. They think they make a difference.
Dog, and then he misses the putt to win it in regulation on 18. And I said, you know what? I make no impact on this. And I finally took my shoes off and my foot stopped hurting.
You know what, JP? I could have told you that before you took them off.
I also just ran out of Surfside, so then I went to vodka. But I don't know, man. That one, does any part of you think now that kind of that weight is off his back, Rory just goes ham on some other majors?
I think it's about time he goes now, but you look at him this year. What was it? He say he changed his, I can't remember if it was the putter or something he changed.
Probably,
and
yeah.
all of a sudden, he goes to Pebble, wins. You want another one. Now he's here, and he won the Masters when he hadn't won before. Sometimes you get over that hump. You know, if he could start swinging freely and just because he has a tendency to push that thing to the right. If he can stop that, then he'll be all right.
I liked he owned that he was lucky. He's like, yeah, man, I got lucky in a couple spots. Every time I was in the trees, I could get out.
Luck happens most times. Think about when people go on these years and win Super Bowls. Hell, last year with the Commanders going to the championship game, a lot of luck. A lot of things happen along the way for you.
The field goal bounced in to win in Tampa.
There you go.
Or the Hail Mary. Or
you know,
whatever,
all those things, man, the luck happens. But the thing I like about Rory, Bryson has done everything under the sun, physics, and he took the stuff to get big, and then he got skinny, everything to try to become a long driver. That's naturally what Rory does.
Yeah.
If he is accurate with that damn driver, but then he'll get relaxed and he push that thing. If he hits fairways, it's gonna be hard to beat him.
For sure. Landfill, that's such a good line. So for every segment of the program, Landfill gives us a title, or sometimes it's a question, whatever it is. And for the 10 a.m. segment, Landfill wrote, despite his best efforts, Rory wins the Masters. Very, very accurate. I read something this morning from Sports Illustrated. Really good writer. I wish I had his name readily available. He said, Sunday's round at the Masters was a thin line between art and obscenity. Like, that was a wild, wild ride.
But that is a golf game. Think about it, man. You go out on a golf course, like I've been trying to tell Jeff. I say, he's taking lessons. I say, you'll get worse when you get better.
Yeah, dude.
Jeff's like, oh, I got it. I know this. I say, all right. When we go out there, we're going to see. Golf has been, when I shot my absolute best round ever, the next day from the same course, one up, I shot 90 something after that. So it is that one game that will demoralize your ass.
Totally.
Point blank.
Waves at the beach, man. Comes and goes. The next major is the PGA at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, where Rory has won 4 times.
Oh yeah, he can destroy that.
And it's a bomber's course.
Hell.
So it's going to be.
He might don't get it back to back to back. You never know.
Got my support, man. I just, regardless now, it's similar. I was thinking about this.
He almost did it to himself again, like Bryson told him though.
I know. Of the last month, right? In the last month, the things I would have liked to read John Feinstein's work.
Mm-hmm.
First, you know what I would have loved, B? I would have loved to read a Feinstein column.
Ovechkin
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Willard's departure and how that was all handled. Mm-hmm. I would have loved to read John on that. And then
John might have quoted you on that. You were on fire for that one, dog.
And then I got to talk to Buzz Williams yesterday. Support him.
Way to go, Buzz.
John yesterday writing a column after that would have just been phenomenal. So I hope Feinstein enjoyed that upstairs. What a incredible Masters. Congratulations to Rory McIlroy. We come back. Steve Sands on boots on the ground in Augusta from Golf Channel. Sands, he's going to join us next. Mark Zuckerman at 11:30. You're going to talk about the Nats. Talk about kind of where James Wood belongs and what kind of conversations do we need to be having about that young man. Steve Wino with the Caps update. None of us probably want to hear. Barry Svrluga at 1 o'clock. As excellent as Rory McIlroy was yesterday to get the job done, it was a constant roller coaster, volatility. If you want the opposite experience, if you want a stress-free home buying experience, you need to call our friend John Leahy.
Just like Marilyn. Marilyn needed to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating for a job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear, as John Leahy and the Fine Living Group contacted a past client who was looking for an investment property. Even better, that buyer paid cash for $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens, and if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
2 G's over asking and all cash.
Yeah.
I mean, that's serious business right there. But let's say you're considering selling your house. You just don't know if you want to or what you'll get for it. There's a tool on Leahy's website. You just go to John Sells Homes, and then you click on the home valuation tool. It's going to take care of you. It's going to give you pretty damn close to exact number on the equity you're sitting on. Then you talk to John, figure out if you want to sell it, and go from there. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start backing.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. The NHL playoffs are almost here. However, we are missing some familiar faces. Detroit, Boston, Chicago, and the New York Rangers are all missing the playoffs in the same year for the very first time in NHL history. That's crazy to think of. Speaking of, the Caps clinched the Metro Division and earned that top spot in the Eastern Conference, but we are still waiting to see who they'll be facing. As of right now, they're taking on the Montreal Canadiens, who hold that second wildcard spot. However, the Columbus Blue Jackets still have a chance to overtake the Canadiens with 2 games remaining. And if you saw last weekend, the Blue Jackets beat the Washington Capitals by a combined score of 11-1. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan.
When I woke up this morning, could have sworn it was Judgment Day.
B, I was in a golf pool in my neighborhood. I had Rory, and I still didn't win.
Damn. Jeff had Rory and Bryson.
Yeah, we got to go through ours. But right now, we got to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Mr. Steve Sands. Steve, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
You guys going to interrupt Prince to talk golf? Come on, man.
Hey, they know that's my favorite song right there, man.
My gosh, that is good.
Steve, how good was it, the tournament down the stretch, being there?
I'll tell you what, Brian, it was a great week. Masters week is always special. Everybody knows that. But last week had a little bit of an extra feel to it, a little extra juice to it. Rory trying to win the career Grand Slam, Bryson getting in the mix. Those are the 2 most popular players in the sport, and it was just an awesome, awesome time. And yesterday was some kind of roller coaster, man. Wow.
It was it had to be wild. What do you think this does for Rory, that he no longer has to deal with the questions and the conversation and just what does it mean for him? Obviously, yesterday's emotional, but he's kind of reacting in the moment. I'm curious how it impacts his life.
By the way, I had Rory in my golf pool and didn't win it either.
How the hell does that happen?
Because you have to take 3 players, and I took 2 guys who did 0, and 1 guy won it. So the total didn't add up to what we were looking for. There's 2 ways of looking at it, JP. A lot of people have won a major. David Duval in 01 at the Open. Oh, here we go. He's going to win a bunch. Justin Thomas is going to win a bunch. Jason Day won in 15 at the PGA. Going to win a bunch. Justin Leonard, Davis Love, Fred Couples. There's a lot of great, great, great players, Hall of Fame players, who have won 1 major, and then that was it. And the reason it's so difficult to win these majors is because they only happen 4 times a year, and you have to be playing well going into these types of things. And if you're not, then you pretty much can be written off that week. So I think this opens him up and frees him up, and the burden is lifted, and that heavy weight is no longer there. And I think he goes on to some serious, serious stuff here over the next few years. Remember, he's only 35. It's not like he's 42 and he waited his whole life for it. It seems like he waited his whole life for it,
Right.
But he's only 35. So now let's see what happens. The next major championship, JP and Brian, next month is at Quail Hollow.
Yeah.
In Charlotte.
He's won a lot there, huh?
Twice. He's won there twice. He loves that golf course. So, if he can get refocused, which I know he can, It'll be really interesting to see what happens with Rory now that burden of the Masters, the burden of the career Grand Slam has been lifted off his shoulders. You could see a freedom there that we haven't seen in quite some time with McIlroy.
The putt, the wedge shot he dunked into the water, that's pressure or that's just a mishit?
Both. I think that, the layup was the correct thing to do in the situation. That was the play. It was conservative. That's the way you're supposed to play it at that point, and at that point in the tournament and on that golf course. That's how Jack and Tiger won 6 and 5 of those Masters.
Uh-huh.
So Rory's laying up, Brian, was the correct thing to do. The wedge he hit looked like the three of us. I mean, that was really bad. That was a big, big mistake, and it almost cost him the tournament. But he was able to recover. His resiliency, his perseverance are pretty strong. But the decision to lay up was good, Brian, but the shot he hit was horrendous.
Yes.
The shot he hit with a wedge he hit on 18 in regulation was horrendous after a great drive, and he had a chance to close it out with a 4 and couldn't do it. And that's because of that wedge, just like that wedge on 13.
And then to hit the shot in the playoff was basically the same shot, and he puts it to 3.5 feet or whatever.
Same shot, same club. Look, JP, you and I dreamed of being Brian Mitchell one day and playing professional sports.
Sure.
Rory, I don't really know exactly what's going on in that moment, the way Brian does, the way Rory does, all these great players who play professional sports. But for him to be able to, by the way, he didn't have the honor in the playoff. Justin Rose dictated the action, if you remember.
Yeah.
After a bogey at 18 to not win the Masters and not win the career Grand Slam, Rory had to go right back. He didn't dictate the action. Justin Rose did. Hit a great drive down the middle, and then that meant that Rose was putting pressure on Rory. Mm-hmm. And Rory stepped up, hit a great drive, and then he had the exact same yardage and the exact same club that he had just hit 15 minutes earlier into the bunker right. And he came up money, hit the slope, hit it to about 3.5, maybe 4 feet, and made the putt. I mean, my gosh, to be able to clear your mind, to be able to clear your body and erase what just had happened with the same exact club from the same yardage on the same hole, that's a money wedge he just hit there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. Steve, in your work with the Golf Channel, you're at every major. You're at most tournaments. Do you remember one as wild as this entire 4 days and certainly yesterday?
No, not in recent memory. I mean, in 19, it was pretty wild because Tiger was in the final group. Molinari had just won the Open Championship, playing in the final group with Tiger at Carnoustie in 2018 in the year's previous major. And, he looked like he was cruising around and cruising along. And then he dumped it in the water on 12, and so did Xander, and so did Brooks, and so did Tony, and so did Ian, and then Ian Poulter. And then all of a sudden, Tiger hits in the middle of the green on 12, 2 putts for 3. On he went to go win the Masters. So that was a wild day. But this one was wild from the jump. 2-shot lead for McIlroy, career Grand Slam on the line. Hits his drive a yard short in the bunker, ends up with a double bogey. Doesn't take advantage of the par 5 second. By the way, that was another bad wedge. His third shot after driving it into the bunker,
right?
Twice in a row on 1 and 2. So it was chaos and a car wreck and greatness all from the jump. Whereas in 2019, the craziness didn't happen until the 12th hole. This one was literally from the first tee. And I think this is about as wild a day as we've seen in a long, long time, especially at the Masters.
It was so nuts that he lost the lead on the second hole and then had a 5-stroke lead on the 11th hole.
Yeah.
And then blew that.
But
it was crazy.
They were out there playing around, and Rose was playing great. He ended up shooting -6 yesterday. And listen, he's had a lot of tournaments where I always see him at the front, but when it comes down to the end, he's not there. He was there yesterday. Rory just ended up getting him. But his game, what happened to him did he fall out? What was it, Friday? Saturday.
You talking about Bryson?
No, Rose.
Oh, Justin Rose. Saturday was his bad day. Yes, Saturday. Yeah, he played. He slept on the lead, Brian, on Thursday night after a 65, and then he shot a 71 on Friday and still had the lead heading into the weekend. he shot 75 on Saturday, kind of took him out of the tournament seemingly. But, look, Rory kind of let a lot of people back into it yesterday by the way he played. And Rose closed well, 9 shots better on Sunday than he was on Saturday. He's lost in 2 playoffs now at the Masters. The last 2 playoffs, 2017, Sergio Garcia, 2025, Rory McIlroy. Justin Rose is on the receiving end of both of those. He's a gold medalist, a U.S. Open winner, world-class player. Probably is going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. But yesterday, he hit a good second shot, by the way, in the playoff.
I know.
He just didn't make the putt, and McIlroy made a great shot in the playoffs. So Rose is a world-class player. I would expect him to continue. By the way, he was in 9 months ago, the last major that was played was a Royal Troon, the Open Championship. Justin Rose took Xander Schauffele to the mat all the way to the finish.
Right.
Almost won the Open at Royal Troon. So Justin clearly has found a little magic at 44 years of age.
I would add of Rose, he has world-class grace for how he handled and everything he said after what has to just be a gutting loss. To lose twice in a playoff in Augusta. I was just beyond impressed by the person.
Here's the thing about sports, that one of the things that makes me so happy to be involved in sports and be such a big sports fan is when you see things like that. Jack was the greatest champion of all time. He's also the most gracious loser of all time. And that's important in sports.
Yeah.
When you get beat, you tip your cap to the other team, to the other guy, whoever it is, whatever the sport is, and you say, you know what, well done. There's a big difference in sports, to me anyway, between losing and getting beat. Sometimes you lose and sometimes you get beat. Yesterday, Justin Rose got beat, and you tip your cap, you give your guy a handshake and a hug, you tell him well done, you move along. You don't let anybody know exactly how disappointed you are. You act with class and grace when you win. You act with class and grace when you lose. And Justin Rose was all class yesterday and not unexpected. I've known Justin a long time, fellas. He's a world-class player. He's also a world-class human being.
Last one from me, Steve. Bryson DeChambeau is a world-class player, undoubtedly.
Yep.
And he's so much more than just a bomber. His round yesterday scrambled his ass off. Yeah. He's so much more than just a bomber. I can't figure out Bryson the dude. What is he? Who is that guy?
Oh, man.
DeChambeau.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Tons.
Look, he does it his own way, has his own style. I thought Rich Lerner said something the other day on the Golf Channel that was so true. You know what Bryson is? He's a show-off in the best of ways. He's not a bad show-off. He's a showman. He's a show-off. He's a performer. And, you have to admire the fact that he goes about his business his way, and no one else does it that way. And he's just that kind of guy. I've gotten to know him quite a bit. He's actually very nice. He's very bright. He's a little off center. He's just a touch out of whack sometimes. But that's him, and he's consistently that way. So I admire him not only because of his greatness on the golf course and athletically, but I admire the fact that he does it his way. Frank Sinatra sang "My Way," and that's Bryson DeChambeau. Like it or dislike it, this is who I am, and this is what I'm going to be. And he has become, with Rory, the second or maybe the first, most popular player on the planet. If we could ever get this thing together with LIV in the PGA Tour and get those guys playing together more often, now you're talking. So hopefully that happens soon.
And Bryson's absolutely compelling television and a hell of a character in the drama. Sands, you know me. I'm just so happy for Rory, dude. I know how busy you are, and I really appreciate you making time for us on the Monday after the Masters, dude.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
Please, don't be silly. I don't care about you, JP. Anything for Brian.
Well, that's why B texted you this time, because you're not saying no to him. Me, it might have been like, I got a flight, dude. I don't know.
Hey.
Whether we're having beers at a bar or talking on the radio, I have a hard time saying no, as you know, JP. I'm never saying no to you guys, but listen, man, the Masters is special. You guys have a special show. I love DC. And I love you guys very much. And I appreciate you having me on. So I appreciate it.
One question. You didn't give me many bad texts last year. You had fun watching the football season?
Brian, I've been so angry for 30 years. I figured, we've got ourselves a quarterback, it seems like. We've got ourselves an owner. We've got ourselves a franchise again. Let's get the stadium thing figured out. And let's get back to wearing burgundy, by the way, and not that off burgundy, whatever they're going to do with the uniform. But I've given up on the name thing, but I'm not giving up on the burgundy. It's not burgundy. Come on. I like our uniforms, but they don't look burgundy to me. So let's get our colors back. I don't know. I didn't want to bother you too much, but we played well, man.
Oh, good times, man. Good times.
It was fun. You know what else? I'm not looking back in anger anymore.
No sophomore slump, by the way. I don't want a C.J. Stroud sophomore slump here from Jaden.
Not going to have one, dude.
Come on,
that kid's wired different. I also got to talk to Buzz Williams yesterday, Steve, and I was very impressed. And it's onward and upward in College Park.
Well, that's another passion of mine, as you know, JP. And that was an ugly, ugly exit, my man.
Sure was. But what
now everything in sports in collegiate level is transactional. I get it, but you don't, as our friend Scott Van Pelt said, you don't need to take a poop on the front porch of the house you've been living in the last 3 years on your way out. You can leave with grace as well. Just like Justin Rose yesterday. I like Kevin. He's a friend of mine. And I probably think that over a few beers, he would tell you, I didn't handle that one well. But, I wish him well at Villanova, but that exit was ugly, and we're onward. There's a buzz in College Park, baby. Let's go.
We're buzzing, baby. Thank you, Sands. Appreciate you,
all right,
buddy.
brother.
All right, fellas. Be good.
Take care, man.
That's our guy, Steve Sands from the Golf Channel. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. We're going to talk big picture, big sports moments and what Rory accomplished, how it stacks up against others. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, White Brian, give us the news here, buddy. Apparently, Landfill won the pool, but I'd like to. The only things you need to point out is how Jeff got screwed, Landfill won, and whoever came in dead last. That's the only information we need.
No, we need the person that came in second or dead last too.
Nah, just dead last.
Nah, you like that position, huh? If you're not first, you're last. Only person we need to talk about is Landfill.
White Brian?
Yeah, Landfill won, and B. Mitch came in dead last.
I told you didn't have to say that.
Give the scores. I mean, Landfill did really well.
How did Landfill?
How did B I was dead last for a while. How did B overtake me?
Yeah. Who dropped off for me? No, what's called
Matsuyama had a really good Sunday. So did Rom.
For me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, B. Mitch, Will Zalatoris just really
Zalatoris sucks.
tanked you.
I'll never use him
What was
again.
B's team?
Yeah, Justin Thomas, Ashka Batia, Will Zalatoris, and Diga.
Batia sucked too.
Igala.
So you had 2 miscuts?
No, he only had one.
I had one miscut, but they did nothing else. +4 was one, and one Igala was even, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did Jeff have? Jeff believes he was wronged.
Yeah, Jeff Kepka really sank him, and Cantlay he did fine, but he shot 1 over.
And who did you have, White Brian?
I had Neiman, who really fell off after I took him when he had the lead on day 1.
Yeah, I told you he was going to fall off.
Ludwig.
Joaquin.
You also cheated taking him because he was 2 under when we were doing our draft. And
But you never told him he couldn't.
He didn't. You didn't cheat. You tried to take advantage and got bit in the ass for it. That's an accurate description.
There you go. Yeah.
I did. One of my friends said he took him to win because he's been playing well. So I also had that thought process. But
Oh, you did?
also Victor Hovland and then Brian Harmon. And I was between Brian Harmon and Rose, and I took Harmon. So I blame myself.
Yeah.
That your wife is named Rose, and you didn't take Rose?
It was between my name or her name, and I should have gone with.
And you chose your name.
Yeah.
Damn.
That doesn't work.
No wonder you're not a dog mom. All right. A lot happened this weekend, and it's what was Landfill's team?
Scotty, Xander, Shane Lowry, and Tommy Fleetwood.
Did you say Zang?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yo, White Brian just makes odd noises sometimes. Congratulations, Landfill.
Thank you. Shane Lowry did everything he could to lose me that.
Sure did.
Everything he possibly could.
Speaking of doing everything they possibly can, Bill Belichick's girlfriend is on the field.
What is her problem? Let the man coach.
That's
Damn.
odd. That's odd. Here's what I want to do, though. Jeffrey, hit the button. Let's open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. We're going to get back to football and baseball and hockey and everything else. Yet Rory's win yesterday. I just saw this tweet from Shane Bacon, golf reporter. He said the things that to think about of significant magnitude from 2000, from this millennia, right? Tiger winning the Masters in 2019, when the Red Sox broke through to beat the Yankees in 2004. I remember exactly where I was for that. Rory's win yesterday. LeBron, when they were down 3-1 in the finals to Steph, was
Warriors.
incredible.
Yeah.
When the Cubs broke a 120-year curse or whatever to win a World Series. What else belongs on that list? I wonder if Ovi breaking Wayne Gretzky's
That
record
belongs there.
belongs on that list.
Yeah.
You tell us, 800-636-1067. Where does Rory's Grand Slam rank?
This Sports Update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants are arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The journey back to the winner's circle of a major championship appeared to be without an end in sight for Rory McIlroy. It lasted nearly 11 full years. McIlroy just wandered from major to major, wondering, when is it finally going to happen for me? It happened Sunday at Augusta National Golf Club. McIlroy ended his decade-long search in a euphoric yet agonizing fashion. So, in classic Rory fashion, he beat Justin Rose in a sudden death playoff at the 2025 Masters to claim his first green jacket and become the sixth man in history to complete the Grand Slam. And remember when Jaden Daniels pulled off a Hail Mary to Noah Brown, turning all but an assured victory for the Bears into a crippling defeat? It was a horrible look for head coach Matt Eberflus, but it was made even worse by the way he handled things behind the scenes. Well, during an interview with Esquire, Caleb Williams said that the way that the coach handled the Week 7 Hail Mary victory annoyed the Bears locker room and remained a talking point all the way up until he was eventually fired. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. These dudes get on these James Bond kicks. Good God. All right. Rory McIlroy won his first ever Masters on Sunday. That gave him the career Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Of the biggest moments we've experienced in sports since 2000. Tiger winning the Masters in 2019. Maybe you put Phil winning it at Kiowa there too. I mean, Phil was, I think, 50. When the Red Sox beat the Yankees in the ALCS, I'll never forget that moment. That was 2004. LeBron and the Cavaliers down 3-1 to the Warriors, come back. That block he had.
Yeah.
The Cubs winning the World Series in 2016. I would add Ovi breaking Gretzky's record because that was a record that was never going to fall. If you got any you would add?
Nah, the Obi thing, definitely. Nah.
We can keep thinking about it. So the phones are open. What do you think? Where does this all rank? Gary is in La Plata. What's up, Gary?
Well, I wanted to bring up the Nationals winning 4 on the road to win the World Series.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a good one there.
That had never happened, right?
Right. That's the first and only time that ever happened. I'll give you a couple for NASCAR as well. So you got Jimmy Johnson being a 7-time world champion, NASCAR champion.
Yep.
Also, Dale Earnhardt at Talladega, his last win, passing 17 cars with 4 laps to go.
All right.
Got to give him a ranking on that. So those are mine to give to you guys on that.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thanks.
I didn't think about the Nats winning 4 on the road. It was wild. I don't know that it's a singular moment, but damn, that 2019 LSU team is like in my brain forever.
They were damn good.
I mean, just so loaded. Just so loaded.
Oh, yeah.
I got this one on Twitter from Coach Brandon. He says the George Mason Final Four run, they beat 3 previous champs to do it. Who'd they beat? They beat like UConn, Carolina, Michigan State.
Yeah.
I do wonder, the Mason thing people bring up a lot because they were like the first mid-major to do it, but now hoops is just so crazy. Hit these phones.
But look at the people who they beat. I think that makes it more. They didn't beat just some flunkies.
Sure.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Phone lines are open. My thing with the Mason thing is it's now been done a lot, and it's not as surprising. I don't know.
Mason and VCU, I guess, because they're close. Their runs were special.
Totally. I wonder if it's because of they are close here that we think about it more.
Yeah.
I kind of think UMBC beating UVA. Like, when people ask me the wildest thing in college hoops, I still think of UMBC ahead of Mason and VCU. Not
when you try to play tricycle basketball, that's you lose. You can lose games. If somebody can score and you don't want to score, you lose.
Yeah, but they were the number 1 seed in the tournament, and they didn't just lose. Like they got their ass kicked.
Yeah, because what happened, they couldn't play tricycle basketball.
How about the fact that dude is now the coach at UVA? They lost by 20. Holy moly! I just looked this up. They lost by 20, and it was tied at halftime.
They were averaging like 40-something points, 50 points a game that year.
That's crazy. Let's go to our guy Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what makes the list, dude?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? You guys mind if I go just a little bit beyond 2000?
Sure. What the hell?
So the lead up to this week and like the coverage this weekend and everything just kind of felt so much like the monkey off the back Steve Young moment in the playoffs. I think that was 96.
Yeah, when they beat the hell out of the Chargers.
Yeah, just everything. Maybe that's because my brain, I was 14 years old at that time, so it was just eat up with it. But it just kind of felt like, finally Rory got this big monkey off his back, and that was the same theme. Something that I thought was funny though, we were watching the golf yesterday, and it was like 64 degrees, and my son was begging me to go outside to throw the football. So we went outside and we turned the TV on outside, and then we watched the sudden death. And when it was over, Jim Nance was talking, and my son looks at me and he goes, "Dad," he goes, "this guy called the 2 greatest plays of all time, the Hail Mary and now this."
I like that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thanks, Rusty.
Yeah, fellas.
Take care. I mean, the Hail Mary
Nance has called a lot of damn great moments.
Nance is great, dude. And he is now given up the Final Four. I mean, he was doing that forever too. And I think, was this his first, maybe his second year not doing it? I think it's Iron Eagle. I think, I don't know, man. Ovi, it was something yesterday, man.
Yeah, it was.
Ovi, Rory. I mean, that's all in the last month, dude.
Yeah.
Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's going on, guys?
What up, brother?
I'm good, bro. Hey, look, I just got on, but I don't know if they mentioned, man, Chicago Bulls with the best NBA player, Michael Jordan, 6 times with different with no stars. Not like what they've been doing. I don't have to say. You know what I'm talking about. Come here. You the best one in this team. Come up here. Let's go up here and let's all win. You think Michael? Let's be real. Michael Jordan would do something like that? No way. Man, he was hoping the mailman and all the others would even get close. All right, let me leave that one. Now let's go with the Skins. 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. One of them was supposedly a bust. Doug Williams got drafted in oh my God,
late
Tampa
70s.
Bay.
Yeah.
Yep. And supposedly he was a bust. Then he came up here, first black quarterback. And then Doug oh my God. Then the other 2, it was Trey, Theismann, you already knew what, but Rippon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rippon wasn't really. Well, you can add on more, Mitch. You can add it on. So I'm gonna let you add on the rest.
Thanks,
All right.
bud.
I'm all good.
Appreciate it.
Give him the assignment again, Jay.
Yo, we're looking.
Hey, I'll say this. Hell, Caitlin Clark run and when she bought the women's basketball. That's a not.
Dude, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Because that was like world-changing type stuff. So we're wondering what is world-changing sporting events since the year 2000. My man, shout out to that dude. Talking about Super Bowl in 83, which was a hell of a Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong, but that was not exactly the assignment here. Dude, you're right. Caitlin Clark, and I think the WNBA draft is tonight. That is, women's basketball has jumped up 5 levels of popularity since Caitlin Clark.
It jumped up.
It's jumped up significantly. I would add, I think both Michael Phelps and Katie Ledecky were since 2000.
Yeah.
Just taking over swimming.
Hell, just this area took over swimming over the world.
I know, dude.
Think about that.
Think about like Usain Bolt. When that dude, what Olympics was that? 08 maybe?
He was flying, dog.
Just unbelievable
Yeah,
speed.
we gotta get us some purple sweet potatoes, man. That's what he said he was eating. See if that make us fast.
No, dude. I just read something. Apparently, Usain Bolt, when he, I think those. I read something. Let's figure out what Olympics. Yeah, dude. It was the 100-meter. I think it was in
the 9.5 or something, whatever it was.
He said when he won the 100-meter sprint in the Olympic final, he had only eaten chicken nuggets from McDonald's because he didn't want to upset his stomach with like what the local food was. I believe.
Where was it at?
I believe it was Beijing.
Oh, okay. But he talked about when he eats and he trains his purple sweet potatoes.
Yeah, dude. He said, but during that 2008 Olympics, he said he probably ate 1,000 chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Because he needed the protein and he didn't want to
You know why he finished so fast? Because he had to go to the bathroom. That's what the hell that was.
He said, honestly, I ate nothing else in all my time out in China except chicken nuggets. They were the only food I could properly trust, which wouldn't affect my stomach. On arriving at training camp, I tried a local Chinese meal, which wasn't like the ones we eat in the West, and my body didn't react well. So knowing I could rely on nuggets, I made up my mind that was all I would eat. And eat them I did for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, washed down with bottled water. That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
And then he went on to break like 100 records. Boys of the Aquarium, anything you would add to this kind of list since 2000?
The helmet catch.
David Tyree?
Oh, you would go back to that.
That feels
wouldn't
a
you?
little personal, but
Well, we could go anything. You can go with what's the girl?
that was a big one though because the Pats were undefeated.
That was.
That was a pretty
David used to be
huge
here.
Super Bowl.
He was here before he went up to New York.
That was a big one. I'm not, even though it's a homer pick. That was a big one.
That was a terrible Super Bowl, but the last few minutes were entertaining.
Worst Super Bowl ever was Rams Patriots.
Hey, tell him.
Yeah.
Tell him no, right, Brian? Y'all won.
That's all that matters.
Bobby Hook just tweeted me, don't forget about Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak. I agree. However, I think that was pre-2000. Wasn't that like 97?
Yeah. Well, when you allow the first person to go back, everybody's gonna try to give you what they think. Remember
Elite call screening on my man there, Jeff.
Yeah, but you told him they could go pre-2000.
Stop trying to throw me under the bus for
But that dude went to 97 or something?
96.
Okay.
You had somebody
maybe it's my
talk
fault.
about Jordan. Like, what are you talking
You
about?
remember?
The one dude
You
talked
remember
about
when
Jordan
Kansas City
and
won
then
the Super
three
Bowl way back
with
in
Hank Stram?
It's true. When the Jets won the Super Bowl, people didn't think the AFL teams could compete, but then they did it.
You want to go with concerts? You go with Beyonce and what you call them?
I think I'm gonna have to go into the boxing world. Roy Jones' run at heavyweight and light heavyweight to get all those belts, that was up there.
When Roy Jones was playing basketball, didn't go fight you, that had to be the most embarrassing thing in the world.
While dropping a rap album.
Well, dude, I mean, if we're doing the fight game, I don't know this world that well, but whatever Conor McGregor has done to achieve his superstardom,
yeah,
I mean, he must have beat somebody's ass a whole bunch of
He
times.
had people tapping out. He had tapping out like hell, dog.
I'm shocked you two in there aren't trying to get some Yankees baseball in here. When was the Jeter play at home? Is that late 90s?
I think that was 2000, 2001.
Well, that fits, Landfill.
I mean, come on. That was in like the divisional round of the playoffs.
That was against the A's?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Jeter is overrated.
I didn't say that.
I mean,
Jeter's the best.
No.
Of all baseball players ever, Jeter is one.
Incorrect.
Or two. I'll take two.
What about Bonds breaking Hank Aaron's record? Bonds breaking McGuire's.
That seemed long
Maris.
time ago.
Warriors dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I remember the singular moment when Durant signed with Golden State was a major, like, oh my God. And maybe that was local because we'd all lied to ourselves to think that KD was coming home. But it was also
Not
like,
me.
It was also like, damn, he went there? That was like when Hulk Hogan became Hollywood Hogan. Like it was a wild moment. Darren's in Alexandria. Darren, what do you got, man?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say this is a global sports changing moment, but definitely in like the United States, I was pretty young when this was happening, so maybe it was bigger for me. But Kawhi hitting that like knock-in buzzer beater, rims around the rim, and goes in to take them to the finals.
Yeah,
that was a pretty big moment for me.
That was the Eastern Conference Finals, right? Was that against the Sixers? Who'd they beat?
I think so. Yeah, it was the Sixers. I remember Joel Embiid being so sad.
I remember that shot. It like
and Joel
rattled
Embiid
him.
hadn't wanted to play since then.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate it, man. That if you're from Canada, that shot's probably up there.
Oh yeah.
Greg texted this one, and it's fair and belongs on there. LeBron passing Kareem's all-time points record.
Yeah.
There was that video that went crazy when Ovi broke Gretzky's record, how all his teammates like jumped on him. And when LeBron passed Kareem's record, he ran to the corner of the court to be by himself. Just different people celebrating differently. That's all that is.
Y'all didn't help me. I did it myself.
We forgot one.
What?
No lie. I don't mean this to offend any of the other sports in town. Absolutely the biggest thing that has happened in this city since 2000.
NFC Championship game?
No.
What?
Dan Snyder selling the damn team.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that
was huge.
Jeff, we'll take this last call, and then we're going to move on. We got Nats coming up. The Caps breaking through and winning the Cup locally.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody had won here since you were playing, B. There hadn't been a title in this town since 91.
They talking about like 3-4 years ago I was playing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know where I was the day that team got sold. That one meant.
I know where I was.
Oh, you got the bullpen?
Oh, my
You got
Lord.
tore up that day.
I think the whole area got tore up that day. That was a rough one there, Jeff.
Especially after the shot on the stage.
Oh, my Lord.
So I got a video.
What the hell were we drinking? What kind of shot?
Fireball, right?
I don't remember.
Nah,
I
it
just
wasn't
know
Fireball. It was something else.
the city just slowed down and the instant my head turned after that shot.
So I had to work. I was in Minnesota for Goodell and everything that happened. And I couldn't have a drink. I was scrambling. And my flight out of Minnesota that night, I'm always running through airports with Nikki Jabala. And she's like, hey, our flight's about to go. I was like, I'll meet you in there. And I went into this airport bar in Minneapolis and got a martini and just chugged it. That was my way of finally celebrating. All right, last call. Miguel's in Stafford. What up, Miguel?
Hey, how we doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, not much, man. I think one of the moments that I actually, got into this country from the Dominican Republic was the dunk of death, Vince Carter, 2000 Olympics. That was for
on
me.
that French dude?
Oh, man, that was an opening night for me. You know what I mean? Coming from the third world country and seeing that for the first time in a small phone, I was like, it was incredible to me. It makes me a fan of, the NBA basketball. And another one that I don't want to leave is Kobe Bryant 2006 81-point game, only on 3 quarters. That was amazing for me too.
Amazing.
That's
Good
that's
stuff,
it,
man. Good.
Thank you. Appreciate
Bring us some good
Thanks,
memories,
man.
there, brother.
Take care.
It was those damn pickle shots or whatever it was. What is it, like bourbon and pickle juice or something like that?
So it's usually you take a shot of Jameson and then you chase it with a shot of pickle juice.
Awful.
They're called picklebacks.
It was pickle awful.
You don't really like pickles. You do like pickles.
I love pickles. I love pickles. I love bourbon. I don't like them together.
When we come back, let's get caught up on the Washington Nationals. Mark Zuckerman joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Later today, Paige Beckers is expected to become the #1 overall pick in the 2025 WNBA draft. But before that, she's reportedly making moves with another U.S. women's basketball league, Unrivaled. Now, Beckers has reportedly signed a 3-year contract with the 3-on-3 league. Now, the terms of that deal isn't out yet. It hasn't been disclosed, but the salary is reportedly a big number, much bigger than her projected WNBA salary. In fact, per reports, Becker's first year salary in the Unrivaled League is more than she's expected to make in her first 4 years in the WNBA. Kind of seems like a no-brainer. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good tune there, Phil. All right, time for us to get back to business. Got to talk a little Nats baseball, helping us do it. Best dude on the beat, our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman. Zuck, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
It's going well, man. The Nats started kind of rough, then got hot, won 2 series at home against 2 really good teams. Struggled a bit in Miami, but I want to start by talking about James Wood and just what he's doing right now. Like, how impressed have you been for a guy that's been in baseball your whole life?
I mean, I'm impressed. It's hard not to be, but at the same time, I do kind of feel like this is who he was supposed to be. And it's all coming together, of course, but we saw signs of it last year, and it's fun to watch a kid who has those kind of lofty expectations realize the potential. And now I think people even beyond the Nationals are starting to recognize, well, hang on a second, there's something special going on here with this guy. The home run he hit in Miami the other night, opposite field on just a line.
That's an apple taco, right?
Yeah. And to a part of that park that like nobody hits it out of right-handed or left-handed. I don't know if you guys heard the clip from the Miami announcers. They were like in stunned silence. They couldn't even fathom it because they hadn't seen a left-handed hitter do that there before. I mean, that's what this guy is capable of doing. And you're starting to recognize that maybe the rest of the league is figuring this out, that they've got a special young player here in DC.
What kind of player are we talking? Like, what does this conversation become? Because we've seen legit stars here, Harper, Soto, and then lesser Turner, Rendon, Zim. We've seen MVP type players. I don't want to get over my skis. I don't want to have recency bias. But like, is Wood on that kind of trajectory? Like the potential MVP type dude, or just a really good player? Or maybe we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if we know that quite yet. I mean, he certainly has some of the skills that you'd look for in a player of that kind of caliber. What I think is fascinating is that, as you're just asking me that question, I'm trying to think like who's he really compared to. I don't think he does compare to any one individual player. I think he's kind of a unicorn. It's because of his physicality, his size. You're 6'7", but run as well as he does and hit the ball as hard as he does. He's kind of like Aaron Judge in terms of the size of the body, but he's a better runner. He is a little more of a complete game, I think, than Judge has. He hits the ball the way Soto does as far as that left-handed opposite field power. So it's almost like this amalgamation of several different star players, and he's got little bits of each of them. And, he may be that unicorn because he's 6'7" with speed and tremendous power. And, there's still a long way for him to go to fully establish himself. But you can see the qualities that are there, and it really is, in some ways, it may truly be unique what he brings to the table.
Is his defense upper level as well?
No, not yet, and that's probably the one downside. Now, he came in with the reputation of being an excellent defensive player, even somebody who can play center field in the big leagues. And I'll tell you, when I saw him last spring, the first time I really got to watch him play, I thought to myself, okay, yeah, he he moves a lot better than you think for somebody that size. And then he got to the big leagues last summer, and they put him in left field because of who else they already had. And the position was new to him, and he looked pretty uncomfortable at times doing that. But you thought, okay, give him some time. He'll get comfortable with it. He'll start to understand it. We haven't really seen a whole lot of improvement there from him. And I don't know if it's just a case of he's not as good defensively as we thought, or he is still learning that position on the fly. It's hard to say, but I thought it was notable the other night. Davey pulled him in the ninth inning for defense. He's also used him as DH now a couple of times when Nathaniel Lowe was out. And so it does make you wonder if they're already a little concerned that defense is not going to be his forte. It doesn't mean he can't still be a great player, of course. But to be the full, complete player that everybody kind of projected for him, he definitely has work to do in the outfield if he's going to, realize that part of his potential.
I feel so old, I guess, but I still think it's weird when you talk about the DH in the NL, but whatever.
No, me too. I don't like it, but it's here to stay.
Yeah, it ain't going anywhere. All right, so we've had this awesome beginning of the season for James Wood, and he looks, I mean, we got plenty of time till the All-Star break, but he looks like he'll certainly be the Nats All-Star. I do want to flip this thing. We are talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Mark at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. He is not the dude from Facebook. Zuck, Dylan Cruz, dude. Now, it's still super early. They're, 16 games in, 10% of the season in? But it's not great.
It's not great so far. You're right. And, this is why, as we're talking about James Wood, you appreciate what he's doing in a guy realizing his potential right off the bat. And in Cruz's case, it just hasn't happened yet. Doesn't mean it won't, of course. He's supremely talented. This wasn't a case of the Nationals reaching for someone at the number 2 spot in the draft. A couple of years ago, everybody in the world said he was that good, and most people believed he was worthy of being a number 1 pick, if not for his LSU teammate Paul Skeens, who, by the way, he's going to face tonight here in Pittsburgh. The one thing I'll say is he's hitting the ball hard and doesn't have a lot to show for it. So there has been some bad luck there. That first week of the year, he was swinging at everything, striking out a lot. Since then, much more contact, including some hard contact, and for whatever reason, he's hit it, right at the shortstop, right at the center fielder, stuff like that. So when you see that, you do say, okay, give it some time. This should start to turn. The luck should turn in his direction here eventually. Hopefully he has the right attitude about it and doesn't get down on himself. I mean, this is somebody who has succeeded at every level he's ever played.
Right.
I'm not sure he's ever had to go through something quite like this, and to be doing it at the big league level is a whole nother story. So you've seen Davey give him some days off, some mental breaks.
Yeah.
You've seen him bat pretty much at the bottom of the lineup, trying to take all the pressure off of him. He's going to be under the spotlight tonight, assuming he's playing, because he is facing his old buddy Skeens, and I'll be interested to see how that goes. But they're not giving up on him. They're going to give him 600 at bats no matter what, and it's just up to him to let those talents and really the work ethic and drive that he has just take over at some point. I think most people agree that it will happen eventually, but it's a reminder that what Wood is doing and what Soto and Harper did back in the day, that's not the norm. It does usually take some time,
right,
and it doesn't have to happen right away. It doesn't mean that it won't happen if it doesn't happen right away.
Yeah, I think we're a lot of fans, they see those guys come in and they just expect it to happen for Cruz, but you're right. He take a little time, he'll be all right. Well, I look at what he was and what he is now. It's not good, but it's jumped up from where he was.
And he's still a really good defender, too.
Yes, and the most encouraging thing there, he's not taking it into the field with him. He's still making some excellent plays in right field and center field at times as well. That's a good sign. If somebody has the ability to compartmentalize the two parts of the game, that tells you a lot about his maturity and just his work ethic and everything else.
One guy that's having a great start beyond Wood is a catcher, Ruiz. I mean, he's hitting everything. How encouraging has his start been, Zuck?
Hugely encouraging. And honestly, if you took everybody from the team and said, who was most important to get off to a good start this year, I would have put Ruiz number 1 on that list. He had an awful 2024. He admitted it. He knew it, both offensively and defensively. He worked really hard this winter on different parts of his game. He lost some weight. He wanted to come in and flip that script and show everyone that, no, actually, I am that franchise catcher that you thought you were getting all along, that you actually gave the long-term contract to. And so far, it's everything you could have asked for. It's not just at the plate. Behind the plate has been really good as well, throwing out runners, calling good games. And the consistency at the plate has been excellent. And, I mean, the craziest stat to me, they've played 15 games and he started 14 of them as a catcher.
Wow.
That doesn't happen in the big leagues. Now, they have had some off days, and that's helped a little bit. But it's a combination of how well he's played and the shape he's in and the fact that he really wants to do this. And Davey's going to let him do that for a while until he starts to see some kind of physical deterioration. I haven't looked it up, but I don't think any other catcher has started 14 out of 15 games so far this year. Eventually, you are going to have to give him some days off. I imagine, 4-game series in Pittsburgh, 3 games in Colorado with no off days. We're going to see Riley Adams for a couple of games, I would think, this week. But as long as he's producing, it's kind of hard to take him out of the lineup.
Just those knees, man. Yeah, I feel like baseball kind of eases their way into the season with more off days than normal. This is the Nats' first week where they're playing every day. It'll be interesting. Watching Skeens tonight is going to be electric. I'm glad you mentioned that. I guess we won't know until much later in the season when Pittsburgh comes to town to see Skeens here. But that, seems like must-see TV. But, Zuck, I got to ask, man. I'm trying to go positive, negative, positive, negative. What do you make of this bullpen?
It hasn't been good so far, guys. and I will say that I'm not alone in this regard, that coming into the season, that was my number one concern. I think a lot of people felt that way when you saw the moves they made over the winter, or the lack of moves they made. About half of the bullpen was signed from February 1st on, including bringing Kyle Finnegan back. Finnegan's been the best of them all, really the only truly reliable guy. And you're seeing a few veterans with some track records, Jorge Lopez, Lucas Sims, Colin Poche, not perform up to what they thought they were going to be. And then the younger guys, you're dealing with some injuries. Orlando Ribalta just got hurt. Derek Law was supposed to be a really important part of the bullpen and didn't make it to opening day, and he's still on the IL with just kind of waiting for his arm to get into shape, I guess, is the best way to put it. And we haven't seen him yet. That's been a little bit troubling. There's nothing harder in baseball than having a team that gets good starting pitching, that gets early runs, takes a lead late into a game, and then blows it late because of a bullpen. It's such a difficult thing psychologically to deal with. It hasn't necessarily been they've blown games that they've led, but there have been close games that were there for the taking, and they just have not been able to keep it close, to give their lineup a chance. It's a problem. And I think at some point, if you're Davey Martinez, you do have to wonder, it's one thing to trust guys with track records, but eventually you may have to try some younger arms, see how they perform under the spotlight. And, maybe when it's all said and done, those are your top relievers, and it's not the guys making more money with, big league experience.
I wouldn't mind seeing less of Sims. That much I know. Really encouraging start for Mackenzie Gore, though. I mean, he has real strikeout stuff.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't as good against the Marlins, but big picture, it's been
overall
encouraging. Yeah, to see that, and again, somebody who you knew had it all, and it was just a matter of putting it all together and staying consistent with it. His opening day start against the Phillies was phenomenally good, and he also pitched well against I think it was the Dodgers in the last homestand. This is a guy who has all the tools and, more importantly, the mindset to want to be the ace of the team. He's always kind of had that drive in him, the desire to be the best. He hasn't backed down from anything. He knows when he's on, he's better than anybody he's facing at the plate. It's just a matter of consistency from start to start. And what he's done well, and a little bit yesterday, not as much, but what he's done well is not let things get out of control. When he starts getting guys on base in the past, you could see it falling apart on him. He's stayed much more composed, I think, so far this year, and not turning starts into blow-ups. And what he's been able to do is give them innings as a result and give them a chance to win. Out of everybody in the rotation's been fine so far, but he's the one that really stands out as having elevated his game and really looking like a number one starter.
As Doc Walker would say, he got that dog in him. Mark, we got to run, man.
Appreciate you,
thank you for the time, brother. Seriously.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Hi, bro.
Mark Zuckerman, you can watch him on Masson. You can read his stuff on Masson.com. Does a great job covering the Nats, knows that team inside and out. Coming up at noon, The update, I don't think anybody really wants to hear. Is this Ace of Spades? All right. Has anybody watched Severance? White Brian has. I'm not done yet, White Brian. But when this song first emerges in, what's my man's name? Irving? That's pretty intense.
Is that really a good show? I didn't hear so many people talking about it.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, Jeff. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I don't. It's very introspective and weird. I don't know. What do you think? I'm almost done. I'm like season 2, episode 8-ish. So I think I only got like 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, I would call it a good show. It's one of them where you can't really look away.
What's the show?
Severance on Apple TV.
Have fun.
Dude, B, I don't think you would last 20 minutes. I'm shocked.
I'm not going to last 10 minutes. I'm not going to look at it.
The first 3 or 4 episodes are so slow. If I couldn't binge this thing, like if I was waiting week by week, no chance I'd still be watching.
See, that'd be the tough thing for me. If the first 2 episodes are slow, it's hard for me to get into it. But now that you said the first 4, I know to watch it, expecting those first 4 shows to be boring. Those first 4 episodes.
Now tell me about it when y'all finish.
It's weird, dude.
Yeah.
You want to know the basic premise?
What is it?
These people get their brain cut in half, and then they go to work at this whack-ass place that, like, is in charge of half of, like, the person they are on the half their brain is only activated when they're at the work at this, like, workplace in the basement. So they have, like, a outside life, which is half their brain and their family and friends and their life. And then they have this, like, inner life. You into that?
Nah.
Is that a fair description of the show?
Yeah, they essentially hate their work life so much they just completely separate.
They hate their real life, their life.
Yeah, their life in general.
So they separate their brains so they can be totally into it when they're over here?
Yeah, they're
and
basically 2 different people.
Then, nah, that's all right.
It's weird, dude.
Nah.
It's definitely weird. I kind of just want to be done with it. That's where I'm at now.
Hey, you know how you get done with it? Don't start it. That's what I do.
Don't start no stuff, won't be no
Yeah,
stuff.
you can be done with it at any time.
That's a good point.
Just walk away.
Have you not watched it?
No, and based on what I'm hearing, I won't. I couldn't even tell you how to watch it.
Apple TV.
I don't have Apple TV.
You don't?
No, Apple TV stinks.
What are your
It's the worst streaming service.
I'm not sure I agree with that. What are your streaming service rankings, Landfill?
Netflix is the 1 seed, Hulu 2, Disney Plus 3, Peacock 4. And then I guess you got to put Paramount Plus 5.
Then Apple?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
What do you watch on Apple TV?
Nothing. I don't watch a lot of TV. You know me, but I don't think Apple that bad.
You can watch football and the
my
Masters
daughters are watching it all the
on
time.
Paramount Plus. You can also watch Top Gun.
I think I have all those streaming services on my thing.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
And I'm not even going to get into Stars
7,500
Plus.
channels.
Oh, I forgot Max.
The channels aren't the streaming services.
Though. No. But the
Max is annoying
the
as
streaming
hell.
services all pop up too. They're
Max
there.
is solid.
Movies, everything.
But here's what drives me crazy with Max. Like, why they changed from HBO to Max, I'll still never understand. But they also, like, I can watch it on demand just via my Xfinity, but they make me launch the Max app and then have to work through that interface. It drives me freaking crazy.
Hey, man. Stop watching TV. You'll be better.
Netflix dominates the best interface. Like, if you have to poke around on Netflix, is just by far the best. Like, my kids, my 6-year-old, on Disney Plus, I spend a lot of time, and I have to find, like, specific episodes of Bluey or Doc McStuffins. You want to jump off the roof. Speaking of jumping off the roof, Caps aren't playing their best hockey. Steve Wino helps us break it down when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The New Orleans Pelicans have fired Executive Vice President David Griffin. Griffin has spent the past 6 seasons as the head of basketball operations for the Pelicans. Now, under his leadership, they went 209 to 263 with 2 postseason appearances during that span. So a losing record for them. His tenure is going to be marked by the Anthony Davis trade to the Lakers back in 2019 and the drafting of Zion Williamson in 2019 with the number 1 overall pick. Shifting over to some baseball news, Yankee outfielder Aaron Judge will serve as the captain of Team USA's roster for the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Judge is making his World Baseball Classic debut with this choice. He elected against partaking back in 2023 just because he was going into his first foray into free agency. Now, last week, Team USA announced that Mark DeRosa will return as the manager, and Aaron Judge is the very first player announced. How fitting. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of that is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's for man.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's high noon in the District of Columbia, and sometimes in life you got to have uncomfortable conversations.
Let's have them.
Hello, Steve. How do you do?
I'm doing all right, JP. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're joined on the Rude Guest Hotline by our friend, Mr. Steve Wino. You can give him a follow at SWyno, WHYNO. Wino covers the Caps, does an amazing job for the Associated Press. And it ain't running right lately. Wino.
Should we be concerned?
Yeah, B-Mitch, there should be some concern and not panic necessarily, but this is a team that certainly, look, they're playing Ovechkin. They're playing get the puck to Ovechkin and get him the record for a month, and you have all that. But Alexei Protas is arguably their most important skater. Logan Thompson, their best goaltender. Both those guys have been out injured. Logan Thompson's back on the ice skating. We don't know when he'll be ready. Will he be ready for a game 1 Sunday or a week from today? We don't know. Alexei Protas had that skate cut. He's supposed to get back on the ice this week, but without those guys and sort of trying to flip a switch back from the Ovechkin chase and all of that, it hasn't looked right. It's been disjointed, turnovers, mistakes, and it's not the hockey the Capitals want to be playing going into the playoffs.
All right, so that's all obvious. What if, and I know how hockey is with injuries, but if you could get LT or Protas back, do you think, I know Carberry has kind of hinted that they should be back for the playoffs. Is that where you see it happening? So we're talking next weekend?
Yeah, I think, JP, I think there's a chance of that. I think there's a chance of whether maybe if it's not game 1, it might be game 2 or game 3 of the series, because with these specific injuries, which we think is a concussion and a skate cut, there's no real okay, they'll be back in 7 to 10 days or 2 to 4 weeks or whatever. So there's just an uncertainty of being healthy enough to play, and also just conditioning, being on the ice enough practices and times. And I would predict the Capitals are going to practice, at least to have a full practice on Saturday, to try to get these guys up to speed. And I think it's easier, from one case, to plug Alexei Protas in right away than it is to put a goaltender in there who's been ice cold and not play. But I think you almost look at this first round series, whether they play the Columbus Blue Jackets or the Montreal Canadiens, for the Capitals, as game 1 might be ugly no matter what happens. So you sort of not throw it out, but you can get ready for that and figure you're in for a long series if you get those guys back healthy and shake the rust off.
Do you think they've been one of the better teams throughout the year, but they've gone after that record, can they click that switch and bounce back?
That's the entire thing. And Brian, you know this as an athlete, that the psychology of trying to flip a switch is not easy. And it happens. This happens to a lot of teams. And this is why we talk about the President's Trophy sort of curse that people talk about in hockey. I don't think there's a curse on the trophy, which the Capitals now can't win. And I think that's a good thing for folks around here. But when you don't have adversity throughout a season and then you get punched in the face in the playoff series, do you have anything to pull from to respond to that? And that's the big question is, this team hasn't played meaningful hockey in so long. They've had such a cushion atop the Eastern Conference, and things have been going so well. You're talking about sort of the shooting percentages and the health up until now. For everything went so well for the first 65 games of an 82-game season that it was almost like the regression to what this team probably should be is like falling off a cliff in terms of the bounces, the luck, but even just things going right. Everyone having a career year sort of at the same time, from Alexi Protas, Pierre Dubois, great season, Dylan Strome, Tom Wilson, obviously Alex Ovechkin at 39 years old, scoring 43 goals, that it was bound to sort of drop off. It's just a matter of can they sort of get back to what made them successful a few months ago in time before it's too late.
I don't want to go back to when they were the 1 seed and played Montreal when they were the 8 seed and lost in that first round, right? I don't want to go back to that. I think they're going to get their S together for the first round. I don't worry about that. But like when you look at the Vegas odds, it seems like a lot of knowledgeable hockey people don't now view the Caps as a cup threat. 2 months ago, everybody's like, oh my God, this team is loaded. And now they're just kind of like, just scuffling a bit. How do you feel about them with they got 2 road games before the playoffs start? And they got, what was the total? Was it 11-1 in 2 games against Columbus over the weekend?
Yeah, not great. And look, the Capitals didn't really care about that game on Saturday, but still, you don't want to get pumped 7-0 in a game like that late in the season. But here's the thing, and we talked about this even a couple months ago when things were rolling well. The odds, the betting odds, never caught up to the Capitals being the contender or one of the top 2 or 3 contenders, because I think there were a lot of people in hockey, knowledgeable people, who saw that things were going so smoothly that it was almost unsustainable. And that the reason why the Stars and the Panthers and the Carolina Hurricanes and even the Toronto Maple Leafs are up there, Colorado Avalanche, as top contenders is you just looked at the body of work and say they can raise their level to a playoff when the playoffs start. And the Capitals' highest level, they may have reached already. And I think, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they turn back into the team from before the Four Nations break, from a little bit out of that when they were sort of rolling along. But they've gotten sort of a lot of that puck luck throughout the season that I'm not sure these next 2 games, to your point, matter whether they win or lose against the Islanders or the Penguins, but they need to get their process right. They need to get with the sort of the way they play back on track. And you're not doing it with Alexi Protas, but you're doing it while maybe resting Alex Ovechkin again tomorrow and sort of trying to like get everybody's bodies healthy and ready, while also like everyone's minds aren't right now. Like there's just something off with this team that it's really hard to see how they just come out game 1 and blitz someone. But maybe with the talent on this roster, they're able to do that.
I hope they do.
So, serious question here. Last year, we're talking with our friend Steve Wino, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Give Steve a follow at SWino, Instagram and Twitter. Last year, it was Lindgren that really got them into the playoffs. He was so good down the stretch. They got swept. They were outclassed by the Rangers last year, but he got them in because he was so good. Then this year, they go get Logan Thompson in the offseason. He gets the extension. Charlie does too, but it's not as much money. When things were really going great for Washington, it was LT was a stud, and then when Lindgren did play, he was really good too. Mm-hmm. Lindgren hasn't been all that good of late.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually going to absolve him a little bit more. Not that he hasn't made that spectacular save that he was making this time last year to get them in, but it's been a mess in front of these guys. Like even look at Logan Thompson's numbers in the final month before he got hurt, and just you can tell a lot of the chances the Capitals are giving up. That the good thing really about the way they played for the first 3 or 4 months of the season was they weren't relying on their goaltenders. Like Logan Thompson's numbers are really good, but it wasn't like you watched him and was like, this guy's one of the best goalies in the league. His numbers made it look like it because the team in front of him was playing so well. And he and Charlie Lindgren were making the saves that were needed in those situations. They weren't being asked to sort of be the reason the Capitals were winning games. And now, when you've got Rasmus Sandin just passes the puck to a Blue Jackets player last night, unassisted goal. What is Charlie Lindgren supposed to do about that? Odd man rushes the other day against the Islanders, or the day Alex Ovechkin broke the record. I don't know what a goaltender's supposed to do when he's facing a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2 every couple of minutes. Not to say that the goaltending can't be better. I think everything about the Capitals game right now can be better, and it's something that's going to be their focus in the next 2 games and the practices next weekend. But I don't think they're the problem. I think there's a lot of missing in the structure and the defensive sort of coverage that made this team so good and so tough, because they were able to defend so well that then they could use that to spark offense and go the other way and score. And they're not doing either of those things right now.
It really is crazy because they were, I think they still have scored the most goals in the NHL. I know they did for a while before they kind of hit this lull. Do you think the Ovi record chase did, I don't want to say damage because it's incredible and he deserves that record, but like the timing of it coming late into the year as they get to the playoffs, just it's going to be harder than they thought to kind of get back to the normal offense they were running?
Yeah, and yes. Short answer, yes. Long answer, but it's good that Alex Ovechkin got it done when he did, because if we were still talking about that now, and then they've got to celebrate and sort of go into the flip the switch mode in the playoffs, I think it'd be even harder. Alex Ovechkin gave this team a major break by doing it in game 77 of the season and not game 81 or 82, because they do have this time to reset. And honestly, Spencer Carberry light into them and maybe bag skate them Saturday, whatever it is, to sort of get their minds right. And maybe time kind of heals that sort of weird adjustment back. And I said this to Trevor Van Riemsdyk the other day, like usually when you win a big championship and celebrate, you have a whole summer to reset. And this team really did celebrate like a championship, and deservedly so. They absolutely should have and did. But at least they have the time now to figure it out. And we may look back if they lose in the first round, if they lose in the second round, that yes, the chase sort of became the season. But I also wonder 10, 15 years from now, I know it's hard to think about this like now, but we're all going to remember the chase more than we're going to remember that sort of even a playoff exit. And then obviously this team would love to go make another run, go to a final, win the Stanley Cup and all those things. But if nothing else, this is a season that everyone's going to remember for Alex Ovechkin breaking the record and the chase leading up to that.
100%.
I agree. Almost unless they win a cup.
They win a cup.
That only adds to it, right?
They will still remember the chase if they win a cup.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so looking ahead, the 2 games this week, you'd like to see them just look back to what they can be, but they don't really matter. They are. It's not definite that they're playing the Canadiens, but it sure looks that way. What is the deal with Montreal and Columbus trying to get in, and who do you like to get that 8th spot?
Well, let's make this easy. If the Canadiens win either one of their final 2 games, they play the last place lowly Blackhawks tonight. If they win, they're in. It's the Canadiens. That's it. Blue Jackets need to win out, and for the Canadiens to lose out to get in. So I think by the odds right now, it's 95% chance it's going to be the Montreal Canadiens and 5% the Blue Jackets. But both of these teams, young, hungry sort of teams that exceeded expectations to get in. Montreal's best player is Lane Hudson's going to be the Rookie of the Year. He's actually older brother of the Caps' now top prospect, not on the team, Cole Hudson. And look, the Capitals will be favored in that series against either one of these teams. They should beat either one of these teams. I understand maybe the fan base getting nervous about the 2010 stuff, whatever. That doesn't matter. That team's entirely different than this one. The Bell Center is a tough place to play. Would be kind of the bigger concern there. But the Capitals should be able to take care of both of those teams. In theory, setting up a second round matchup against the Carolina Hurricanes or the New Jersey Devils.
Am I wrong to be freaked out about a second round matchup with the Hurricanes?
No, you shouldn't be freaked out. But I think that if I'm picking a Stanley Cup champion or a finalist from the East right now, I think it's Carolina. I think there's just something about that team and the way Rob Brind'Amour has them playing. But the Capitals have had good and bad games against them. The game in Carolina was during sort of the Ovi chase. Come back here, the Hurricanes blow a 2-goal lead. The Capitals blow a 2-goal lead, and it goes to a shootout. It's pretty even. I consider it a pretty even series. That the Capitals, if they get Logan Thompson back, if they get Alexi Protas back, and you get the sort of right bounces and luck and whatever going, and they get their game back together. If they need a series to get their game back together and survive the first round, I think it's a long one. I think it's a 6-7 game coin flip. Somebody gets a goal overtime or late in regulation. I think there's a right to be concerned about it, but really, to as cliche as it is, one series at a time. I wouldn't even worry about Carolina until the Capitals can get past the Canadians and the Blue Jackets.
Yep. Pump our brakes a little bit, Jay.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, Wino. Is the conversation in there surrounding Ovi kind of done now? Like, is not everybody asking Ovi about everything all the time?
Yeah, now I think he's tired of that, and I think the team is ready to move on, and you could sort of sense that the first practice after. I mean, you had 895 school children there, and Ovechkin does the belly flop, and like it was sort of like that, and the pregame celebration the other night was like, let's put a capper on this. It's like when the team wins a championship and you have the ring ceremony or go to the White House or whatever. Like they need to put that behind them now. And Alex Ovechkin is still scoring goals. I think he has scored roughly 30% of their goals since February 1st or whatever it is. And it's good that he's scoring. The Capitals just need to, at this point, figure out how to get back to playing hockey and not worrying about who's scoring the goals, just that they are. Because I just looked up the stat. They're no longer the highest scoring team in the NHL because of this stretch. And they've allowed 3 or more goals in 11 games in a row. That's a troubling thing that you don't want to have happen. And I think it's something that if you're Spencer Carberry and the coaching staff is going to be an emphasis at the Islanders, at the Penguins, no matter who's playing or who's resting in those games, that they need to lock down defensively. And even if it means losing a 2-1 game, because these games don't matter, to get that sort of defensive game right in time for playing Montreal or Columbus next weekend.
Yeah, man, you got to defense wins championships. All right, last thing for me, Wino. B, I don't know if you have something. Talking with our friend Steve Wino, covers the Caps for the AP. Give him a follow at SWino. I had to be down there yesterday at the arena to do the Wizards Altcast, which was a 1:00 tip. When I pulled in to the parking lot, there was I'll never forget this car. It was like a lime green, very, very bright green Dodge Charger with a huge, and I mean huge, Columbus Blue Jackets flag sticking out, like mounted to the car. Have you ever seen this person before? Is this the world's largest Blue Jackets fan? It seemed
he was here?
This was here. So the Caps played the Blue Jackets at 6:00 at Cap One. This was at like noon.
I have no idea. I've never seen that car before. But I guess if they play the Blue Jackets in the playoffs, we're gonna have to do some investigating on that.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, if they play the Blue Jackets in the playoffs, we will absolutely see this car again. If anybody else saw it, please let me know, because otherwise I sound pretty crazy right now.
We'll get to the bottom of some things if they play the Blue Jackets in the playoffs.
Dude, what do you think? Now, this is a guess, but Lord knows we're going to do some mock scheduling for the NFL. What does the Steve Wino mock Caps playoff schedule look like?
We have been hearing rumors of a Monday, a week from tonight, Game 1 start of that series. We know that the Capitals are not going to be made to play Saturday because they play Thursday. You're not going to make the best team in the East turn around on that. And so there's a possibility that they start Sunday the 20th, but I leaning toward a Monday, April 21st start, which will make Game 2 Wednesday the 23rd at home as well, and Game 3 on night 2 of the draft, game on Friday the 25th at Montreal, and then at Sunday the 27th at Montreal for Game 4. That is my best guess at this moment in time.
And I don't know if you told me this or somebody told me this in Long Island, that generally the Canadian teams don't get prime time. Like generally that Saturday, Sunday, 3:00 ABC Turner national game usually doesn't go to Canadian teams in the first round.
That's true because just like sort of with how the NFL works is there's a sort of a collaboration between the league, ESPN, Turner, Sportsnet, and the French broadcaster TVA of sort of splitting the games up among those networks and who gets what and what's the best time on that. I'm a little surprised it wouldn't be a hockey night in Canada sort of Saturday night, but if it's Leafs and Senators and the Oilers and the Kings in the West and Winnipeg against whoever, there's plenty of other options for that, which would allow the Capitals and Canadians to do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, and then I guess a Tuesday back here bit in the first round.
So Leafs Senators seems almost locked in, right?
It's close. Right? It can lock in as close as soon as tomorrow, as long as the Leafs get a point and Panthers win tonight against the Rangers. I think you can lock that in. You can lock in Lightning Panthers. We've known about and Capitals are just waiting to see Canadians or Blue Jackets.
That's wild. So it's going to be the battle. What is that? Battle of Ontario, Toronto versus Ottawa, and then
the Sunshine State showdown between Tampa and Florida again.
That's crazy. And then Raleigh versus Newark. That doesn't have quite the same.
That sounds like our friend Ben Raby used to call that the Golf Channel series. When they have to move some games to the Golf Channel, that's the Golf Channel series.
That's funny. All right, Wino, thank you, buddy. We'll be watching, we'll be reading, we'll be paying attention, and probably see you for the playoffs.
Thanks, guys. Stop worrying so much, and talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna try to stop worrying so much. You know, one thing I do not worry about: my garage door. I can't tell you how many times I've pulled out of my driveway and thought, wait, did I leave the garage door open? But because I got this dope app, the MyQ app, and a LiftMaster garage door, there's no stress. I can just check it on the app. I can close it on the app. There's a camera on the app. You can do whatever you want. You can get alerts if the door's open. You can get alerts if it's been open too long. All right on your phone. The MyQ technology is super, super dope. Like if we need somebody to be able to get into the house, I can let somebody into the house right here, Landfill, sitting in the prison cell studio. That is service. The folks at Door Pro America set me up, man. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options and provided an awesome recommendation based on our house that looks better. Probably increased our curb appeal, probably increased the damn value of my home, honestly. The whole process couldn't have been easier. Based locally, Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can do it all. Maybe you just need a little bit of maintenance or a repair. They can do that. Or they can do the new installations like my house because they are seasoned pros. Call today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
Some pretty big breaking news out of the NBA. The Phoenix Suns have fired Mike Budenholzer. This marks the third consecutive season in which the Suns have fired their head coach. Budenholzer figures to be among the more attractive options on the head coaching market now this offseason, with already 2 desirable jobs open in Denver and Memphis. And Sacramento made a change in the middle of the season by firing their head coach. So you have to imagine Mike Budenholzer is going to find another job somewhere, probably quickly. And another firing news, the New Orleans Pelicans have fired their general manager, David Griffin. Now, the Pelicans press release announcing Griffin's firing did not mention if head coach Willie Green was fired or not. He was considered to be on the hot seat, but it looks like his job is safe for now. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the stream, all the folks on YouTube watching us right now. See Captain Todd, Uptown Dre.
Uptown Dre. Huh?
Uptown Dre's fired up for the WNBA draft tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Sticks got the 3rd, the 4th, and the 6th picks.
They get your whole team with that.
That's a lot, right? Let's hope it works out well for the Mystics. We'll have somebody tomorrow to
They get
recap.
that many first-round picks, that high. Damn.
I don't know. I did want to get to some NFL stuff here, though. Brian.
Yep.
Remember months back, maybe weeks back, we heard that, like, and I feel like we kind of heard about this like a year ago, but there was some talk of like ESPN buying NFL Network or merging or acquiring. Remember that conversation?
Yes. Happening now?
Well,
not happening.
I don't know, but I know that Peter Schrager just went from NFL Network to ESPN in a very, like, it seemed like a very positive. Everybody was like, "Oh, congrats!" Like there was no animus.
Yeah.
And Rap Sheet just tweeted this out: the ESPN NFL Network crossover event this week in advance of the NFL draft, where Mel Kiper is going to be on NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah is going to be on ESPN. Just kind of curious. Maybe they've done this before. I don't know, but
I don't remember it.
Me either.
So
seems kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. I don't. That's whatever the play is. There is like a money thing. The only real area I would question is these like really high up, like Rappaport and Schefter. I don't know what their relationship is. I don't want to speak to it. That's a very competitive situation.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
And I think everybody else can kind of coexist, whatever. But I would find pretty interesting.
It would probably still have that competitiveness. But you don't want to. Normally, when you're competing against somebody, all of a sudden now you're on the same team. What happens?
Well, and I think at ESPN.
And do they lean to one guy or the other?
At ESPN, you know the hierarchy, right? Like Schefter's at the top, and then you got Graziano and Fowler.
Mm-hmm.
Diana used to be there. She does her own thing now. And then you have all the people that cover specific teams.
Yeah.
John Kime in our town. But like, if they end up over there, they're not bound. There's no hierarchy that we've agreed to.
No.
There's no structure.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah. And maybe that big old paycheck could always have an impact too.
Yeah.
All right. A couple of things to discuss. Virginia safety Jonas Sanker has had a visit with Washington.
All right.
I believe Senker is probably
He mentioned me the other day. Somebody mentioned him.
We
had somebody on that was talking about him.
One of the draft guys we had on.
Yeah, but it was somebody somebody locally that we knew.
Standing, maybe?
Might have been.
Well, I know he and I both had a mock with the East Carolina corner. This dude's a straight up safety. I think you're talking a third or fourth rounder for Senker. So something interesting to watch, certainly. But Washington's also bringing in 2 corners today.
Mm-hmm.
Today, maybe this week. What will you think be if the investments are into the secondary and not the D line? Say it's Thursday and Friday picks.
Well, one helps the other. If the secondary has better coverage, they give the D lineman more time to get to it. That may be their way of thinking. We got to remember the Legion of Boom, Dan Quinn in Seattle, the secondary was outstanding. That could be a way of doing it. Or they may have enough confidence in some of the people that they have here now. Because I don't feel like you just say, oh, well, we got in the secondary now. We go with it.
I think ideally you get somebody in there. You know what I mean? I still think you need edge, but I think because you pick so late, it's got to just be best player available.
Yeah.
And the only positions you're not going are tight end and quarterback. Everything else is on the table to me. And that includes wide receivers, honestly. I think, there's – so I did my, full 5-round mock draft for Beltway football. Have I told you about my late-round draft crush?
Who was that?
Dude, Dante Thornton Jr.
From where?
He started at Oregon and played, I think, the last 2 years at Tennessee. You know why I like Mr. Thornton, Brian?
Why?
4.3.
40?
Yeah.
What position? Your corner?
Receiver. Wide out.
All right.
Averaged 25 yards a catch for the Volunteers.
Okay.
It's a big play. Speed kills. And how many? He runs a 4.3 and he's 6'5".
Oh, damn.
That's just.
And you think about getting him in what round?
5th.
Will he stay that long? Will he be there that long?
They currently don't have a 5th, so I guess my hope is they get him at 205 in the 6th. Trying to project that stuff, it's hard to project the top 10, let alone what's going to happen in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Zerline from NFL.com has him as a 4th round projection. I mean, dude, he's just
6'5" and 4'3". Somebody will talk themselves into picking him higher. Oregon and Tennessee.
Yeah.
Not like he's coming from a
Baltimore,
small
too.
school. Not like he's coming from a small school, but to pick him up and put him down like that and be that tall.
This is a little random, though. 6'5", and his arms are 32 and an 1/8 inch. Isn't that kind of short for 6'5"? Doesn't that seem a little not proportional?
Yeah.
Right? Because most of these tackles are 6'5", but their arms are 33 and a half or whatever.
Yeah.
What's your hand size?
Me? 10 and a foot.
10 and a quarter?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I fear these hands sound kind of small.
What are you saying?
9 and 5/8.
No, that's big.
Okay. His athleticism.
He's built like Jeff. Big, tall guy with short arms and little hands.
Jeff out here looking like a T-Rex. This kid, 4.3 40, 1.51 10-yard split.
That's running, dog.
Yo, his vertical's 33 inches. The broad's 10.6.
A tall dude like that to be able to move that quick. He's not gonna be there late in the fourth round or 5th round. Jeff.
Now I know one thing about my guy Jeff. He's got a type. Jeff likes them tall
he likes
receivers.
them tall, and he'll predict them to have 5 touchdowns.
Now, I got to point out the weaknesses on this dude. He's not I don't think anybody's going to call him a polished route runner. It's called the 9 route, coach. But he can run some deep crossers for you too, but it's not. He's gonna have to work on the tree.
He's a red zone guy.
Zerline writes, value can be snuffed out by deep safety looks. The long strides are gradual and rounded on in-breaking routes. I hate when receivers round off the top of the route. That's why you never get across the safety's face, and a lot of times you're either going to get smacked or
square that thing,
or
man.
the quarterback's not going to go to you. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Get that outside foot in the ground, drop the hips, get it straight across, brother.
But I feel like because he has that speed, there's not always a ton of burst, if that makes sense. But you get him running straight, ain't nobody catching him.
Got that right.
I don't know. It's going to be fun to watch the draft. It's so great and different. Like when we walked in this morning and you had Orlovsky yelling about the Steelers and if the Steelers, what they're going to do, blah, blah, blah.
With quarterback.
And now there's all this talk. Did you see Dion tweeting about New Orleans? So now there's all this talk that the Saints are going to draft Shador at 9.
All right.
But now maybe the Steelers want him.
Hey, man.
I think it's all just a bunch of nothing.
Well, I just think if Dion's involved, it's a bunch of something.
Dion tweeted about New Orleans. So
I'm a Buffalo fan. I need him to be tweeting about Colorado.
I got to be honest, this is incredibly bizarre. I just went to Dion's X account.
Uh-huh.
He follows me.
Really?
Yeah. That's cool. Thanks, coach. So Dion tweeted, oh, man, where would it go? Coach Prime, baby. Gave like an eyes emoji at a Saints tweet. We'll see if that ends up happening. You know, one thing that is I have to remind myself of. What? I'm a huge believer in the draft process that you got to ignore everything that happens between January 1st and late April. Like what you saw on the field is what should be your guiding principle with the NFL draft. And what we saw from Shador was always very good.
Yeah.
He was always good, dude.
Yeah. But people start those rumors too. To try to get people to fall or get people to get off of them. It happens.
Totally.
Lion season, as I call it.
Barry Svrluga joins the program at 1 o'clock. Now, folks, all weekend it was cold. And today it's perfect. DC weather is crazy, but we know summer is coming. Now is the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99 at Crop Metcalf, 5-star tech will check both your home's cooling and heating systems for one low price, under $100, man. There's a ton of benefits to a Crop Metcalf maintenance check, including increasing the efficiency of your system, lowering those energy bills, spotting small problems before they turn into big ones. It'll cost you a lot more cash. You're always better off being proactive with this stuff. Don't wait. Call today and get peace of mind no matter what the crazy DMV weather does tomorrow. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Listen, man, he obviously has gone a different direction, but damn, Kanye can make beats.
That's true.
Shout out to our friend Denton Day. B and I had a lot of fun Friday night at his wedding in Leesburg.
Yep.
You know what was cool was Ben Hartsock was cool.
Yeah, he was.
Ben knows Denton through their work at XM together. And we all sat together, and Hartsock was telling some cool stories. It was crazy. So Hartsock was drafted by the Colts. So he played with Peyton Manning, obviously.
Peyton Manning and Tom Brady here.
Yeah, he had a cup of coffee with Tom Brady late in his career. But he ended up in Carolina during Ron Rivera's first season there. And it was interesting. We asked him, what was Ron like? He was like, he was a first-time head coach, and I think he was still figuring a lot of stuff out. And he said, he tried to be different things to different people. Like, if somebody needed a hard ass, he'd be a hard ass. If somebody needed, like, a shoulder to talk to, he could be that. And I was like, man, that's the same type of dude I saw here. And then you explained how different everything was when he was your position coach. Or a position
coach in Philly. But I think he didn't have to run things. So he was more of who he is. The guy that we all saw that played in Chicago in 85.
You had to be a badass to be a linebacker on the 85 Bears. That's just how that works.
He ain't much of a, like what Ben was saying, I took that as politician, and we saw that a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Can't be everything for everyone. At some point, you just got to be what you are. The other story that Hartsock told, which was just incredible, to think about the names involved. So Ben Hartsock was drafted in 2004, third rounder by the Colts. I think he went a little bit ahead of Chris Cooley.
Yeah.
Had a 10-year NFL career. I mean, accomplished fella.
10 years, a lot of time.
He told us, he's like, 10 years, 1 touchdown. He's like, nobody else has ever accomplished that
much time and that little production.
But he played his college football at Ohio State. And Ohio State Miami national championship game is one of the most memorable, I think, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about it. I don't know how Maurice Claret came up. Remember, we were talking about Claret.
Yeah, they were talking about like certain people getting in trouble and stuff of that.
Yeah.
Nature.
Well, obviously, Claret's story is sad. But apparently he's turned his life around now, which is great. But in that game, I think one of the most remarkable football plays I've ever seen was the Ohio State quarterback throws an interception. He's running up the field.
Sean Taylor.
It was Sean Taylor with the interception. And then Claret runs up there and takes the ball from him.
Yep.
So it was a interception and then a fumble. Hartsock was like, yeah, man, that pass was for me. He's like, that was going to be my national championship touchdown. And Sean Taylor came out of nowhere and picked it off.
I'll take that.
I just thought it was neat. It was that was a fun wedding. I enjoyed it. All right, here we go. David Walker, edge rusher from Central Arkansas, who's really done well pre-draft, going to be visiting the Commanders tomorrow.
All right.
What do we need to know about David Walker?
Give it to us.
I think you're going to like this, B. We know they like athletic guys, right?
Totally.
Now, I think Walker's probably a Saturday pick, but Dave Walker, 6'1", 31 7/8 inch arms, 263, 9 1/4 inch hands. Big fella, 6'1", 260, 4'6", 40, perhaps more.
Pass rusher?
Yeah.
Okay.
More importantly for a pass rusher, 165, 10 yard.
All right.
I like that.
Gets off.
35-inch vertical. The 3 cone's pretty good. The strength's pretty good. 26 reps at 225. I think there's a reason he's had a good pre-draft because he can move. Southern Arkansas is not a school I have a tremendous amount of information on. I will say that up front. But you're seeing more and more of FCS guys get drafted high. And just that Washington's using their 30s on not just first round guys, I think is really smart and indicative of a team.
Teams that do that, you need to talk to other people too, get to know them, right?
I get it if you have the 6th pick or the 5th pick, and there's probably, and you say you have the 5th pick and you don't need a quarterback, there's probably 10 dudes on your board that you could go for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to get that pick right. But at 29, you got to
talk to everybody.
Yeah, dude, you got to talk to everybody, which obviously they're doing. That news is going to keep coming in, dude. We're only 10 days away from the draft. It's going to be a blast. They actually sent out the draft schedule for the media. This gets people steamed up. Next Tuesday, right? April 22nd is next Tuesday. Adam Peters and Lance Newmark are going to do the pre-draft presser.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. That's 3:00 next Tuesday. Be on a scale of 1 to 10. How much information do you think we will gain from that press conference?
2.1.
Hell, that's higher than I would have thought. I think 1.1.
They're going to give you time and what they're going to be doing. They're going to tell you their picks. That's the information. They'll tell you what they're looking for. It won't be a position. It'll be like the character of the player,
Tough,
what they're looking for, and that type
strong,
of thing. Yeah. The adjectives that they describe them with. And then you'll find out that they're looking forward to the draft.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Landfill, do you think Adam Peters giving a pre-draft press conference is compulsory or optional?
Oh, I think it's a requirement.
Yeah. This joint is a league requirement. And
100%.
You know why? Because the league wants to generate interest in its television show of the NFL draft. That's how the world works. But whatever. We get to talk to AP. It'll be good. When we come back, we get to talk to Barry Svrluga, who might still be in Augusta. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. After missing the NBA playoffs and play-in tournament with the largest payroll in league history, the Phoenix Suns have made the decision to fire head coach Mike Budenholzer. So for the third consecutive season, the Suns are changing head coaches. Budenholzer reportedly had issues connecting with the locker room this season, and his inability to coexist with his players sent around the franchise's cornerstone Devin Booker and just went down the roster. So you can't have that when you're trying to get a championship with Devin Booker in his prime. And some NFL news, the Dallas Cowboys opened up their voluntary offseason program, and Pro Bowl pass rusher Micah Parsons is in attendance. In his previous 2 seasons, Parsons has worked out pretty much on his own before taking part in some organized team activities and then the mini camp. But Parsons is entering the final year of his rookie contract and is set to play on a 5th-year option. And it was thought that he would show up, but now he is there and ready to put some work in. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067, The Fan. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Barry Svrluga. Barry, are you currently still in Augusta?
I am in my home in Washington, the District of Columbia.
Okay, great. When did you leave this morning?
Left this morning, easy flight from Columbia, back by noon.
Okay, great.
How was the time down there?
Yeah.
Whoa, man. I mean, it's a lot to get your arms around. Like, those weeks are always great. JP, you know they're fun. Like, any day at that place in any situation is fun. I know there's recency bias, but that feels like an all-timer yesterday for a bunch of reasons, the way it played out, but certainly the character that brought it home. I'm trying to... This is one of these where I kind of process, okay, what are the top 5 things I've seen live and what would rank ahead of that? And I'm working through that project right now.
It's funny. We actually discussed this. I don't know. Shane Bacon, you probably know him, had a really good tweet about what ranks similarly to that in the last 20 years. And it was like the Red Sox finally getting past the Yankees, stuff like that. It was Tiger, honestly, in 2019 at Augusta. Kind of where do you think that ranks as you work your way through it? Maybe you don't know exactly yet, but where does it seem like?
Yeah, it's up there, and it's because it's very much like the Red Sox in 2004 or the Cubs in 2016, and that's in my conversation. That 16 Cubs, Game 7, breaking the curse. I covered that because of what Rory had been through. I put in the first paragraph of my column this morning a quote that Jack Nicklaus said in 2015, and that it was basically like, don't worry about Rory. He's going to win plenty of Masters. He's going to win lots more majors. Just kind of leave him alone. And a decade later, like, that was not true. And that was not true because he lost his game, which happens to people. Like, people have hot streaks and they win majors, and then it's like, oh, I can't figure this out again, and they never capture it again. And that's golf in part. But this guy has spent the bulk of that 10 years being the best player on the planet, with some blips and a little bit of inconsistencies. But, you know, he's won the Players, he's won the FedEx Cup, he's won everything else there is to win except the major. And this was the one that he needed to win the Grand Slam. And so when he walks into his press conference yesterday, he opens it by saying, hey, I'm going to start this thing with a question for you guys. What are we going to talk about next year? Because it was always, can you get it done? How have you prepared? What's your mentality around here? So all of those layers, JP, I mean, I can list the things it's contending with, but it is a strong contender for top 5 things I've seen and covered live.
got to be. And to think you and I were sitting in Long Island, 10 days ago, watching Alex Ovechkin break Wayne Gretzky's goal record, right? And then to have this right after that is just so significant. And the thing that I stand by, the quote that has stuck with me, I read this Bamberger book a couple weeks ago called Men in Green, and it's about like famous people in golf, some that you've heard of, some that you've never heard of. And I can't remember who said it first. I want to say maybe it was Hogan or Palmer, but a quote that became something that Tiger Woods started to use a lot was basically life isn't about what you achieve, it's about what you overcome. And I feel like that's the only way Rory was going to win that, in that just absurd, chaotic way.
Yeah, and that speaks to his whole career. I mean, it's very easy to kind of make a single day a microcosm of something else, but I don't think it's a stretch in this instance. I mean, he makes the boneheaded play into 13 in the water after making probably two pretty smart shots. Like, that's a disappointment he had to overcome, and then rip the 7-iron into the 15th green. That's just as good a golf shot as you're ever gonna see. Apply that to what he's overcome by winning the Masters. Like, all the putts he missed at St. Andrews on a day that he struck the ball well and lost to Cam Young, who roared from behind with a 64. Like, the two tiny missed putts late on the back nine of the U.S. Open last year that allowed Bryson DeChambeau to pass him with a great up and down on the 18th. Like, the mistakes he made yesterday and the opportunities that had slipped away in the past are so analogous. And in the end, like, he stepped up on 18 and hit as good a wedge in there as you can hit. You can't tell me if he had hit that to 10 feet that he was going to make it. He had to hit it to 2 because he was such a bundle of nerves.
Right.
But that's also, like, part of what makes him such an intriguing character is, like, he admits it. He's human. He's vulnerable. Like, that's cost him in the past. And it was just such a relief for him. And I think for golf, because the storyline changed yesterday, that he did hit it to 2 feet and he was able to trickle it in. And the Grand Slam, it's a short list, man. It's now a 6-man club. The names that are not on it, Arnold Palmer and Tom Watson and Lee Trevino, are just as staggering as the ones that are on it. And Rory is now on it, which is amazing.
So I had to look that up last night. B-Mitch, do you know? So Palmer is not in the Grand Slam club. Do you know which major he didn't win?
Arnold Palmer?
Yeah. I found this surprising.
Masters?
The PGA.
PGA.
And I could be incorrect, but that kind of seems like the easiest one. I don't know if you agree with that, Barry.
It's the one with the, the setup doesn't distinguish itself. It has a bunch of club pros in it, in the field. So, they like to say by world rankings, it's the strongest field of the year, but it's not like the U.S. Open where you're like, that somewhere between, 2 under and 1 over is probably going to win. Like, the PGA feels more, of all the majors, it feels most like a regular tour stop. But you're right. I mean, that fact that he never has to answer that again. And the other thing I think is his relationship with Augusta National could really change now. He's always played the course well and always made some pretty significant mistakes, but now he knows he's coming back there for the rest of his life. He knows that on Tuesday night of Masters Week, he's not looking for a reservation or having his chef cook something back at the rental house.
Right.
Like, he's going to the Champions Dinner, and that's got to be so freeing, because that's the one of all the golf majors, the one that changes your life the most is the Masters, because you're in the field for as long as you want to be in the field, and you have that dinner date on Tuesday of Masters Week that very, very few people have it. It would be a shame if Danny Willett had that date for the rest of his life and Rory McIlroy didn't.
Yeah.
But, like, he was the first guy with that many doubles to win the tournament there. He did some great things. He did some awful things along the way, which means his great things have to be even better to be able to still hoist the trophy and win it.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Brian. Like, the way he would get better there would be like he could have won that tournament by 8 shots without even without a stretch. Like, even if you allow him the double at where did he double on? He doubled 15 on Thursday.
15
even
and
if you
17.
allow him that one, the sloppy one was the double at 17. Like, that was just like, my brain has left. I'm just not concentrating on each shot. Like, make that a bogey. Like, eliminate the double on 13, which there's no way that wedge should go in the water. The double at 1, he admitted, was all nerves. Like, he just was a wreck, and it almost like calmed him because he was like, okay, I've made that mistake. I can get it out. You've tapped into something here, Brian, because he's so good that he can overcome mistakes that basically nobody else could overcome because he's got that shot at 15. He's got that shot at 17 where it's just such a tough hole to bogey. I mean, I'm sorry, to birdie, and he birdied it when he needed it. It's all in there. And I don't even think in winning this one, like, he really put it all together because he had such egregious mistakes and because he was so wobbly. Maybe winning this one frees up his mind, reminds him how good he is, reminds him that he can summon those shots in those key situations. And I mean, the next major is the PGA at Quail Hollow,
which he loves.
He won his first PGA Tour title there. He loves that place. It sets up for him perfectly. The British Open is in Portrush in Northern Ireland, like down the road from his hometown. Now, he missed the cut there the last time, but I'm not sitting here telling you that Rory McIlroy is going to win another major this year or 5 more majors the rest of his career, but it'll be really interesting to see what was unlocked emotionally and mentally by getting it done finally at Augusta, because it's possible that
the shots, Barry, over the trees. Not many people, even pro level, can get that ball up that quick. Because his swing speed and ball speed is ridiculous.
I was there on Saturday at 7, and JP, you just kind of have to luck into finding yourself at the right place at the right time at Augusta. And if you hang in with a group, it's going to happen. And so on Saturday, he hits it right of 7, and people are gathered around the ball and they give him a lane, and the marshals are there, and there's no conflict. It's just like, we're going to watch what happens. And I'm looking low, like, okay, can he snake it around this tree? Like, can he hit a cut around that tree low, bounce it up, and maybe split the 2 bunkers? Or if he ends up in the bunker, like, no big deal. He can make it up and down, or the worst he's going to do is make bogey. Not that big of a deal. All of a sudden, he's like looking up, and I'm going, what are you talking about? Up? And people like start pointing, like, because you can't really, you can't scream it, but you're like looking at your friends, like, he's looking up and he's talking to Harry, his caddy, and damned if he doesn't pull. I don't even know what he pulled. I think it was an 8-iron. Opens up the face, and you talk about swing speed or clubhead speed, Brian. Like, it's a violent motion at that time. Like, he is coming down on that ball, and the thing looked like it shot up in an elevator shaft, and then it carried left of the green. Like, it didn't seem, not just by like a human, but just by physics. Like, I didn't think a ball could get up that fast and then carry that far. And he made an amazing, amazing par. He did it on the other side of the fairway, the 7th fairway on Sunday. But just physically, he's an extraordinary, extraordinary golfer.
Which is crazy because I don't know that people realize when you see him in person. I mean,
he's tiny.
He's 5'9".
5'9". Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. Dude, going back to Royal Portrush. So that's where the British is this year. And I remember when it was there a couple of years back where he didn't make the cut. Remember, he started poorly and then say he shot a 75 and then a 66 and missed it by 1. Imagine the pressure he felt then with this, hadn't won a major streak going, and then it's basically in his hometown. It'll be so different this time. Like,
so different.
Getting that major streak off the hook has changed everything for him, I would think.
so different. And also, Shane Lowry won there, an Irishman, won the 2019 Open there. And you saw the hug between those two afterwards. Like, that's really freeing for him. Like, oh, we can get this done, and it really means something. But it goes back to what I'm wondering about, going forward for him. Is it truly freeing in a way that those pressure moments that clearly affected him in the past don't affect him in the same way anymore? It's really, really hard to say until, we see him at Quail Hollow with a one-shot lead on the 71st hole and see how he reacts. I mean, he's also, like, if you ever watch him play and watch him play in person, he is such a body language guy. Like, when he's playing well, that strut is going. He is a peacock, and you know exactly. And then if it turns, like, he's like Eeyore, like his shoulders slump, and the gait is just different. I think, like, if he can get to that point where the strut is his default mode, like, that's just what comes out of him, then, he's only 35. These guys he'll bomb the ball for another decade or more. It's all still on the table for him.
Yeah, totally. Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. Read all his work at thewashingtonpost.com. Give him a follow if you'd like at Barry Svrluga, Svrluga. Usually when we got you, we talk a bunch of different stuff, but I know you've been in Augusta for the last week, and it'd be crazy not to just talk to you about Augusta. This is perhaps a little inside baseball. I've done a little bit of work at golf tournaments, but primarily just like TV packages, which is wildly different than what you do. Can you just take us inside your day yesterday, like the physical logistics of when you're there, when you're writing? There's no electronics allowed on that course. So I imagine you have an actual notebook. You're writing everything down with an actual pen. Just let us hear how it goes.
Yeah, you're totally right. So yesterday was a great day because I ended up with you'll appreciate this, like, with a pass for a buddy of mine who had never been on the grounds before. And we got word of this about noon on Saturday. And so he hopped in the car and drove down from DC. And so I got there way earlier than I normally would,
awesome.
Just to do the tour. And, JP, like, I feel like we could have started and walked that course, and we walked down 10. It's exactly the walk we did last week when I was there with you and your buddy. Like, walk down 10, see 11, and then, like, 12 just, like, opens up, and you're like, if you're a golf fan, like, that is a holy bleep moment. Like, so spent the morning doing that, went inside, got ready, and then I go out with the leaders or pick a group, and the group yesterday was obvious in Bryson and Rory as the final group because they were up on anybody else by 2 shots. So, but I also know I'm not going to see everything I want to see from that vantage point. It's the only tournament where reporters don't have inside the ropes access, which is not a complaint. That's a reality. The inside the rope stuff is so awesome at a US Open or a PGA or a British Open. But I go to this one knowing I won't be inside the ropes. And so I've got spots, particularly on the front 9, where I know, okay, I can get a good vantage point from here, or if the ball, if the ball's on the right side of the fairway, I'll be here. I can watch the 3rd hole. I've been there enough that I know where I can see. But the reality is I can't stay out there for 18. Print newspapers might be dead, but we still publish one, and that means you have a deadline. And the other thing is, so I have to get in and start kind of organizing thoughts to write while the back 9 is going on. But if it gets as crazy as it did yesterday, and that will always be remembered as Rory over Justin Rose in the playoff, but it was Rory and Justin Rose and Ludwig Oberg tied at 10 under at one point. Like, it was Bryson unraveling. There was stuff going on all over the course. P. Reed, like, bouncing one in. Like, you cannot, not only can you not see it if you're out there, you don't know what is happening. Like, you're relying on word of mouth that might be kind of sketchy. Like, oh, I was just over at 15 and I saw Patrick do this or whatever. So the sad reality is, like, the back 9 on Sunday, I've got to be at my chair with my TV in the press center, monitoring it really closely and taking notes, but not seeing those golf shots live.
Well, dude, it's also golf is best on television. It's just too hard to see multiple.
See everything at one time.
Like that's why I mean this not just Augusta. Like this Live tournament coming up. If you're into that, or the Senior PGA is going to be at Congressional in May. If you're into those things, go to a practice round and walk around and see the course. And if there's
go home and watch it.
One golfer you really want to see, go to the range and watch them or whatever, and then watch the actual tournament at home. It's so much better. Or now they got all the VIP areas and stuff. But
I would say I would just have a caveat. Like I think a Thursday or Friday can be fun too, because the field's spread out. Like you there's a chance that this week Scotty was in the morning and Rory was in the afternoon. Like you could see a little of you're not as invested in the whole round. Like it's really hard to watch a whole round of one player at a big golf tournament with a lot of fans. So there are plenty of people who leave the grounds of Augusta National on Saturday and Sunday and go back to their rental houses or their own homes and watch it on TV. And my buddy who was there for the first time yesterday, like he had an awesome time from about 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. when they made the turn, the leaders made the turn. And then he watched the rest of it on TV because he got the full walks on it. But, you want to remember those shots. You want to feel them in the moment. And a lot of it, people shouldn't – anybody who gets a chance to go to Augusta who wants to go should do it because it's just an awesome experience. But know that back nine on Sunday, unless you're like, I really want to just park myself at 16 or whatever, like you're not going to see the whole tournament.
Yeah. And if you get passes for a Sunday at Augusta, go. It's still whatever you can, just go. So I'm not advocating not going. Barry, I don't know who actually like sets the headlines, and is it agate? What's the term for like the actual
agate? Yeah.
Agate, like the actual Washington Post newspaper sports section looked terrific. And I don't know if there's a widespread panic fan setting that thing up, but they did good with Ain't Life Grand.
Ain't Life Grand worked great. And the picture, I'm looking at it right now because I still get the print edition. And the picture, of course, of Rory's reaction, but it's early in the reaction, and he's leaning back and his hands have just gone to his head, but his putter has been jettisoned, and it's just so like cool. Hanging in midair. It's really, really cool. And also, guys, I would say, like, you see people celebrate championships and wins of all kinds. Rarely do you see that level of immediate emotional response to the point of like convulsing, because not only what it meant, but the journey to get there. Like it was all right there, just naked for people to see. And it's another cool part of it because he's so honest about how difficult that was and how being so good at golf, but not in those moments, had been over a decade or more. Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. Was that Johnny Mack on the lens?
No, unfortunately, it's probably somebody from Getty. Like shooting golf tournaments is impossible because it's as simple as like, which way does the guy turn and face? Oh, shoot, he faced away from me. I got his ass.
Right. All right, Barry, first time ever, I'm going to hit you with a pause, and we're going to get done here, sir. I appreciate you, man.
Sorry
Thank you
about
for
that.
making time for us, dude.
All right, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care, brother.
That's our guy, Barry Svrluga. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga, Svrluga. Columnist, Washington Post. Absolutely brilliant writer. All around good dude. We come back. We got bets to make and maybe a WNBA mock draft.
The Phoenix Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer. This marks the third consecutive season that the Suns have fired their head coach. In 2023, mere months after Matt Ishbia took over the team, they fired Monty Williams following a second-round exit. Then last season, they fired Frank Vogel as a replacement, only they hired him just to fire him following a first-round sweep. So now again, Budenholzer is gone. The Suns are looking for their fourth head coach in as many seasons. For Budenholzer, though, this isn't the end of the rope. He figures to be one of the more attractive options on the head coaching market this offseason. Two desirable jobs in Denver and Memphis are already opened up. You got Sacramento, who made a change in the middle of the season when they fired Mike Brown. So Budenholzer will likely be just fine, but the clock is ticking for the Suns because it's win or go home. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, we're back. So are you. Appreciate you. I think you will agree with this, Brian.
Uh-huh.
Geno Smith says, I'm 34. I'll be 35 next year. I'll still feel 21. My body's feeling healthy. I'm ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do we need to recalibrate our, that guy's old ratings?
I think we should have been did that some years ago because guys are proven over 30 years old that they can still ball out at a high level in this league. You know, Tom played till 40 plus. I remember back in the day, Ray Brown was an offensive lineman, played till he was 40, 42. Big dude, Jackie Slater played till 47 years old. Darryl Green was running 4.2 at 40 years old. You know what I mean?
What do you think Darryl can run a 40 in now?
He could probably still run 4.5.
You think that fast still?
4.5, 4.6. He still trains. He still trains. He still trains speed stuff. So I believe he can run 4.5. Definitely low 4.6 if anything. But it's easy for people to say you're old when you hit 30. Hell, I had my best 3 years in a row after 30 years old. And I think the thing about it, people take care of themselves a lot better. There's so much, like I said before, the athletes today have the best equipment, all the best stuff to keep them healthy and get them ready for stuff. And still today, they complain more and they hurt more than the people that played when they didn't have all that great stuff. So what is it? I mean, they've changed it up. They don't work as hard. They don't have to practice as long or hard anymore. And today, you're supposed to be old at 30? We should move that age to 35, 36 in the sports world, but we won't. Hell, LeBron is what? About to be 40? Still shows up every night.
LeBron might be 40.
You know, but I'm saying he still shows up every night and is as good as the guys that are coming out of college now at 20, 19, 20, 21, and they still don't want to work.
LeBron, UB40 James, 40 years old.
LeBron has put more on his body than most of these clowns that are coming out right now, and all they do is complain about how hard they got to work. He put way more tread on his tires, and he still could run up and down the court on them.
Play-in starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wizards not in the play-in, just so we're clear. We'll do an NBA playoffs preview tomorrow. I love the NBA playoffs. I don't know that I can really lock in till like the second round and on. But, dude, even the play-in game, kind of juicy. I'm probably not going to stay up for this, left hand up, to be honest with you. But the West play-in game tomorrow night, Golden State versus Memphis. Like I would enjoy that game, especially played at a playoff caliber, but it's tip-offs at 10 o'clock.
It's gonna be. I don't know about watching that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making that. B, as he usually does, Landfill wrote a question here, and you and I were kind of debating this in the break. Who would you say is the most intimidating player in the NFL?
Depending on what you're looking at. If you're looking at power and things of that nature, I look at a guy like what's the dude in the middle in Philly? D tackle. I look at Chris Carter, Chris Jones. You talk about just outright nastiness. I look at a guy like a damn Jamar Chase. Outright speed, Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill lines up and you know he's running the deep route. When they start going, blue 28, you better start backpedaling because he's going to run past you. That's intimidating to people.
Saquon Barkley in the
Saquon is
backfield.
Intimidating.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, hell, if you got to go tackle him one-on-one, he's damn intimidating. And then you think about, what's that damn safety with the Chargers?
Been
around a while.
Yeah. Went to Florida
He
State.
scares people.
Derwin James.
Derwin James. Yeah, he scares the hell out of people. He intimidates them. Because I see receivers. I see receivers going across the middle right now with Jeff Arms.
I think Minka intimidates some folks.
Yeah.
That's funny, dude. I just got this highlight, and it's a lot of safeties just lighting dudes up. Kyle Hamilton will hit your ass. Who's the most intimidating dude on Washington? To me, I think it's Jaden.
Terry.
I think folks are intimidated by Jaden Daniels.
And
if he has the ball late in a close game, you better be intimidated.
If the ball goes up and number 17 is there, you better be intimidated. He's going to probably come down with it on your head.
I imagine Wagner is a fairly intimidating fella.
Yeah.
Why, Brian, who's the most intimidating guy on the Giants? Dexter.
Yeah, Dexter Lawrence.
Malik Neighbors or Dexter Lawrence.
And Malik Neighbors is an intimidating dude.
Yeah. If you're the corner, that's tough. Trent Williams, pretty intimidating dude. Kittle's a pretty intimidating dude. Professor Landini, who's your answer? Most intimidating dude in the NFL?
Derwin James.
Safety is because receivers don't necessarily want to be hung out to dry and know they could just get blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Like that lends itself to perhaps the biggest collisions in those situations.
Mm-hmm. If you asked me before the Super Bowl, Pat Mahomes was intimidating.
I'd say he still is.
I think he still is too. When he get offensive line, believe me, he's gonna remember what happened.
Jalen Hurts might be pretty. I mean, the stuff that Lamar.
Yeah. It's depending on what definition of intimidating that you're interpreting at that moment.
Jeffrey, what say you? Most intimidating player in the league?
I'm gonna have to go with Myles Garrett.
Yeah. TJ Watt.
Like even just seeing that dude like in person, even though he was pretty limited, Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
That's a big dude. And I ain't
when you see him out of the uniform, when he just walk around in regular clothes, you go, damn, that dude put on a uniform. He look like them. Like what's called Transformer?
Yeah, I'm about to say Megatron.
Yeah.
That's a fun exercise. The answer is a lot of people. I want to make sure I point this out because I was impressed by this. Bub Carrington, rookie guard for the Wiz, played in all 82 games, led all rookies in minutes played this year. I like that, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there are guys from certain areas that their whole mindset and mantra is to work.
Yeah, man.
Bub from Baltimore, right?
Yes, sir.
We can say you crack jokes, say what you want. They got some workers up there. And that dude wants to play. And let's be real, there were games where they pulled him out because he was playing too good. He led rookies still. and I know people like to always say, oh, man, they always act like, oh, no. Young people, learn one thing. Don't expect to get if you don't work for it. Okay? People like Bub, he got talent, but he works his ass off. And he will get respect from people from whatever generation. A lot of them don't get that respect because they're always looking for the easy way out.
When we come back, we're going to make some bets. If you are watching us on the stream as we wrap up the show, everybody say hello to our friend, Mr. John Leahy.
Leahy.
John popped in, recording some stuff, so hanging out with us for the end of the program here. That's the legend, John Leahy. We talk about him all the time.
Yep.
All right, B, before we make some bets, are you ready for this?
What you got?
I got a WNBA mock draft for you, baby.
So who's going third?
So the Mystics have the
Mystics.
third, the fourth, and the sixth pick tonight. So Paige Beckers is like supposed to be the truth, right?
Yeah.
Offer 3, 4, and 6 for her. Move up to 1.
You need to have a team, though, Jay.
They had a team. They got Aaliyah Edwards.
I think if you get 3, 4, I'll take a 3, 4, and a 6. If I can get 3 of the top 7 players in the draft, I'll take that over just the 1.
So I did the Allcast yesterday, and I got to talk to Christy Winter-Scott, who's just a lovely person.
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling me, so according to the website, I don't know why this doesn't make a lick of sense. I have landed on a WNBA mock draft courtesy of ProFootballNetwork.com. If that just ain't a content clicks play, I don't know what it is.
Lying about that. Hey, look, we follow other sports.
No, they're just trying to find people Googling WNBA draft. All right, they got Becker's going 1 to Dallas. Anisha Morrow of LSU going to Seattle. 3, here you go, B. For the Mystics, Kiki from USC. Iriafin.
I like her.
Yeah, she was good.
That's when it came from USC. She came in after
She
Juju
dropped
went out
36 in a
and
game.
went to work. Dog.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Then they have number 4, Sonia Citron from Notre Dame.
Citron.
And then at 6, Cheyenne Sellers from Maryland. It'd be great if a Terp got drafted to the 6. But here's the person I'm most intrigued by, B. Christy Winter-Scott was telling me about this woman, Dominique Malongo.
From where?
She's from France. She is basically the female Wembanyama.
How tall is she?
Christy told me she's 6'6".
Okay.
And could dunk.
Wow.
Like, I want that person.
Yeah.
They call her nickname is Victoria Wembanyama. Yo, she's only 19 and she's 6'6".
Damn.
Like, she could grow.
Is she gonna grow a little more?
Right? I mean, probably can grow to your 21, 22.
Right.
All right, I got a highlight of her.
Did she dunk?
Yo, she can like legit dunk. Look. That's like a little spin move.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in on Victoria Wembanyama. Dominique Malonga is who I hope they pick tonight. Let's make some bets. All right.
Gather around.
Johnny, you got a bet you want to make? You let us know. We have all right. Leahy wants Malonga. We've reached a tough stretch, man. We're gonna get to that part of the world where all we have left to bet is baseball.
Hey, you can find a way.
Give me the Yankees and the Pirates in the parlay.
You're a hater taking the Pirates.
You're a straight hater.
Bro, that's gonna be tough. Skeens playing at Pittsburgh and the Nationals going in there while they at home.
Cruz gonna take him yard tonight.
He might.
You won't bet that.
I bet in this stuff right here. Wouldn't put no money on it.
I am excited to watch Skeens tonight. I'm going over 6.5 strikeouts for Paul Skeens.
Wow,
So
you're a hater too.
I'm not a hater.
Forever, hating always.
I'm not a hater. He's the
J-Dog
best pitcher in
forever,
baseball.
Hating.
Whatever, I'm in.
Uh-huh.
Write it down, White Brian.
Give me the Warriors minus 6.5.
That's tomorrow.
That is tomorrow.
Give me.
You should have let him take it. You should have let him take it.
You should have let me take it. All right. Give me the Orlando Magic.
That's also tomorrow.
All right.
Hey, yo. Nah. He can't bet no more.
Oh, boy.
You're going to have to bet on baseball or hockey tonight, dude.
I don't want to bet on either one of them.
I'm taking the Tigers.
All right. Give me the Phillies.
Did Landy take something? Malonga?
LA Kings.
LA Kings for landfill. All right. That's it. Everything's in the books. Malonga. We want Victoria Wembanyama.
V-Dub.
Tomorrow we will have a WNBA draft recap.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you to Steve Sands for joining us. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman for joining us. Thank you to Steve Wino for joining us. And thank you to Barry Svrluga for joining us. Congratulations to Rory McIlroy. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I promise they'll have significantly less golf talk than we did. We're back tomorrow.
More baseball talk.
Way more baseball. We're back tomorrow. Going to be fun. Made it as far, Eber.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. 2 changes in the NBA thus far. After missing the NBA playoffs and play-in tournament with the largest payroll in league history, the Suns have fired their head coach, Mike Budenholzer. So for the 3rd consecutive season, the Suns are looking for a new head coach. And the second change is one day after the Pelicans finished this season with the 4th worst record in the NBA. They've announced they fired their general manager, David Griffin. Now, their press release, though, didn't mention whether or not Willie Green, their head coach, had been fired, so it seems like he's safe for now. And then tonight, after dropping the rubber match to the Marlins yesterday, the Nationals back on the road, this time in Pittsburgh. Washington will face the Pirates with Paul Skeens on the mound. Brad Lord will make his second MLB start after a very successful 3-inning shutout versus the Dodgers. So the Pirates aren't really lighting the world on fire right now. They've lost their last 3, just got swept by the Reds. So the Nationals have an opportunity here since they've just dropped 3 of their last 4. Make sure you listen live to this matchup right here on 106.7 The Fan. First pitch, 6:40 p.m. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We have tickets we're giving away today and every day this week at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz to see the DC Defenders as they get ready to come back to Audi Field. They are the only 3-0 team in the United Football League. If you want those tickets and the good seats, make sure you're listening at 4 o'clock. Danny, what a weekend in sports.
I hope the Caps never see the Columbus Blue Jackets again. That's not that fun. 11-1 over a couple of nights or afternoons against them. Good gracious. That their goalie, Greaves, is like Yaroslav Halak 2.0, apparently. But apparently the greatest living goaltender in human history. Enough of that guy. I'm good on him.
It's funny you say that because I was debating last night with someone. I think I would rather play Columbus in the first round than Montreal. I think Montreal is a better team. Now, Columbus is going to have all of the good vibes going in because they'd be red hot if they made it. And, of course, the Johnny Gaudreau, Johnny Hockey story, who's tragically no longer with us. You know, the country would be behind them. So you got to deal with, I think, some of the added energy and anticipation, excitement that would come from that. But I think I'd still rather play Columbus. But, 2 straight games, one of which they got blown out and embarrassed in, their worst loss in years and years and years. But I just couldn't believe the coverage of that game. It was borderline comical to me. They didn't try with their lineup. That was never acknowledged during the broadcast by Ray Ferraro, who would go on to apologize, essentially, for how he called the game after the fact, which I actually appreciated. But it was a bad performance. Like, 2 things can be true. They stunk up the joint. They looked terrible. And also, no team has cared less about a game this season than they clearly cared about that. Ovi didn't play. Jacob Chikrin was taking another day of rest. Obviously, they're without Logan Thompson and Protus, and they started Hershey Bears goaltender and Hunter Shepard, who was god-awful in that game. And then they played a bad game in front of them. Like, all of these things are true, but there was just zero mention of this team just wrapped up the number 1 seed in the conference, probably went out and celebrated, and then fielded a roster that was by far the worst that they fielded all year. In baseball, when you do that, you get the champagne poured all night long, and then the next day they're just calling up dudes from the minors.
It's Triple A Timmy to go.
And you get worked. Nobody thinks about it. But Ray Ferraro's taking them to task like they're the worst team that's ever made the playoffs. I just thought the coverage was ridiculous. But what I'd come to expect from the national media with the Capitals. But yeah, bad couple of days for them. But the big story in sports, Danny, was the Masters. And Rory McIlroy finally getting his yesterday. The Rory coaster in full effect, bro. I mean, he was both trying desperately not to and then ravenously to win the Masters simultaneously. I've always heard for years people talking about Rory McIlroy doing exactly what he did yesterday, where it's like all there for you. All you got to do is just play some golf. Just go do normal stuff, and you get to win the Masters. And the way that it's always described is he'll do the thing he did where he misses the putt from 6 feet away that you might sink 70% of the time, or I might sink 60% of the time or whatever. And he did. He missed it. He choked. But then he comes back and he wins in one of the great scenes on television I've seen in a while. I thought the broadcast was great. Jim Nantz and the crew spoke a total of 45 words over 7 minutes as McIlroy's crying and sobbing and hugging people and kissing people and walking the course looking for buddies. It's just good television. And the final day of the Masters came down to the wire with two golfers who have wanted this for a long, long time, and him and Justin Rose. And it was finally McIlroy's turn.
That seems cool. That he finally won it. It's a big deal. You win the biggest golf tournament there is, then people should celebrate that accordingly. The hyperbole around it, though, just solidified my stance. I can't with you golf people. I just can't. It's just too far. You're trying to sell me on the idea that this is as significant as the Cubs breaking their curse or the Red Sox finally getting past the Yankees down 3-0. The hyperbole around this win, and it's a big win. Like, he's tried before, hasn't gotten it, finally is able to overcome his own demons and an opponent. Cool. Like, that's awesome, and it should be celebrated accordingly. But the attempt to place this at the top, and that's the best thing I've seen since, or greater than, is just a bridge too far.
I just think it's something, because I tend to be with you a little bit on this. The hyperbole was a lot last night. I just think it's one of those things, if you're not a golf fanatic, we just can't relate. But if you love golf and you're in and you're a mark, this was porn for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
this was just as good as it possibly gets. This is everything you've ever wanted. Was Rory McIlroy having to come all the way back from a terrible first round, and after shooting a 72, coming back with a back-to-back 66s. By the way, his worst round was actually, his final round. He shot the 73, but it was good enough for him to get to the playoff and eventually win on a one-hole playoff over Rose. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm reading some of this, and it was so over the top and so dramatic. And I'm seeing buddies of mine tweeting about how this is a once-in-a-lifetime moment for me. And I just think we can't relate, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong.
I hear what you're saying.
Like, your emotions for I don't know what your thing would be, a George Washington. You don't really care. I don't even know what your thing would be.
Right.
But there's someone who doesn't care about the Nats that when you're tearing up watching them play in the World Series, that would say the same thing. And I just think that's what this is.
So my counter to that is people can relate to it. And I guess what I mean is DC went without baseball for decades. The idea that my hometown team, number one, exists but would be good enough to win, took my dad to a World Series game. It's like teams and different rosters and everybody trying to have that wave crash against the shore that finally, causes the castle to damage or whatever. Badly drawn analogy I just came up with. Like, there is such a difference between a fan base, teams, players, 1 million people working in unison to try to field the roster to slay this dragon that can't be slain. See the Boston Red Sox for, again, about 100 years, losing to the Yankees no matter what they fielded. No matter if it was Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, Bucky Dent, Carl Yastrzemski, anybody in between, they just couldn't. They couldn't. Very different. If the Red Sox got to go to the ALCS every year, no matter what, by invitation, and were always in a Game 7 and had the same kind of drought that Rory did, now maybe we have an analogy. But it's not close. It's an individual sport. You automatically get invited. He's had several cracks at it. He finally is able to overcome. That's awesome. That's a good
17
story.
Tries at the Masters.
That is a great story. Multiply that by 6. The pain of not just one guy struggling with it, but not only the fan base, but a roster of 25 guys every year, plus minor leaguers, plus injured guys, plus coaches and staff. It's not the same. It ain't close. And I don't know why I'm picking on the Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, you're arguing with one tree in the forest, essentially.
But the idea that this supersedes those things or is up there with those things is insane. It's not a golf thing to me. I
mean, there are 95 golfers in the Masters at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand. You'll have to help me with the the automatic ALCS berth.
The major is the most important thing. It's not a June tilt against the Rays.
Correct.
Like you're automatically talking about the big prize.
Okay, but you'd be one of 95 teams competing in the ALCS by that standard.
The point is no, it's not 1-1. The point is you're in the meaningful game every year, no matter what.
Right.
And because he gets out of bed and he's who he is, he gets to go to the Masters. If he never wins it, he gets to go to the Masters. Right? Every year. A lot of players don't. Right? A lot of players who are toiling away or with their PGA Tour cards or doing the best they can, they're not there. He gets to go every year with a chance to win it. So, like, you're right away in the conversation. It'd be like a heavyweight boxer who doesn't have the championship belt, once a year gets a title shot. At some point, he could win it. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's massive, it's huge, awesome for him, and should be treated with the appropriate amount of reverence. It should be celebrated. He gets the green jacket for a year. He has to bring it back, by the way. I learned that on Friday. Did you know that? Toby told me this. You don't get to keep your green jacket.
Right.
You wear it for a year wherever you want, and then you got to leave it at Augusta.
Part of the tradition.
I think that's insane, but whatever. Like, you could.
Might I offer, too, though, that I think the reason this was such a big deal for people that love Rory and love golf is that he joined an exclusive club of a half dozen golfers ever who have won
the career. I mean, some of the great players ever.
The career version of the Grand Slam, so to speak.
Like one of your Pantheon Mount Rushmore golfers, Arnold Palmer, didn't actually do it. Like, he's not on the career Grand Slam list, for example. So I understand it's a massive deal, and it should be celebrated as such.
This was the missing piece. It was a decade in the making. He's been close with no cigar. I totally get it. And I am a sucker for raw emotion, for athletes who care and who care enough that it's clear that this is their life's work in this moment, that we're watching their single greatest seminal moment. And that was obviously the case as he was, his whole body's convulsing and he's shaking and he's on the ground on all fours and he's getting up crying. So it was good theater, man. Did you watch any of it?
Zero.
You missed good television, I will say. I think you missed a good time. But do I agree with you that it's somewhat overstated? Like, I watched a few hours yesterday and the vast majority of the stretch run, and I love the final Sunday of the Masters. I think it's, as a sports television nerd, I think it's as good as it gets, okay? Jim Nantz at his absolute best, one of the greats we've ever seen. Even still, I understand your point, which is, I just watched this like you just watched this. Let's not act like that's, I mean, people were saying it's the greatest sports achievement they've ever seen. Or,
this is my point.
They're comping this to Alex Ovechkin scoring 896 goals. And is it over the top? Yes. But everyone's fandom is their own. And I can't tell you how to feel. When I go over to Nats Park for a Wednesday game against the Orioles next week, I will be filled with the joy of an 11-year-old child playing in my first Little League game. That's how I feel before the first pitch of a baseball game that I'm about to keep score of in the middle of April for a crappy major league team. No one's going to understand that. I love baseball. There are people that just mark out and love this thing, and they can't help themselves. And so when you see what they just saw, now my point to that is everyone's like, that's one of the greatest rounds, the greatest stories that's ever happened. Is it better than the thing we just saw a few years ago when Tiger came all the way back and every grown man I know was crying, on their cell phone? No, it's not better than that. Well, that one's better. But these are both two of the greatest things that have ever happened. It's not for me, but I'm sure there was someone out there that would tell you this is on their Mount Rushmore. I can't relate, but God bless you. You do you.
Yeah, I guess I'm glad folks are happy. Actually, no, I'm not. I think you're well, how do I want to say this? I think it's silly that people are trying to put this at the top of some kind of list. I think it diminishes it, honestly. It's off-putting for those of us that aren't really, feeding out of the same trough as you. You could say he won the biggest tournament there is, and he did it in dramatic fashion. That was great theater. I know I'm going to be dismissed because of my bias, because I have no interest in it and don't care, and I had way more fun watching my son play soccer.
That is one of my frustrations, though, is and it's probably true, but it's just annoying. Oh, you don't get it. Or, oh, you're not a real golf fan, so you don't understand. Okay. Then I should just be out then, by the way.
Right.
If I don't get to enjoy it or understand it because I'm not one of you, then you can have your thing and just let me know when it's over and we'll watch something else together.
Like, to me, it's the reflexive need to overstate the major thing. Like you've got to compare it to something else. To me, that means you lose standing. right? Like that. There's a bunch of those
Ben
things.
standing.
You lose Ben standing. Like, to me, it's one of those things where if you can't just go on its own, this was incredible. What an amazing, as you said, great episode of golf television, so to speak. Great drama, great human emotion, awesome story. A guy that has been so close so many times, finally is able to get over the top, and he wins it. That's good enough. That's a good story. We don't have to Hollywood it. We don't have to embellish it and turn the faders up and go, in fact, it's better and as good as Ovechkin scoring 896 goals in a team sport where he plays 20 minutes a night. It's the same as the Red Sox and the Cubs and every broken curse. It's the same, if not better. It's in my top 5.
But here's the difference, though. I see or hear this, and I go, not for me. You see and hear this, and there's like this anger.
I'm
I don't
irritated
understand
about it. I'm irritated about it.
I had so many people over the last several days at different games I was at. I've been at a Caps game. I've been at a Wizards game. I've been at a Nats game in the last week or so. Since you and I were talking Masters and your disdain for golf, and they're all like, that's Danny's worst take. And I mean, they're angry about this, these people.
I know.
So I'm sure this is going over very well. That you watch.
Fart in church over here. I know what I'm doing.
You didn't watch Rory, but also you want people to, not think that it was one of the greatest things they've ever seen. Having said that, you got a thing, man. You're sticking to the script. I did not necessarily expect anything else. But what I wanted to start with is explain this to us in football terms. What is this? In other sports terms, I think the NFL is king, so that would be great. But Rory winning the Masters is 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067. How would you comp Rory winning the Masters to another sport for someone who's not a golf person? And why was this such a big deal for so many people? Let's just open it up with that as well. For the golf people that were on the verge of tears and some of them that were fighting back tears for Rory yesterday, why? Years in the making, him winning the Masters. Why was this such a seminal sports moment? I just got a tweet from Charles who said, hey, boys, I'm sitting here in Annandale High School for the Grant and Danny Spring High School Baseball Classic. Where are you? Well, we're broadcasting.
We're here.
We can't be there, but we are sponsoring the Grant and Danny Spring Invitational again with high school baseball teams from around the area competing.
I was actually not kidding you. I didn't even know it was today. I was wearing my Grant and Danny's, what's it called? Say it one more time.
Spring Baseball Classic,
Spring Classic.
Invitational, whichever you prefer.
I was wearing that shirt today, playing a little baseball outside with my son.
There you go.
That was today. How about that?
Are they on spring break?
They are.
Not in school?
No.
This one's okay, though. You get a spring break. I mean, that's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, that makes sense. But we've already done so many days, so many other days that aren't spring break.
Are they doing like a 3-week spring break or some kind of college-like break between semesters?
No, so they do the full.
I would
week
expect that at this point at
Seriously.
the public school level, that they're just doing like, we'll do 7 weeks off, we'll get back in the classroom, but then there's a teacher work day the next day.
There it is. There is. We've already gotten the notification. Hey, here's the next 2-3 hour early dismissals, and it's right after they come back from spring break.
So explain Rory winning the Masters in NFL terms, sports terms, and then also why was it such a big deal for so many people yesterday? Help Danny out. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Great Nanny here for our pals at Window Nation. April, it's a great time to spruce up around the house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard to open windows, starting fresh, especially now during Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 free sale. What's going on now? There's no limit to how much you can save. And if you buy a house full of windows like Grant and I have, I'll put a free entry door. How about that? Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027.
How do they do it, Danny? Window Nation, I'll tell you, they partner with the top window manufacturers in the country to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass the savings on to you. They build right here in America. You're going to protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money.
Hurry, sale ends soon. So don't miss your chance to take advantage of the buy 4, get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027 sale. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards wrapped up their regular season with a win yesterday. Bob Carrington hitting a game-winning buzzer beater. They win 119-118 over the Heat to finish their season at 18-64, the second worst record in the NBA. Some moves today in the NBA. The Suns fired their head coach Mike Budenholzer. The Pelicans fired their executive vice president David Griffin. The play-in tournament gets underway tomorrow. The Hawks taking on the Magic, and the Grizzlies taking on the Warriors, both 7-8 games. In baseball, the Nats taking on the Pirates tonight. Paul Skeens on the hill for Pittsburgh. Brad Lord starts for the Nationals. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals lost both times over the weekend of the Blue Jackets yesterday, 4-1. They'll take on the Islanders on Long Island tomorrow. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Look at the long shadows. Symbolic at this moment of the journey it's taken to get here. For all this history.
The long journey is over. McElroy has his masterpiece.
I mean, even the call by Nance, which was great. It's just so dramatic. Like, you're either in or you're out. You know what I'm saying? Just that call is a little bit of a... Ugh.
Jim Nance is my 98% perfect broadcaster.
Yeah.
That last 2% is the one I always use is, and UConn is top dog. That, I just can't.
But people love it for
I know.
some reason.
They love it, whatever the catchphrase is.
And my guy, Ian Eagle, who's I'm 99th percentile, I don't want to say has fallen into that at all, because I don't think he has. But there's a little bit of the Nance thing where you've got to have your little your pun at the back end. But what if you didn't?
What if Duke just won and said, and Duke has bedeviled the country? Like, oh.
Also, picking nits here, and I don't want to be accused of being Danny Rouillet.
Uh-oh. No one wants
Danny is sitting in his own section in this conversation today. But that was not a masterpiece. McElroy has his masterpiece.
We're in the same row, in the same section, buddy.
He said, like, that was his worst round that he shot. He almost pooped himself. I mean, that's not a masterpiece.
You're welcome in my row. We can share popcorn.
We could just say something like, has completed the Grand Slam. What if we just said
he won? It's a big deal.
He finally has his master's crown. His MasterCard. Whatever you want to say. I don't care if you need to do a pun. But this is so many years in the making, Danny. So he got pro in 2007. He started kicking around in majors, his first Masters in 2009. By 2014, he'd won everything there was to win other than the Masters. He had won the U.S. Open in 2014, the U.S., the championship, PGA championship in 2014. He'd won the U.S. Open in 2011. He had won the PGA title twice in 2012 and 2014, and then he won the Masters this year in 2025. But from 2011 through 2014, he had won 3 different majors, a total of 4 times. Now for 11 years, he's been hunting at the Masters, and he's almost won the thing. And now he's one of 6 to have ever done this.
He's got it.
Gene Sarazen, I don't know what era that is, but the first golfer to achieve the career Grand Slam. Gary Player, who actually played during my lifetime. Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, and Rory McIlroy. We did see history yesterday.
Yes, indeed.
And we're dragging you kicking and screaming into it. We saw it.
Yeah, it's real. It's a real impressive
6
career
times
accomplishment.
ever.
When you're in a club with only 6 other people, and I know 4 of them, or you're the 6th person. So of the other 5 guys, I've heard of 4. I don't know who Gene's territories. He does the rules for the NFL and for college, which is pretty impressive in his own right. And he won the career Grand Slam.
It's Matt Saracen's grandpa.
Yeah, from Friday Night Lights. The other 4, wildly impressive to me. I mean, again, that is a big deal, and it should be treated as such.
Question for you guys. Number 1, why was yesterday so special? If you could explain that. And then second, put it in football terms. Doug's in Rockville on the Fan. Hey, Doug.
Hey, I'll put it in hockey terms for you here. So Alex Ovechkin scores 9 goals while spending half the game in the penalty box. Here's baseball. Clayton Kershaw strikes out 22 guys while simultaneously walking 18 guys and hitting 5 batters and still wins the game.
So for you, yesterday was
it's the
so
sloppiness.
wild.
Yeah, the
it was the
craziness.
Rory coaster. It was, oh my God, how do you miss that? And then the amazing save.
The statistical aberrancy, golf doesn't have the stats going back to the 50s, but if they did have those like baseball, there's never been anybody who hit that many terrible shots. He chunked it in the water from 80 yards. I mean, most people don't come back from that. It's the coming back from it multiple times, which is great, but just the badness of it is notable. You just have to say nobody's hit that many bad shots. And then the good, that just makes the good shots. I mean, the shot that he hit on 14, I believe it was, where he hit it through the trees and still hit the flag stick. Unbelievable.
Well,
I
he
mean,
had
his
2 of
good
those shots,
had-
Doug, that I would say were shot of a lifetime caliber shots because of the stage and the chance to win the Masters. And then he had 2 in the water from, you said 80. I'll take your word for it. But how about the putt? What was that putt to win when he actually missed and forced the playoff? Was that 7 feet? Toby's saying 5 feet. I mean, come on. You don't miss that. Who misses that? Who's one of the greatest golfers on the planet? But look, there's pressure. It's a big moment. He did, and now you got to get up off the mat. And he was able to respond quickly. Andre and Manassas, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Good afternoon. More so, it's golf, and it's we use the word choke a lot in sports, and all of our sports, it's all team sports. And even if you talk about tennis, sometimes you may have a bad game, but the person you're going against is just better than you. In golf, I mean, it's just you and you're by yourself. I mean, that's the one sport where you truly choke. Yesterday wouldn't happen if it wasn't for the choke job that he did a couple of years ago. And, and plus the other thing about golf is this dude's been playing golf for like 20 years. Not too many athletes in our lifetime. I mean, that's almost half of how old you are, Grant. So we get to see golfers play for an extremely long time compared to, say, other sports. Tom Brady is like a one-off. And I think ultimately, for me, when Nan said masterpiece, I took it as 2 different words, not a compound word, but this was his master's piece. He completed it. But I think that's why it was special. Kershaw, for me, would be the one, because I actually felt bad for Clinton Kershaw. He never won a series as a pitcher. He stood out a lot. And when he finally won it, albeit abbreviated season, I actually felt good for the guy because he finally got a monkey off his back.
The master's piece to the puzzle works. He didn't say that necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do a play on the words. Like, to me, the meaning of the word is secondary, where it's like, this is the Masters. I'm going to say masterpiece. I don't think it's that complicated.
I actually like what Dre just said, though, in terms of the emotional attachment that people had to yesterday. You've been seeing him hunt this thing down for 17 years. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Over half of his life, basically, he's 35. Although he looks 50. He's got that Ovechkin early gray thing going on.
It looks a little weathered there.
Yeah, because he's a year younger than me. Guys, like almost completely white. It's salt, and a little bit of pepper for Rory at this point. But I think I saw an interview with him on one of the late night shows. Maybe it was some Irish or British show or whatever. But he was on a show talking about golfing a la Tiger Woods back in the day. Tiger, you can see these clips when he was like 6 with his dad on these late night
hitting
shows.
the like wiffle ball golf things. Yeah.
There are people who have seen this kid completely grow up. They watched him when he was a phenom, I'm sure, at 10 or 12 or 14. And then he was 16 or 17 years old playing professional golf. And so for them to have seen him quite literally scale the mountain now, where he's one of 6 guys to ever do something, it's also a marker in your life where you've been watching him. To Andre's point, like the first time I saw Rory McIlroy play golf, I'm in high school, and now I'm almost 40. Let's go to Pat in Haymarket. You're on Grant and Danny.
Hey, good afternoon. I equate it to John Elway finally winning the Super Bowl for football. And going back to what happened yesterday, I think Tiger Woods, when he won his last Masters, was probably a bigger story for me. And then because it's golf and not football, basketball, or baseball, I think of it, the equivalent to it is probably Andre Agassi finally winning Wimbledon after all the hype he had over all those years. Thanks.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, those comps make sense to me. I mean, because Elway was before Jim Kelly was cool. Like Elway was doing it, losing to the Redskins and the 49ers, and getting there, and it was a totally different iteration of John Elway and the Broncos much later in his career. It wasn't when he was at the peak of his powers. It was the Shanahan, Terrell Davis kind of group there that won those back-to-back ones when he's going helicoptering. I get that.
Toby, you had the NFL comp that you thought made some sense for Rory winning a Masters.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially like those Bills teams with Jim Kelly going to the Super Bowl every year and never winning, because part of the reason that Rory at the Masters is such a big deal is when he was dominant in his early career. 2011, I think he had a 3 or 4 shot lead going to the back 9 on Sunday and then hit it into someone's backyard and finished 10 shots back of the leader. Like
I've melted down like that.
Just caved in.
So he's done that before. He's lost in big moments before. And it'd be like those Bills teams finally getting there 5-6 years later, because they don't have a time frame like a golfer where they can play 30 plus years. But 6 years later, it's still Jim Kelly, it's still Thurman Thomas, it's still those same guys. And they get to the game, they're finally ahead, they're in the fourth quarter, they look like they're going to run away with the victory, and then Jim Kelly throws a pick 6, and now it's tied, and then they're down a field goal, and then they come back, they go to overtime, and then they find a way to win. I think that's what it's like for a lot of golf fans, where he's been there so many times. And also you're missing the fact too that like he is the face of golf right now because of this live PGA stuff.
Because he was lecturing everybody that was going to go. Yeah.
He's kind of thrown himself in there. And so him doing all that, people loving him. He's been there for so long.
When you say he's the face of golf, Scotty Scheffler's a better golfer, but he's a very boring personality. So you think Rory is the most famous golfer right now? Is that what you're saying?
I think people worldwide love Rory more than they do Scotty.
You would agree Scheffler's the best golfer on the planet?
Yeah, Scheffler's the best right now, no question. But Rory's
the guy that is on the billboard for the PGA Tour.
Here's the other thing, too, with Rory. I think if you ask those same people that think Scotty's the best player in the world right now, if you said who's the best when everything's clicking, they'd still say Rory. I think Rory's up there in terms of skill level with Tiger, with Nicklaus, with those guys. I think Scotty can get there. But when everything's going, there's not a better golfer.
Like who has the highest ceiling?
Yeah, Rory's just that guy.
I like the Bills comp because I think everyone would want to see them finish what they started. And I don't think you were rooting against it. Like the idea of this guy getting his lifetime achievement is great. Your bristling was...
It's really the hyperbole of putting this atop sports achievements or fan bases that have been living where the curse, whatever you want to call it, is passed down from generation to generation, where every Red Sox fan got out of bed for 100 years knowing that
the longevity of it.
that the rug was getting pulled from them, and teams and organizations like quantified as we're doing. An amazing milestone, huge achievement. It's the biggest tournament they got, and he completed a career Grand Slam where there's only 6 people in the history of the game that ever do it. That's a big enough deal where you don't have to start telling me the equivalent for other sports.
Let's go to Kenny in Charlottesville on G&D. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Okay so far. Hey, dude. I'm not a big golf guy, so so I can't really weigh in on the greatest of all time and all that stuff. But when only 6 people have done it over the course of time,
it's a big deal.
That's a pretty elite group. The names that they put out there, and he said to put it in football terms. I mean, when Kurt Warner takes the Rams as a second-string quarterback and wins the Super Bowl, I mean, that you could put it on, that's probably on the same level as far as I think in the football terms. But I'm an old-school NASCAR guy. And when Dale Earnhardt Sr. finally won the Daytona 500, and all the crews from the other teams, all of his competitors, all high-fived him when he rode down pit lane. So that's the amount of respect that Roy probably got.
How many years?
That's a good one.
How many years did it take Dale to win? Do you remember roughly?
It was like 22.
Yeah, I was going to say 20 years, right?
No way. That's crazy. I mean, that's a great comp, though, in terms of seeing all the other golfers. I did not watch long enough to know. I watched about 10, 12 minutes post-game through, the interview thereafter, but I was putting kids to bed and stuff. So I don't know if he ever got greeted and they did basically a processional where he walks through, and I saw Shane Lowry, I think it was, come out and give him a huge hug and a couple of his buddies. But that would be cool if like he goes into the locker room and gets the hero's welcome and everybody's clapping it up.
I mean, we've seen the documentaries, we've seen stuff behind the scenes about kind of this live PGA Tour split, and he and Tiger are the two guys like the face of the thing. He's Mr. Integrity when it comes to the PGA and guardian the game and all this other kind of stuff. I imagine there's some pretty good reverence and good feelings in the clubhouse there for him.
But all the live guys are there too. So if that's the case, then they probably don't have the same.
Maybe not
feeling.
as much, yeah.
There are dozens of them taking part among the 90-plus golfers. Let's go to Adam in Culpeper. What's up, Adam?
Hey, fellas. Everybody kind of said what I had to say. My point was really it was a small list. It's up there with being like top 5 hitters or top 5. It's pretty crazy. So But Danny's worst take is actually that he doesn't like Curb Your Enthusiasm. It bothers me like once a week.
Smell what you're cooking on that one. And this is my own personal weakness.
Worse than his golf and Masters take?
Yeah, so people understand that I'm correct about these dumb things that they like. I know Curb Your Enthusiasm is funny. I can't do it. I cannot do it with Larry David. He's brilliant. He's incredible. Him as the director or mastermind behind Seinfeld, one of the great shows of all time. I can't watch him do the wrong thing, and it makes my skin crawl. It makes me so uncomfortable. I just can't do it. And I understand that I'm the weird one. I know I'm weird. I know that comedy is top notch. I just can't get into it.
My show like that everybody seems to love that I can't quite, it just doesn't work for me, is what my guys, Bateman and Arnett, are in that show from like 20 years ago. Arrested Development. Arrested Development doesn't work for me. The way it's shot, it feels like it's 50 years old when I watch it. If I would have watched it in real time, I think I could have really enjoyed it.
So I did. I thought it was brilliant, but I totally get that.
I tried to go back probably now 2 or 3 years ago and watch it, and I'm like, I get why people love this. It's not for me. Everybody's got some of those. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, why don't we get into the NFL draft, which is 10 days away? I want to meet some of the defensive ends that are options for Washington in the first round. We'll break down some of the edges for you right here on the Fan. The NFL draft is just 10 days away. Want to get into some of the edges that are going to go in the first round because that is the biggest position of need for Washington. Who might be available for them at 29? I just think it's either going to be trade back or take the best defensive end available. I have a hard time imagining them sticking and picking and going another route. I guess if there's a bunch of defensive ends that come off the board, Danny, maybe you could convince me they go corner or weapon there. But I think you could probably move back and certainly get a weapon, maybe even a corner. So there's got to be a dance partner willing to come up.
Right.
But
I think that's the essential thing.
I bet a lot of money. Like in a pie graph, I'm saying biggest slice is trade back, second biggest slice is defensive end, and then I'll give you a third slice for other.
So for me, and we did this while you were out at I'm That Day, at his wedding this past Friday. But the thing I threw out to Tobes is I don't know that they're going to be dance partners. They're not going to trade back just to hear themselves make a phone call. They're going to do a smart deal. I just don't know that there are going to be enough teams that are willing to come up and pay a reasonable asking price for. Is it Donovan Ezeraku they're trading up for? Is it a tackle? Is it one of the 3 or 4 quarterbacks?
Why wouldn't there be? Just because of the logic that we've heard from some guests where picks like 30 to 50 are pretty similar.
I think that's part. I think it's all part of the same thing. I don't know how many quarterbacks are going to go in this first round. If it's 2, if it's 3, maybe it's 4. If Milroe goes, he's been invited to the draft. Who knows how that's going to go? But I don't know. It just doesn't feel like there's a lot of momentum for teams wanting to trade up. Now, who knows?
There wouldn't be right now anyway, though. In fairness, I mean, we wouldn't really know that yet.
Forgive me. So I'm not choosing the right words. I don't see anybody going, oh, I got to get to 29. That I can't just stay at 38. That I can't stay at whatever.
I mean, reasonable take. My hope is I think 29 to 32 is normally a sweet spot. On NASCAR Sundays, you don't watch racing, but there's this guy named Larry Mack. You know Larry Mack?
No.
America's crew chief, I think they call him.
Okay.
And they go to him normally with like 40 laps to go. And they go, Larry Mack, what are the history? Tell us about when the last caution's going to be and how long until you got to get your fuel. And like they just go to him for basically he watches and he goes back and looks at the last 20 races. It's like on average, the last caution comes at lap 17 and they got to be in the pit at that time or they're going to run out of fuel. That's like the bit, right? And I bring this up to tell you, if you go back and look Larry Mack style at the last 15 races, aka drafts, and when was the last trade of the first round, I would imagine, this is anecdotal, but I would imagine in that 29 to 32 spot that's a sweet spot for trades. Because my logic on this is I'm going up and getting a 5th year. If I'm sitting at 34 and I really, really like a player, well, it only makes sense for me financially to take that guy at 31. Or if I'm going to take a guy at 33 to go to 29. And take the same guy because I just saved myself a lot of money with the 5th year for that player before they get their extension if I really, really like them. So I could see them getting a deal. We'll see. But you would agree, I would imagine, that trying to trade back from 29 is a lot easier than trying to trade back from like 17 or 18.
You would think, yeah. I mean, the asking price to move up there, right?
The later into the first round you get, I kind of think the better in terms of trying to trade back. Like I would be willing to bet. If you looked at 2 picks in a row in succession that are traded the most in the first round, 1 and 2 are probably at the top just because people are trading up to get a quarterback or whatever. But then I bet like 31, 32 might be next for the reason that we're talking about. And someone might be able to look it up and blow me out of the water, and my perception is not reality. But I think it makes a lot of sense.
It does make sense. It's intuitive the way you're saying it. But back to the defensive end part of this thing, right? Again, this is such an eye of the beholder thing, and it always is this way with drafts when you're not in the Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Michael Williams range, right? But you're going to find a handful of guys that are telling you James Pierce of Tennessee is the truth. You're going to find someone that's no, Mike Green way more productive, or Ezeraku, who I mentioned, or Shamar Stewart, who had 1.5 more sacks this year than I did, but is off the charts combine testing makes him such a tantalizing prospect, especially maybe at the end of that first round. You wouldn't want to stake your reputation on him in the top 10, but back end of the first round with some upside and talent, it certainly makes sense. But it's a fascinating dependent position for them to be in with fewer needs that you got. Like when you look at a draft and you've got 5 or 6 glaring needs and you only have a couple of picks and you end up not filling them, fans feel unfulfilled. They've only got a couple spots where you go, they really need someone out of there. They got to come out of this draft with blank. And this is one of the spots.
A lot of mocks right now have 7 pass rushers, edges, defensive ends, whatever you want to call them, coming off of the board in the first round. 7. Among the 7, in a lot of mocks that I've seen, the Eagles with the 32nd pick are taking one, the last one to go. Might they jump up in front of Washington? Or could you potentially, even if you think Philly might be taking an edge, trade back with them? I would not hate that necessarily. Now, if 5 have already gone, and so now you're debating between the 6th, 7th, 8th defensive ends potentially on your board, then okay, that doesn't make sense. But in a world where maybe 2 of your 3 or 4 favorite edges are still there somehow, because you like some guys maybe more than other teams do, and you could get one of them and move back 3 spots, I think that would be appealing to me. But we throw all these names out all the time, and I think there are listeners of ours clearly that love college football, but there's plenty of people who just keep hearing the names. I want to introduce people to some of these defensive ends, these edges. We'll go through them and give you their resumes and talk about some of these guys. We'll do it next, right here on Grant and Danny, here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The regular season is done for the Wizards. They finish at 18-64, the second worst record in the NBA. They got the win yesterday, though, beating the Miami Heat 119-118. Bub Carrington, first Wizards rookie to play all 82 games, and also hit the game-winning buzzer beater. Other NBA news, the Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer. The Pelicans fired executive vice president David Griffin. The play-in tournament gets underway tomorrow in the NBA. 2 games at 7:30. The Hawks will take on the Magic, and then the Grizzlies will take on the Warriors, both 7-8 games. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. First of 4 games tonight, 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He has a 1.80 ERA. This is going to be his second career start. Paul Skeens starts for the Pirates. He has a 3.44 ERA and 3 starts this season. Dylan Cruz, if he's in the lineup tonight, will be a matchup between LSU teammates and 2023 number 1 and number 2 overall picks. In hockey, not a good weekend for the Capitals, falling to the Blue Jackets twice, including a 4-1 loss yesterday at home. Day off today before they travel to take on the Islanders tomorrow. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 1 hour, we're giving away those DC Defenders tickets to their game 5 p.m. this weekend at Audi Field. Should be great weather, and they're undefeated, 3-0, the only undefeated team in the UFL. I actually went out to their first home game of the season. They've had a couple of them. The food, the drink, delicious, just a really, really good atmosphere, and had a great time. I'm going to take my kid. My little guy wants to go to the game, so we're going to go this weekend. So we will see you out there, but you got to win the tickets. Right here on Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock.
This is Grant and Danny. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, the estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, the whole kit, and the caboodle. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
You know what I get super sized for? This is one of those things that is, what's the opposite of a pet peeve?
I don't know, actually, but I know exactly what you mean.
Right?
A trivial source of excitement.
Yeah, just the sneaky thing that I love.
That you really like, yeah.
Okay. Not wordy at all. Trivial source of excitement. Yeah. Very, very similar to a pet peeve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm at the movie theater yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something I'm bad at, and I know I've got to get better at this. I buy my kids too much crap they don't need. I'll bet you're amazing at this, for the record. My wife isn't the best at this. She leads the league at it. But wherever we go, my kids are like, oh, Dad, this looks awesome. I really want it. And if it's something that I think is kind of cool, I will get it for them almost every time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my wife...
You have like 7,000 Nerf guns and crap around the house. Yeah.
I think my wife is probably 998 and 2 in these situations.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember what the 2 are, like a Jaden Daniels jersey after she was jacked up after the Hail Mary, or maybe something else. Like, she is so good at just swatting them away from the rim like Alex Sarr. She's like, not up in here, right? I will buy them the dumbest, most useless, worthless stuff. I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I'm trying to get our push mower started. I've had a push mower since 2014 that I got for like $89 that came in a box at Walmart. Okay. The only maintenance I've never changed the blade, not one time. I've never done anything. I started every year by emptying out the gas and putting fresh gas in it. And then it takes me like an hour of pulling and hurting myself and my workout for the year, and I get it going, and then it works for the summer until the next year when the gas is stale again.
Doing the same thing.
I have to do it, right? So today was my big spring endeavor where my wife's like, hey, you need to cut the grass. You haven't cut the grass yet. It's starting to get a little, we have very little grass. I mean, I thought about either going and grabbing the scissors out of the drawer.
Get your hedge clippers and just all fours it, yeah.
Or I could go do my thing. So I told Truman, I said, hey, bud, come with me to the gas station. He was all fired up. We're going to go get some gas. So while we're in there, we're paying for our gas. He sees like these little stuffed animals on the shelf. Nothing's ever been nubbier, by the way.
Okay. The gas station stuffy.
The gas station stuffy. If I pulled really hard, I would rip it apart. you could just feel that it's made out of just awfulness.
It's shoddy.
Right? It's made out of like, you shouldn't buy this,
Uh-huh.
but also some material,
Uh-huh.
So Truman's like, I want this. And I'm like, you really don't need it, buddy. We don't need this. And he's like, but look how cute this dog is. I just want this. I'm going to name him Puppy. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't care. It's $4.
Mhm.
So he throws it on the counter. We get it. It's the worst thing ever. And so I buy it. But the point of the dude's story is that I'm at the movie theater yesterday, and one of my opposite pet peeves happens that I love in life, where my kid wants me to get him. Do your kids collect these, like, they're not bobbleheads, but they're little things in boxes that are now the rage?
Funko things?
like those
something like
things.
that, yeah.
So my daughter's getting into the Wicked characters of these. She wants them because I got her, like, Glenda when we went and saw Wicked, and she's like, I want this one. And my son's like, I want Captain America. And I'm like, these have to be like $20 each. There's just no way I'm buying these right now. So I go up to the counter and I ask this kid, pimply-faced kid making my popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, hey, man, how much are these things back here? And he's like, oh, they're $15.85 or something like that. And I'm like looking over there and I'm like, I don't know, guys. And he does this bit where he looks left and he looks right. He's like, just so you know, I collect those. You can get them for like $9.99 online. He's like, we upcharge terribly on those, and it really annoys me. And I'm just, whatever that is my favorite thing in the world.
So basically the guy going, listen, man, I'm a collector. Don't buy them here.
Or I'll give you another one. A waitress or a waiter who tells you, like, this thing's not that good. It's very rare that this happens, but you can trust them forever.
Mhm.
When you go, hey, how do you like your chicken wings? And they're like, honestly, they're not great, man. We use this weird sauce. That. Or the look left, look right. You could get that one store down for $2 less. Like, I just love that. That honesty, and I will be a more passionate,
You'll be a Mark.
loyal
That's
consumer. But your honesty will win me over forever.
Because usually what you get if like I do this bit sometimes with a waitress or waiter, I'll say, hey, I'm trying to decide between two things. And I'll say the two things, and they'll give you a super quick, authoritative answer about one of the things, and that's good enough for me. But if they added the thing you're kind of talking about is if they were like, honestly, I don't think our pork chop is that great. You should get the rigatoni or whatever the items are. That extra layer of, well, thank you. That's refreshing. I want that.
I love it.
Yeah.
But this guy's like, you could probably get those for cheaper. And he said it. He looked at the kids. Some EQ for this little high school kid. He was like, tell dad he could get those online for cheaper or whatever. And I was like, you get it.
Right on, buddy.
Like, look at you.
How about it?
But give this guy a raise, man.
Yeah.
He'll be the manager there in a few years. He's got a little something working. He's not just there to sling popcorn. This guy knows a thing or two.
Doing some customer service, taking care of Jeeps.
All right, let's talk edges in this NFL draft, which is 10 days away. So see if you agree to these terms. Abdul Carter out of Penn State is going to go in the top 3. And so we don't need to waste any time talking about him.
Correct.
He's amazing, by the way. He's going to be an awesome player. He's just not a player that's going to play for the Commanders on his first contract. And then I would say Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia, is also going to go in the top 10 probably. If he doesn't and he slides, he's not sliding out of the top.
Yeah, it's still a teens.
15 or whatever. He's just not an option. So I think you could rule those two guys out for Washington.
I agree.
Other than that, though, when you talk about Michael Williams from Georgia, Shamar Stewart from A&M, Mike Green from Marshall, Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, James Pierce from Tennessee, any of the other guys, I think they are in play in the middle to back end of the first round. And at that point, it's a little bit of a crapshoot.
This is the shuffle up and deal eye of the beholder type part of it, right? Where you have elite athleticism, elite traits, elite production with the guys at the top that you mentioned. Then there's a wrinkle with everybody. For some, it may be an off the field thing. It may be a potential, I don't know, something that's kind of nagging that might lower some folks in their eyes. With Shamar Stewart, for example, it's not a ton of production that doesn't match the athleticism, the incredible scores that he put up in terms of the shuttle, the broad jump, the high jump, and everything else. One of the elite athletes ever at almost 270 pounds and 6'5", and yet he had a sack more than our show put together. So this is where it gets really interesting.
But do you agree with the premise that like these 5 guys roughly, they're going to float around?
Yes.
We don't really know who goes where.
That's right.
What order they're
every
gonna be.
mock you've seen three of those guys that we're talking about, again, Pierce, Stewart, Michael Williams, maybe Mike Green or Ezraku, be in the teens. I've seen them in the 20s. I've seen guys flip into the second round. This is a fascinating range.
So I thought we could introduce everyone to the edges today because I think you hear a lot of talk about them, and we just drop these names like they're household NFL players. And a lot of our listeners just don't watch a ton of college football and maybe haven't seen these guys. So Michael Williams is someone whose name you've said a couple of times. This is a 20-year-old junior from Georgia. He is 6'5", 260, absolutely massive.
Huge.
Big-time talent. He's one of these guys, though, that I will say, when you're going to look up the resumes and the write-ups on any of these players, with some of them, it's all about what they've done in college. The numbers, the stats, the production, how they've played. With him, it's what star recruit he was and, how much every team in the SEC wanted him and, what he looks like. He's straight out of Central Casting because some of the numbers just have not been there. 5 sacks last year were a career best. 9 tackles for loss last year were the best it's gotten for him. His 3-year sack totals at Georgia, 4.5, 4.5, and 5. So this is not an impressive statistical resume, but I will tell you, and I'm not going to use the word tape. I'm not putting on the tape. I'm going back and I'm watching highlights. And the cool thing is now that you can get actual full games and watch these guys too. But when you go back and you watch him, my God, is he big. He has a couple of plays where he just engulfs people, blows someone up in front of him, gets in the backfield, and then completely swallows up a ball carrier. I get it. I get why people dream on this guy a little bit because it's 6'5", 260. He moves really well, and he kind of looks like a traditional defensive end who could stand up and move around.
Yeah, like old school hand in the dirt guy who knocks around tight ends, makes quick work of double teams, really good at setting the edge as a run defender. I mean, you can see it with that size, and he's got a frame where, I've read a few different scouts and people put these things together. He can add more productive weight probably as he gets into the pros. If that's something that somebody wants him to do, to be kind of an every down defensive end, or if you want to be more of an edge, you don't have to have him bulk up a little bit, but the toolkit, I think, is there for him, which is why I don't say consensus, but he's the most likely to be the third edge off the board.
Which is why I start with him. I think he'll probably not get past the Falcons at 15, who desperately need pass rushing help.
And have for a while, too.
I don't think Jalen Walker will be there. We know Abdul Carter will not be there. So it would make some sense to me if they took Michael Williams. The only way he gets past them to me is if, one of the other guys they just happen to like better goes there, and then he goes shortly thereafter. But look for the Bengals, especially if Trey Hendrickson's still on the trade block. They're at 17. The Bucks at 19 would make a lot of sense as well. All right, that brings me to another guy that I think could go somewhere in the middle of the first round. But there is a real chance he could fall to Washington, and that is Mike Green. So Mike Green shares a name with the longtime former Capitals defenseman. That's kind of the end of the comparisons. 21-year-old edge. He actually is a local guy. He started his college career at the University of Virginia and finished at Marshall. He grew up in Newport News, Virginia. He went to Lafayette High School in Williamsburg. You ever been to Lafayette High School?
I never have.
I went down there for a semifinal state championship football game when the King George Foxes were playing at Lafayette back in probably 2000, 2001. Jermon Bushrod was on that squad who would go on to play for the New Orleans Saints for many, many years. But Mike Green just completely exploded on the scene last year at Marshall. He is not as big or like what I call that central casting size. He's 6'3", 250 pounds. So he's got a little bit of a tweener look to him, in my opinion. But man, oh man, was he productive last year.
Super productive.
Led the nation with 17 sacks, had 23 tackles for loss. So if you want a guy who gets sacks at the college level, who puts up numbers in college as a pass rusher, this is your bogey. A little bit of a one-hit wonder. That is a concern I have. He had 4.5 sacks and 9 TFLs the year before at Marshall and did even less than that in his first year at Virginia before transferring. So it's basically one big-time college season, but it was big, big, big time. Sunbelt Player of the Year. Really, really strong dude, too. He did 28 reps at 225 pounds. Grades out very well against the run. I think he'll be able to hold it, anchor at the position, not get blown off the ball. I really, really liked when I watched Mike Green a lot this weekend. I really, really liked him.
So this is my guy. If it happens, if it's possible. Now, I will say there have been a couple off-field things that have nagged him and have been sort of a cloud hanging over him over two different stops. One is from high school, which I don't put as much credence in. The one was at the University of Virginia. Exonerated of those things, but it's still kind of a cloud and something that he's had to explain. And I don't know how teams are viewing it. I don't know if it's one of those things that it's coming up again because teams want him to fall so they can draft him. I don't know. Just offering the full panoramic here. But in terms of football, I don't know anything about anything other than that. What I've watched, what I've seen, what I've read, this looks like it. This, to me, is the guy that somehow, some way, if he was there at 29, hyper productive. It's not as big as some of the other defensive ends that you're going to see, but doesn't get pushed around either. Can hold his own at the point of attack to get to the dessert. AK, you got to eat your vegetables on first down, stop the run. They're going to test you. Now let's get to second and third and long and have him hunt. Like, to me, this is the guy that I've got circled.
Yeah, I'd be very, very happy if he was the pick. If you look at pass rushes with the pressure, the percentage of the time when you're rushing that you get pressure this year in college football, he was 5th in the nation at about 18% of the time. In fact, if you look at pressures per game this past season, again, he was the national leader in sacks. He ended up 3rd at 4.54 sacks per game. Pressures per game this year, behind only 2 edges, one of whom we're going to get to in 1 second. But my only concern, I guess, other than the one-hit wonder element to this thing, still, though, when you have that kind of year, I don't care if you only do it once. You got it in there.
Yep.
Marshall. It wasn't in the SEC.
Right.
It was not in the Big Ten. It was at Marshall. That gives me slight pause because you are going up when you're Marshall football. Look at their schedule. Yeah, you play some really good teams. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like you got Florida one week and then A&M, and I mean you're playing Old Dominion and Texas State and Coastal Carolina and Georgia State and Appalachian State, Georgia Southern. Like, when you level up and have your game of the year, you're playing JMU. And last time I checked, their tackles aren't starting all over the NFL. Great program, but that is something to acknowledge, I would say.
No, it's real. That's the only thing that waters it down. I mean, you some guys come out of those small schools, DeMarcus Ware from Troy or Troy State, whichever one it is, and other guys come out of those small schools they're never heard from again. This is where the combine and some of those testing and some of those visits and some of those workouts can really kind of play into that to supplement, as you said, against lesser competition.
All right, next guy I want to hit on here who's got a chance to very much still be there because the more mocks I'm looking at, he's going in the late first. So the general consensus is Carter Walker, long gone. Michael Williams, almost certainly gone. And then we'll get to some of these other names, but Shamar Stewart, Mike Green in that tier. One of the guys that is falling to Washington quite a bit on mock drafts right now is Nick Scorton, who is a 20-year-old defensive end at Texas A&M. He started his college career at Purdue before transferring. He's listed similarly to Mike Green, 6'3" and 257 pounds, former second-team All-Big Ten who broke out and became first-team All-SEC last year. Not big-time sack numbers in college. 12 games, 5 sacks, batted a couple balls down, forced a fumble, 14 TFL, so he did not dominate necessarily. Did have a 10-sack season 2 years ago. So there's a multiple-year stretch here over a couple programs where he has produced, but it never to the level of some of the elites in college football statistically. The size when he actually was measured in was as if he grew closer to 6'4" and added like 15, 18 pounds. I mean, some people are saying he's going to play around 280 pounds, which if that's the case with his length, there's a little bit of like a Montez Sweat action figure feel to him, I think. I think that'll help him against the run, just being able to keep people from getting in on his chest and engaging. But 78 pressures over the last couple of years for him.
So this is a guy that, as you said, is falling down boards. It seems like now, maybe the lack of production, most recently in A&M, and his running mate on the opposite side, again, Shamar Stewart, who we've referenced, didn't have a ton of production as well. So maybe there's something in the water there. But as you said, looks the part certainly. And I think a lot of teams are going to be intrigued by him. You could kick him inside on passing downs, maybe as kind of like part of that NASCAR package sort of deal. If you want 3 or 4 pass rushers out there, as you said, sets up pretty well against the run. Maybe not as sexy as some of the other names, but has been disruptive at times with some of the TFLs and a little bit of a push inside. So that's an intriguing one, especially if they move back a little bit, right? Because I think there'll be enough numbers where you could get Scorton at 29 probably get him at 39, 41, somewhere in there. And again, according to what people are saying with mocks, you never know.
Here's another defensive end that I actually think, if you want to talk likeliness, will be available. and maybe has the highest odds of being the pick if they stick and grab an edge. Donovan Ezeraku, 21-year-old defensive end, senior player at Boston College this year, ACC Defensive Player of the Year, first team All-ACC. Listed about 6'2" and 250. Tied a team record with Harold Landry, who's gone on to have a very good career. The Tennessee Titans longtime pass rusher. At 16 and a half sacks this year. Huge season. Again, you like production? Mike Green, Marshall, Donovan Ezeraku, BC. Those are probably your guys. He had 21 tackles for loss this season as well. Now, another guy who made a leap out of nowhere pretty much because he had 2 sacks last year, did have 8 the year before, so he's got a couple years in college where he put up some big numbers. But you got to look at, I know that the sacks are not the end-all be-all. Sometimes you're rushing better, you're not getting them. But, a sandwich season there where he had 2 when he played a full year is kind of odd. But Ezeraku, I think, could be there. And like Mike Green, I would be perfectly fine with. Now, there are plenty of times when you watch him and he struggles getting blown off the ball.
He's a little undersized.
He's smaller. And I think there's like a Dante Fowler feel to him for me, where I'll bet you at some point in his career, the book ends up being not great against the run or not someone who's going to play all downs, but dang, do I like him rushing the quarterback. And he's relentless and he's got speed and he can get around the edge and he's got a spin move. He does some different things that I saw. Like, I actually think he could end up being a really, really good pass rusher.
Yeah, all those cliched things that they're going to say on draft day about the motor and about the energy and the toughness. And, it's one of those leaders, right? A 4-year guy at Boston College. Seems like the kind of dude that might, that Adam Peters might give the local 53 tag to, right? Just in terms of the things that he did in school and showing up and just doing the right stuff all the time. I do worry a little bit about the frame and, again, on first down, because that was such a weakness for this group. Normally, I don't think about that. Normally, I'm like, can you rush the passer? I'll figure the rest out. But kind of thinking about what they need and what might fit well. Maybe, listen, he's got long arms, so maybe they think he'll grow into someone who's serviceable enough in that regard as a run defender. But to me, the premium thing is how relentless he is as a pass rusher and some of the moves he's got. He's a little undersized in that regard, but gets home.
Let's see who we have not hit on here of the kind of 7 in the first round mix most often. Shamar Stewart, we haven't really talked about. You've named him a couple times. Stewart is a guy that just hasn't gotten sacks in college, but everybody loves the skill set, the size, and the measurables. He is 21 years old. He's from Miami, Florida. He's 6'5", 267. I mean, anything you want him to do from like a combine standpoint, he'll do it.
Action figure, man.
Doing it. The problem is, look at the back of the football card. 1.5 sacks each of the last 3 years in college, and TFL's a 4.2 and 6. Now, I could look really stupid with what I'm about to say, but I'm out. I don't have to watch all 37 of your career games to know that you have a combined 4.5 sacks in 3 years. And I know that that's a silly way to do it, but there's something, the dots are not being connected there. So I'm moving you down my board. You just have to have more than 4.5 career sacks at that size with that program for me to be interested at 29.
Yeah, he's a get you fired down in both directions, right? You pass on him because of lack of production. He goes on to be a star, or you invest heavy stuff because of the upside and he doesn't do anything because he doesn't produce. You never know. This is one of those puzzle pieces that's really, really hard. I always default to, I understand you don't have to set a pass rushing record for me to be interested in you, or a receiving record or a quarterback record. I just can't have that little production. I can't explain that away. Now, with a second round pick, with a third round pick, by all means, you're drafting traits at that point. Let's get after it. But with my first rounder, doesn't feel right to me. So I'd be one of the passers.
The last one was a late first round projection. Here's James Pierce, the defensive lineman from Tennessee, 10 sacks, which was right at the top of his program and was third in the SEC 2 seasons ago, had 7.5 sacks this year, 19.5 over 3 years with the Vols in the best conference in America. Also had 15 and 13 tackles for loss, so a total of 28 over the last 2 years for him. So he lived in the backfield, has also made a couple of plays, had a couple of interceptions, 4 forced fumbles in his career. Pierce, more interesting to me than Stewart, of those huge central casting scout type guys, 6'5", 245, played in the Orange Bowl, the Citrus Bowl, and was a 2-time first-team All-SEC nominee as well.
Had the quickest 10-yard split among any of the edges, was the only edge to run sub 4.5 at the combine. The athleticism backs it up. I mean, he's tall, kind of that
and he's
lankier
got some
school.
production.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he produced.
Not huge, but pretty good, I would say.
He's the kind
He's
of
like a combo of the two.
Yeah, so the ideal run defender. I know I feel like I'm over talking about run defense for someone that cares about a lot less than pass defense. But there are two kinds of run defender to me. It's that like constant immovable object, push people around, you can't knock them around. Or the 1A of that, the kind that I like, is you might get him on a couple times, but that third time he's going to disrupt your play. He's going to knife into the backfield and tackle you for a loss, which he's done a few different times. That kind of defender. Yeah, again, one off-field incident has people questioning some things. It was a speeding incident where it's been expunged and he's gotten through it, but that's one of the things that's knocked him down at some boards a little bit too. But that's a guy I wouldn't mind there if he's available in the late first round.
So two-part question for you guys as we open up the listener lines here at 800-636-1067. First of all, do you have an edge that you like best? Do you have a defensive end in this first-round mix of the handful of guys we've just talked about that stands out to you? 800-636-1067. The other question I want to hit on with you next, Danny, and people can weigh in on this, is how much of a red flag is it for you if a guy doesn't put up huge pass rushing numbers in college, but they've got everything else? You know, the size, the athleticism, all of the traits that the Washington Commanders are looking for, but they haven't connected the dots on the numbers yet or gotten home and gotten guys on the ground. Is that something that you would consider a red flag or not? Do you put a little asterisk next to them when you run through names? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NBA, the Wizards wrapped up their season with a win over the Heat yesterday, 119-118. Bub Carrington with the game-winning buzzer beater. The Wizards finished 18-64 on the season, second worst record in the NBA. Other NBA news, the Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer. The Pelicans fired executive vice president David Griffin. The play-in tournament gets underway tomorrow. Hawks and Magic, Grizzlies, and Warriors, both 7-8 seed games. In baseball, the Nats taking on the Pirates, first of 4 in Pittsburgh tonight, 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals, 1.80 ERA, making his second career start. Paul Skeens has a 3.44 ERA in 3 starts. Dylan Cruz, starting in center field, batting 8th. He's going to match up with his former LSU teammate and the number 1 and number 2 pick from 2023. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure-free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The NFL draft is just 10 days away. The Commanders very likely to take a defensive end. We're working our way through the list of edges that could be available in round 1. So, of this crop, if we're ruling out Penn State's Abdul Carter, I'm going to say he goes in the top 3, either to the Browns at 2 or the Giants at 3, depending on Shedeur Sanders' fate. We're saying no Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia. He's going to go somewhere in the top 10, maybe 7 to the Jets, 8 to the Panthers. Michael Williams will give to the Falcons at 15. And then I'm going to say that Shamar Stewart's gone and Mike Green is gone. If you're the Commanders, do you like Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College? Do you like James Pierce from Tennessee? Is there someone else that might capture your attention? Or are you just looking to move back at that point?
Yeah, I mean, if they don't have a dance partner to move back, like for sake of argument, if they are able to back up, call it 10, 12, 15 picks. I like Landon Jackson out of Arkansas as somebody in that kind of late round 2 or middle round 2 type range, a little bit less sexy, but has some pretty elite traits as sort of more of a bulldog, just on a kind of a steady Eddie as a defensive end, maybe a little more Swiss Army knife than some of those elite pass rushers. But if they're staying put there, Green is my 1 seed. I think Pierce is probably my 2 seed, and Ezeraku is kind of a 2A. I'd be happy with any of those 3 guys.
I'm not going to take an edge just to take one in the second round, respectfully to Landon Jackson. He might be great. I don't have a big file on him. Looking it up, he's got 6.5 sacks the last couple of years. But there's a pretty significant drop-off, in my opinion, between the first-round group that we're talking about and then the guy who's just next on all the consensus boards. But the idea I'm just going to take him because I need an edge and everyone thinks he could be the next one to go, maybe. I mean, I probably would pivot to a wide receiver I feel great about, or a running back that I absolutely love. Maybe it's Travion Henderson there. I can't allow my desperation for an edge to force me into picking a guy. That's how you make mistakes, in my opinion. And I hope they don't do that, but it is very, very possible. But I gave you my graph of what it looks like, where I would, at a 60% clip, let's say, like to trade back, and then a 35% clip probably go edge, and then a 5% clip might be something else. What are the pieces of your pie in that regard?
Okay, so for me, it's trade back 50%. That's the biggest slice of pie. Stay in draft. Stay in draft defensive end, wide receiver, or corner is probably the other 40%.
Just divvied up.
Yeah.
So you don't have a preference like edge over those other positions substantially like I do.
I don't as much because, like, to me, again, if Hairston, the corner from Kentucky, who's blazing fast, is there at 29, it means the other edges went. So in other words, I like your point about I don't want to draft one just to draft one. So it's like, well, Scorton's the next on the board, even though he'd be available in round 2. I'm just going to do it at 29. Like if 7 go and then 3 or 4 quarterbacks go and an extra offensive lineman goes and you could start to do the math, that means maybe Matthew Golden fell to them at 29. Just again, I'm sort of doing the math there. To me, one of the premium positions with that first round pick, and I count corner among those 3, I'd be pretty pleased with. And then 10% is something I'm not thinking of. So I got 50 trade back, 40 one of the elite 3 spots, and then 10%. I don't know.
NFL draft 1 week from Thursday. You can feel the excitement in town. People are jacked up and ready to go for pick number 29. All right, let's pivot to the Nationals, who are in Pittsburgh tonight for the first of 4 games at PNC Park. Paul Skeens is on the hill for Pittsburgh against Washington. This is a long time in the making here to get to watch the best in Major League Baseball as far as young starting pitchers go take on this lineup. I'm jacked up for the Paul Skeens, James Wood showdown tonight. Very few handle velocity up in the zone as well as James Wood had at times in his career. Skeens is going to throw gas. But the real storyline, and Toby's talked about it in his updates, it's Dylan Cruz, who has struggled to hit this season, out of the lineup Saturday and Sunday against the Marlins in 2 losses, back in the lineup presumably tonight against his college buddy and his best friend and the 2 leaders of an LSU team that won a College World Series that went number 1 overall Skeens and number 2 overall Cruz that are inextricably linked, who flew to the big leagues. This is going to be really good theater.
It's really cool. How rare is that? I mean, it's beyond, there are a million programs in any different walk of life. And imagine teammates going 1-2 overall. Imagine those teammates being really good buddies. Imagine those teammates having, gone through the fairy tale of winning a national championship together. And as you said, forever linked. And now here we are, finally, first regular season matchup, hopefully of many over the years between these 2 guys. But Skeens has gotten off to the rip-roaring start. Cruz slower to build. No reason to change prognosis on Cruz. Again, it's still super, super early. But that's one of those really cool things that you can't fake.
In college, he actually took Skeens on when Skeens was at Air Force before the LSU transfer, and he got a base hit and a home run off of him in that game. So a little bit of a Paul Skeens killer, but I would say Skeens is a very different pitcher now.
Yeah,
than
he's
was
grown a little bit
before he got to LSU and became the best pitcher in America and moved all the way up to number 1 on the board. But the Nats also just need to get a win to get right after losing back-to-back games to the Marlins. They had come back to take the game on Friday night, and they'd won 5 out of 6 at that point. They were feeling good before consecutive setbacks on Saturday and Sunday. Trevor Williams didn't pitch very well on Saturday, and then their bullpen was abysmal again yesterday. This is a bad bullpen. It's not going to get a lot better. And I struggle with my frustration about the bullpen because I'm normally pretty good about not letting early season things, get to me because baseball's a marathon, but there's just no help coming through the door.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, I saw this coming.
Yeah,
I saw this bad bullpen coming, and now it's bad.
It's bad collection of arms. When you don't spend money, this is what happens. When you go get a really cheap table at the Goodwill store and it says, hey, this has been broken twice, but we glued it together. When you put a bunch of stuff on it and it falls, you can't get upset. They spent $7.4 million on 3 veteran relievers to help fix this bullpen. I don't mean per, I mean combined. $3 million for a guy in Lucas Sims who had an ERA over 8 after he got traded to Boston in the second half last year. Weirdly, he's been terrible so far. Another $3 million that they gave Jorge Lopez, who was kicked off of a team last season at one point in time, who has actually been okay, and I think will have an okay season. But again, not a huge market. These are not guys that anybody was lining up to pay. And then a little over $1 million, I think 1.7 for Colin Poche, who 2 years ago was great, and 1 year ago was really good in Tampa Bay, who has been just awful early this season. But they didn't spend money. They didn't bring in a dude. They didn't actually go out and commit and invest anyone who's gotten saves and been a really good high leverage reliever in recent years. And it shows. You get what you pay for, man. And you didn't pay for much.
Yeah, and that also, that game right there probably needed to be a slugfest, and the Nats grounded a double plays to end the first 3 innings, I think, with plenty of traffic, and all of a sudden, matter of time. Credit the Marlins who scrapped and battled and made it hard on Mackenzie Gore.
Respectfully, I don't care about the game. The bullpen is a problem.
Well, and that's kind of my point.
Problem all year long. I mean, I'm looking from 10,000 feet. The number of games already this year, at least 2, maybe 3 games could be different if this bullpen didn't absolutely stink.
If it was even slightly below the average. But the point I was getting to is, and when you don't get that slugfest game, you can't go, okay, this other group's going to bail us out and keep this one tight. Oh God, there's kerosene, and now the whole thing's on fire.
It's just, the 1-2 run game, to your point, becomes 5 and it's over.
Just like that.
Or sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes you're up 2 and now you're down 3. But it's just been very, very bad. Are they going to be better for the rest of the year than they've been? Of course, because everyone's not going to have 7 and 10 and 12 and 14 ERAs. But are they going to be good? Is it going to be a strength? No chance. You need to add players. Mike Rizzo talks about the back of the baseball card. All right, cool. Let's look at the back of these guys' baseball cards. It ain't going to tell the story any of us want it to tell necessarily. It does not tell the story of a great bullpen. I will say.
A couple guys with some double-digit ERAs on the back of those baseball cards.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we'll go blitzing at 4:00. Remember, that is when we're giving away those tickets to this weekend's DC Defenders game, the only team in the UFL off to a 3-0 start. This is Grant and Danny. Double play every day. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So, Jeeps, one of the reasons I missed the Masters yesterday afternoon, besides not caring, was that my son had a soccer game far away. It was in Frederick, just outside of Frederick, Maryland. And happened to take him, went, watched the game. Boys played well, a lot of fun. After the game, one of my favorite things from growing up playing youth sports and rec sports or whatever on the weekends was after the game, if you didn't have another game to go to or another event, was whatever it was, the special treat with dad, right? So when I was little, younger than my son is now, it was McDonald's after the basketball game, or, I don't know, this drive-through or this donut after the Little League game or whatever. That was like my favorite thing. Most of the time my kids don't really want to do it. Like, for example, my 7-year-old had a league, his basketball league this past winter, where they're right by Ravensworth shopping area there in Springfield. One of the great bakeries in existence. It was like 7 seconds from the gym where they were playing their morning games. And he never wanted to go get like a special treat or some kind of thing. And it's really because I wanted it, but he never wanted to go, so we would just go home.
The German bakery over there?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Of course.
What's it called? I actually can't remember. It's like Heidel something or other,
my
maybe.
wife's going to be so mad.
Yeah.
She goes there all the time.
But I always want to go.
Bakery, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know.
A Swiss bakery. I never go.
That's what it is.
Because he didn't want to go. So anyway.
The Swiss bakery and pastry.
That's what it is. So we're there in Frederick, and he declares, like, I want to get something to eat because it's around dinner time. Yes, absolutely. Let's do it. So I'm looking on trying to figure out what I want to do. Different restaurants. I'm throwing things out to him. Deep dish pizza. No, I had pizza the other night. You want this? This is Crane barbecue. You don't want that. So I throw out there, channeling my inner Jason Bishop. There's a bonefish grill. He goes, yes, I want that. Great. Let's do it. Post-game bonefish. Here's the problem. Here's the only issue. He's wearing his soccer uni. Nothing wrong with that, right? He played a soccer game. He was dressed appropriately. I'm wearing kind of like I was at a soccer game in a freezing cold, windswept field kind of gear. I got sweats on. We roll into bonefish there in Frederick. People are dressed up. Like one guy had jeans on. It was a lot of the like older crowd, blazer, slacks. Families are there for birthdays. It's like doing it up a little bit there in Frederick. And here comes old Schlub Magoo in sweats and my son in his soccer gear. I felt so awkward. I tried not to let him let it.
Well, he didn't notice.
He didn't care. I tried to let the other get to him, but
it's not going to get to him.
Yeah,
he's a kid. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know either way. Yeah, so it was like they didn't refuse the service or anything. They're very nice. Meal was awesome.
Nor should they.
But it was like it. I felt so out of place and weird.
That's a you thing, because you're
wearing
the guy.
Sweats?
Yeah, I mean, I don't wear sweats. I don't own sweats. I would never wear sweats in public in
Well,
a
there you
million
go.
years.
Yeah, see.
That said, it's not because it's dressed down. It's just because I find them uncomfortable, and it's just not my thing. Generally, I don't want things dragging on pushing against my legs and whatnot. I don't like jeans very much either, but those I have to.
You got to wear pants, man.
Yes, exactly.
Right, you know that.
Yeah, but that's a you thing. That would not bother me even a little bit. I would walk in very fine.
Just strut in there as if. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, am I wearing pants? Am I wearing shoes? There's either dress code or there isn't.
Yeah.
There's no dress code. It's pretty clear, by the way, we're coming from a soccer game. And anybody looking at me can mind their own damn business. You see that piece of bread on your plate? It's a good piece of bread. Deal with that.
Why don't you deal with that?
Yeah. I have no time for that.
It was humiliating. That's too far to say humiliating. It wasn't that. It was, I felt uncomfortable. I was like a little bit, I probably shouldn't have done this. I had no idea we're going to Bonefish post game. So I should have been better prepared.
Bonefish is a choice by your guy.
That's what he wanted.
We're leveling up.
Happy to do it, right? He had like a Parmesan crusted rainbow trout with truffle fries.
What was it?
Like,
your anniversary?
Yeah, like who are you? Where's the little guy that wants chicken fingers? Like what sophisticate is this? But he's all about it.
That is a wacky bit. Time for your boys double play. Yesterday, I took the kids to a movie. One of the things we do on weekends a lot. And while we went to the film over at Springfield Mall yesterday, in the parking lot where we normally park, they had everything blocked off for like this giant, I don't even know what I would call it, but basically just like almost like a festival, maybe. But they had a bunch of tents set up where they were giving little things away, and it was very kid-friendly. But one of the things my kid did that was awesome. Have you ever seen the wax, like, hand statues basically that you can get done.
No.
So you
I
put
mean, I've seen like art stuff where it's like a
Right.
hand and that's a
So they were
yeah.
doing those. So like my kid put his hands in really cold water. Then he dips his hands in like molten hot wax.
Whoa.
Where I asked the guy, I'm like, so how hot is this? He's like, it's about 180 degrees.
Ah.
And I'm like, my kid's hand is just in there. But he's like, well, that's why you put it in the cold thing first, because then they don't really feel it. They don't notice it. I'm like, okay. He didn't seem bothered by it.
All right.
And he goes back in the cold and back in the hot. But anyway, he made his hand as like a thumbs up. And then they do different colors. They did like a red and blue, like he's like Superman or something like that. But the statue ended up turning out amazing.
Wow.
And it was just this dude in a parking lot who's got like a toothpick in his mouth. He's like, $10. And I'm like, okay, no problem. Like, do you take Venmo? He's like, sure, but I'm going to charge you $1 for the Venmo. And then like people are handing him cash and he's like pulling like a big wad of cash out of his pocket and flipping it open and like giving them change, you know. It's just people that travel parking lot to parking lot at malls doing this. And my kid has never been happy about anything. He's like dipping his hand. And I'm like, so that's not too hot? He's like, it's 180 degrees, but he doesn't know it. Because I've had people come up before they put their hand in the cold part. They just put their hands right in, and that'll burn them pretty good. But I don't feel bad because they didn't ask me what to do. They're just sticking their hands in something.
Just walking around with a hot vat of plastic or whatever the thing is.
But yeah, my kid gets it. It was this awesome thumbs up, and it was like beautiful red and blue. They dip it after that into colors, basically.
Wow.
But have you seen this done before?
I never have. I mean, it's honestly set like.
It's just funny that like my kid's like arm is in the hands of this stranger.
I know. I'm not trying to impugn anybody, but it sounds like a carny, like a guy
the
like
picture I'm trying to
at
paint.
the fair. Yeah.
So this is Truman's
That's
thumb.
amazing.
So like now we'll hang that. He's got that.
He's got that.
It's a wax thumb that he made.
That is
cool.
that is wild.
Now my daughter, who's very smart, was like, "I'm not doing this, Dad. We're just not. It's not a thing." She had a big weekend though. Lost a tooth.
Oh wow.
Tooth fairy came.
What number's that?
I think she's lost 3 teeth.
That's 3.
This was the other front joint, though.
Now, here's the issue for my guy, Grant Harrison Polson. You don't carry cash.
I do not.
The Tooth Fairy doesn't operate with Venmo, so what'd you do?
I mean, the Tooth Fairy came, gave her $5.
Oh, wow. Tooth Fairy was able to arrive.
Yeah, Tooth Fairy came. No issues.
No IOUs.
Tooth Fairy probably had to go out of its way to take care of that.
I was going to say, yeah, you got to go see
late
somebody.
in the evening. But yeah, $5. She came running into the room on Sunday morning to let us know. Tooth Fairy made the trip.
A low moment at the Rouillet household was when Tooth Fairy was out of smaller bills, and one particular tooth went for a 20 spot.
Oh,
that was a tough one.
Yeah,
that was tough.
I'm surprised the Tooth Fairy did that. I'm surprised the Tooth Fairy, knowing the Tooth Fairy, that shows up at your house.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't go break some change that night.
That Tooth Fairy was not thrilled about. Why is it not leaving my fingers?
Right.
It wouldn't leave.
I'm surprised the Tooth Fairy didn't go get gas or maybe a nice beverage down the street somewhere. And find some fives.
That was a tough moment for the Tooth Fairy.
The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Will take you up to 6:10 because the Pirates do a terrible bit where they play at 6:40. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Heat yesterday 119-118, wrapping up their regular season with an 18-64 record. Second worst record in the NBA. They'll have 14% odds of getting the number 1 overall pick and a chance to pick Cooper Flagg. The Suns fired their head coach Mike Budenholzer. The Pelicans fired their executive vice president David Griffin. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tomorrow. 7 and 8 seed games, Hawks and Magic, Grizzlies and Warriors. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates tonight. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord making the start for the Nationals, his second career start. He has a 1.80 ERA so far this season. Paul Skeens gets the ball for the Pirates. He has a 3.44 ERA and 3 starts this year. Dylan Cruz playing center field and batting 8th today. Be a matchup of the number 1 and number 2 overall picks in the 2023 MLB draft and LSU teammates that won the College World Series together. In hockey, Capitals fell to the Blue Jackets back-to-back days over the weekend. Day off today as they travel to New York to take on the Islanders tomorrow night. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This little program here for now, this is G&D. And you're locked into 106.7 The Fan. We are taking you all the way up to 610 tonight. Every single day this week that they allow us to talk on this here spinning station, we are going to give you tickets to the DC Defenders. And so, right now, let's do that. They're 3-0, by the way, Danny. The only 3-0 team in the UFL. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders home opener Sunday, April 20th, Audi Field against San Antonio. For tickets and the full Defenders schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests. 5 o'clock game, early enough to bring the kids out to. Great family atmosphere at Audi Field. I really do. I know you shtick it up a lot. Would you bring your little guys to a game this year if you could make it work around the schedule?
Yeah, if they were interested, I would. Because Audi Field's
awesome.
awesome.
Love it. I think they would really enjoy it because it's not cheap necessarily in terms of food and drinks and stuff, but the tickets fairly cheap. The atmosphere is really good. They got bag toss in the stadium and all kinds of father-son type stuff. I think you guys would enjoy it.
Yeah, I just like doing stuff at Audi Field, man. You're right. It's not cheap at all. Like each food stand, the food trucks, it's great food. It's awesome, but they're not giving you steep discounts.
All right, let's get you a Beltway Blitz on the teams you care the most about. We start on the ice. Steve Wino of the Associated Press. Swino, the Caps got blown out on Saturday, 7-0, worst game statistically in like 15 years. And then they came back against the same opponent, Columbus, on Sunday. Spencer Carberry said it was a really big game, and then they lost 4-1. How should we be feeling right now?
Well, GP, I'm concerned about the playoffs, not necessarily from these two games, because really there was not a whole lot of effort put in by the Capitals on Saturday in Columbus. And even for as massive as a game as Spencer Carberry said this was to sort of motivate his players and all of that, John Carlson was given the night off. They still don't have Alexi Protas. They still don't have Logan Thompson back from those injuries. To me, those are bigger concerns. But yeah, I wouldn't press the panic button yet, but just based on how this team has been playing over the past almost month, there's a certain level of concern.
So I know I am hovering. I took my glove off, and I'm about a millimeter above that panic button. I've been trying to quantify this, and I saw a series of tweets from you on Elon's app here that quantify what we've seen. There are goals per game over the last month or so. They're now 25th in the league over that stretch. They're getting outshot, out everything pretty much. And I understand the goal chase for Ovechkin was a lot of it. My counter to that is there's 40 minutes a night he's not on the ice. And that's not why you gave up 8 goals to Buffalo. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 100% concerned. I'm not panicked yet because I don't know if that helps anything, but I'm half past concerned. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Danny. Yes, and it's really, I'm not putting this on Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren, even though maybe their play hasn't been as good as it was for the first part of the year, the defensive structure has been a mess. And look at even last night, Rasmus Sandin putting the puck right on Adam Fantilli's stick with a turnover. The Islanders game where Alex Ovechkin broke the goals record, odd man rushes every few minutes. I don't know what you're supposed to do as a goaltender in those situations. And Spencer Carberry and the coaching staff, their biggest job this week, 2 regular season games that don't matter, is getting that defensive structure, getting that way the Capitals defended and checked other teams, get back to what they were doing before. Because you're right, this is we've got the Capitals are moved past the Ovechkin record and all of that, and they're hoping to get Protas and Thompson back. But more than anything, even if they don't defend the way they did for the first 2/3 of the season, they're not beating anybody in the first round.
Yeah, so they need Protas back big time, and they need Thompson back big time. Lindgren has not really played well for much of the year. A little bit of a, not that talked about hidden secret of sorts, I would say. But that having been said, I'm going to give you a take, and I just want to get your thoughts on it. So I don't know if this is homerish, not by design, but just this is my philosophy on hockey, and I don't know how accurate you'd say it is. But I don't know that momentum at the end of the regular season matters at all. I view the playoffs as matchup based. I view them as kind of random and puck lucky. I don't really think that whether they played amazing in the last 10 games or terrible matters that much. I'd rather be playing amazing. Most notably, I'd rather be healthy, and that's really what I care about the most. If they lose in 5 games to Montreal, I'll raise my hand and say, all right, I was wrong. There was obviously something cancerous going on with their structure, and they didn't solve it. But I don't know. I don't find myself overly concerned. I think this is fake hockey that they don't care that much about. And while you can't really flip a switch, when they care as much as the other team, I think it's going to look different. Am I crazy?
Yes, in other things, but not about this. I think you're generally right about these games not mattering. The question is, can you go back to, because you can't manufacture urgency. You can't manufacture what the Columbus Blue Jackets had to try to play to keep their season going. But the question is, can you flip that switch? Can you psychologically go back to, we haven't played a meaningful game that mattered for the standings in months and months and months and months if you're the Capitals. And that to me is the bigger problem is, yes, the Ovechkin chase was their mission for a month. And even before that, they had the cushion to be able to do that because they've been locked in essentially to first place in the East, first place in the Metropolitan Division. So I'm not necessarily worried about how they played in these games. And that's why I don't think the results of the Islanders, the Penguins game matter, but they just need to get back into form. And I don't know how you do that with really limited practice time until next weekend. But also the problem is, and you're right about matchup based and health and all that, you're going to face a team, whether it's Columbus or Montreal, coming in playing hot, coming in playing hungry, and having been playing playoff-style games for the past couple of months. That's where I think the concern comes from.
In terms of those injuries that we're talking about here, what do we know in terms of Protas and Thompson coming back, timetable? I know hockey's notoriously tight-lipped when it comes to those things, but any information would be helpful.
Yeah, it's just a tough one. Logan Thompson got back on the ice a couple of times over the weekend. He is on the plane to New York with the Capitals, which is a really good sign after taking that puck off the mask a couple of weeks ago. So he is, I think, a little closer to being ready. Alexei Protas, Spencer Carberry said yesterday should be getting on the ice some point in the middle of this week. That's a skate cut to the top of the left foot. Really not even because it's of hockey, but just we don't know exactly how long he might be until he feels comfortable, if he's 80%, 90%. Or even just get the conditioning back up. But I'd like to think that both of those guys will be ready, if not for game one, at least sometime early in the first round.
So help me with the cut to the top of the foot thing. Because I just don't know what I don't know here. Hockey players will get run over by a car and then shot in the face with a gun. And they're just like, when's my next shift, man? So how does that affect him in the sense of he couldn't even put weight down on his foot? Are we talking about the top of his foot where the laces are, or what is the deal?
Yes. We're talking the skate cut from one of the players in the Blackhawks cut through basically the top of the skate and his sort of Kevlar protected socks, which means these skates are very sharp. And then you have a cut that requires stitches to close, and then it swells so much that it's kind of hard these guys are tough, but it's hard to play hockey without 2 skates on. If you're playing that, so that's not being able to get the boot on the foot has been sort of the reason why, and he's had a boot on his foot, like a protective boot and crutches, but to be able to skate on ice, you need 2 skates on, and that's the reason he's been out. That's why it's a good sign also if he gets on the ice even just to skate around by himself at some point tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. Because if he can then get his conditioning back, feels comfortable with the skate on, he could be back sooner than later.
So on up, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. You too.
We'll see you soon. Hit that Wizard sounder, Darius. GB Wizards closed yesterday their season with a win. That's secondary to me, honestly. It was cool to see Bub Carrington come through. It was a nice moment for the kids. But to me, that's what this year was about. Mission accomplished. A lot of boxes are checked. I know it's not as sexy as what a lot of people want or are hoping for from an organization that hasn't had a ton of success for decades now. But these were the stated goals. This was what they were trying to do, whether they said as much or not. They were not trying to win as many games as other teams. They finished in the bottom three, correct. Young players who are going to be here for a while are developing right in front of our eyes. They may have found something with this A.J. Johnson kid. I like Bub Carrington a lot, who stepped up. Alex Sarr is going to be on the all-rookie team and is a candidate for Rookie of the Year. Some good things.
Yes, certainly. I was asked today, we do a hit to peel back the curtain a little bit, you and I, as part of some of our show obligations on a TV platform called DC News Now. Every single week. I do Mondays, you do Wednesdays, I think. And today I was doing my hit with them. We were recording on Zoom. And they said, what'd you think of the Wizards? What'd you think of the season they had? And I said, honestly, I thought it was perfect. They ended up tied for the best odds to get the number one pick in Cooper Flag, which was my number one priority and what I cared about the most. And along the way, it looks like they made the right pick on Alex Sarr, who had 10 points and 8 boards. And Carrington, who hit the game winner. Awesome 15-9-7 performance in 41 minutes. Played all 82 games. He's a dog. Made the right pick with Keyshawn George, who looks like the real deal. So they hit on their 3 picks. Those guys played a lot and got better. The A.J. Johnson deal was a steal, I think. And you might get Cooper Flag at 1-1, or at worst, you're probably picking in the top 2 or 3. Could have been a lot worse, and I think it was well executed. Let's talk to Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports, though. How would you grade out the season, and what went well and what didn't?
Well, I think it was a success in that they accomplished what they set out for. And you mentioned some of those things. Obviously, ending up with a high draft pick, that's the best result that they can hope for at this point. But also getting their young guys a lot of minutes and a lot of experience. Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, Keyshawn George, they played like a combined 6,000 minutes or something this year. And they all, I think, had success for the most part. Like, obviously, there were some ups and downs, but what I think they need to be very encouraged by is the fact that all 3 of those guys, and I would include A.J. Johnson in this, they all got better over the course of the season. Like Alex Sarr down the stretch was much more effective and aggressive attacking the rim. We didn't see that early in the year. I thought Bub Carrington was much sharper and more confident with his handle. We saw that when he crossed up Tyrese Halliburton. I thought Keyshawn George did a great job as an on-ball playmaker down the stretch. And A.J. Johnson was really impressive late in games over the last few weeks, making big shots. So I think the Wizards have a lot to look forward to, not just next year, but honestly going into the Summer League, because I expect all those guys to be in the mix for the Summer League team.
Chase, everybody's got their eyes set on Cooper Flag, understandably, right? But there's a great chance it's not him. My math is 86%. The Wizards end up with a pick that's not 1-1 overall. Who else if it's not him? I mean, there are a couple other guys out of Rutgers, a team that didn't win much, but some guys with some upside. Who else might be rather enticing for this fan base if they don't end up with the first pick?
Yeah, I would caution Wizards fans to not put all their eggs in the number 1 overall pick basket. Like, obviously, Cooper Flag looks really impressive. He's probably the best college freshman I've seen in a long time. Maybe going back to like Kevin Durant and Carmelo Anthony. Like, he's that good. But the reality is that the vast majority of the time in the NBA, the number 1 overall pick does not end up being the best player in the draft. So if you get, the 3rd or 4th pick, just looking back at the history of the league, there is an extremely high likelihood that the best player in that draft is still going to be on the board. And what would work in the Wizards' favor this year is that it's not just a one-player draft. Like, when they got the number 1 pick in 2010, you could see there was a huge drop-off from John Wall to Evan Turner. That's not the case this year. Like, if they end up picking 2nd and Dylan Harper of Rutgers is the most likely candidate to be the 2nd overall pick, like, you're going to be just fine. And like I said, you're very likely to still have a chance to get the best player in the draft. So just to throw some names out there, Cooper Flag is the number 1 pick. He's expected to be the number 1 pick. Dylan Harper of Rutgers, Harper's teammate Ace Bailey at Rutgers is a really good prospect. VJ Edgecombe of Baylor is a name to watch. And then After that, it could get pretty interesting. I think Trey Johnson of Texas is probably going to be a top 5 pick. And then, we all saw Derek Queen at Maryland this year. I don't think he's going to be too far down the list.
Chase, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, be good. Let's talk football. Johnny Cakes Allville of the brand new Upstart radio program here on The Fan.
These guys have something.
Just a couple of months in, but the reviews have been raved so far. The Sports Junkies.
The Sports Junkies.
Oh, Johnny Cakes. You were steamed up to talk Rory this morning, weren't you?
That's the most golf that I've watched probably I'm not even doing a bit, in like the last 25 years. You guys know I'm not a golf guy, but that was actually some good theater yesterday. So look, I'm going to make a habit of it, but that was some fun TV viewing. And by the way, I need to apologize. My last scheduled Blitz appearance, I just completely spaced on it. So I apologize to you fellas.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that, Cakes. You're okay with us. As I got sucked in
Yeah,
as well.
good,
I loved it yesterday. The drama was outstanding. For the Commanders, Cakesy has his druthers. Perfect storm, perfect scenario. You're moving back from 29, you're getting an edge who falls, or you're going with something else?
Because Adam Peters likes to make bold moves and acquire veterans, and he seems to just not have a lot of value to draft picks. I want to get some of that draft capital back. And, we've heard a lot about the talent pool in this draft that basically once you get to like pick 20 or 25, like between that spot and like 40 to 45, a lot of the talent is the same. So the Commanders are just sitting there right in that kind of dead zone. So why would you sit at 29 if you can find a partner to come up to your spot and you move back 5, 7, 8 spots, still get a player that you're targeting that you like and pick up some of that capital that you've dealt away for guys like Lattimore and Tunsil. I'm looking to shake it up. Now, I'd like to see a pick on the first night because I'm greedy. I don't want to have to wait till night 2, but I think the best move for Adam Peters, move back, get some extra picks.
Cakesy, where does wide receiver rank on the list of your needs for this foosball team?
Well, Danny, I love offense. You're well aware of this.
I do know.
Wide receiver always ranks high. Like, it always ranks high. Now, I don't think, if I'm Peters, I don't think I'm taking a wide receiver with that first pick, but I might be eyeing him with pick 61. You can never have enough talent to surround your young superstar quarterback in Jaden Daniels. And I would have no problem with Adam Peters adding another piece. Look, we already know he added Deebo Samuel, who's not the most traditional number 2 wideout. If you see a wideout in this draft that you like, I'm all about adding him to the mix because you can never have enough weapons for JD5 to throw to.
Johnny Cakes Allville, Sports Junkies fame. Cakes, you think the Saints go QB now that Derek Carr's shoulder went busto, or do you think they let Spencer Rattler run the show?
Oh, I can't let Spencer Rattler start for 17 games. I mean, if that's the case, then that's the most obvious tank job in the history of tank jobs.
Year one of Kellen Moore. Maybe they just want to pick really high.
Maybe that could be the case now, but we saw Albert Breer's report that he thinks Shedeur Sanders is falling out of the top 10. Maybe that was pre this news about Derek Carr, but we've seen him mocked to that 9 spot a lot of times. Do I think the Saints go quarterback at 10? Now, it's not the most quarterback deep draft. I'm going to say they don't go quarterback at number 9. They're going to pass on Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is going to plummet down the draft board. That's my spicy, bold take. He's going to be around like when the Steelers are picking in the early
21.
20s.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that would be spicy. By the way, New Orleans should 100% tank Abbott. Like, no, stop. It's not going to happen. Just let the plane crash in the mountain and start anew. Flex, you're the best, buddy. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, boys.
See you, dude.
Listen to Cakes in the morning, 6 to 10 each and every day with the Sports Junkies. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Rory McIlroy got his yesterday. 17 tries in the making at the Masters, completing the career Grand Slam. Who would be your all-time, I wish that guy would have gotten one guy, or your current player that you hope eventually gets theirs, Rory style yesterday? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Pirates tonight. First to 4 in Pittsburgh, 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord makes a start for the Nationals, has a 180 ERA, making his second career start. GQ model Paul Skeens makes a start for the Pirates. He has a 3.44 ERA and 3 starts this year. He's going to face off with his LSU teammate Dylan Cruz, who is batting 8th and playing center field tonight for the Nationals. In the NBA, the Wizards wrapped up their regular season with a win over the Heat last night, 119-118. Bub Carrington with the game winner at the buzzer. Wizards finished 18-64, second worst record in the NBA. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps, Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:10. Nationals Pirates. 6:40 tonight. Paul Skeens on the hill against the Nats. Dylan Cruz is in the lineup, batting 8th for Washington. I've got an annoyance with that, by the way. I'm going to tell you why that grinds my gears later in the show, but they're doing everything they can to make sure he doesn't get going offensively, I'll say. Bat him 8th with Nasim Nunez behind him. That'll do it. That'll get him going.
Well, there's a race that's being run. Can we put some hurdles in front of you?
Right.
Catch up.
Come on, dude. Davey, let's go. With all due respect to Alex Call, the player of the month in the National League, getting Dylan Cruz going might be a little bit more important. But anyway.
Any hoodles.
Let's get to Rory McIlroy. He of Masters fame?
Yes.
Masters winner, Rory McIlroy.
And the KC Masterpiece Barbecue. No, that's not it.
6th ever Grand Slam winner over career on the PGA Tour, Rory McIlroy. He finally got his. Danny, so let me wax poetic for a moment.
Go for it, yeah.
On behalf of the golfer fans out there.
It's a big deal.
The dude did it. 17 years of trying, he finally got it. And can you at least acknowledge you love watching another grown man cry? Because he's so happy and overcome with the work and the effort and the years that he's put in. The amount of people that helped him get there. That Rory, as he's doubled over on all fours, just crawling around the green, shaking, prideful, happy, joyous, relieving tears. That was good scene.
I don't necessarily love it. I don't hate it either. I'm not one of those guys that's like, ooh, and screaming about it like some sort of weird Neanderthal
You don't think
knuckle
that's
dragon take.
great theater?
Not necessarily. I mean, to me, it's
Seriously?
like it's more meaningful when it's my championship. In other words, like when Max Scherzer choked up because he saw his dad. You know what I mean? Like that hit me right in the feels.
But
the requisite thing now, somebody wins Wimbledon, so they have to go down to their knees and flail around like a fish out of water.
Yeah.
I don't love that necessarily.
But seeing someone achieve, and it means so much to them, that does not pop you. I know I'm on
the achievement thing is great.
I'm on the extreme end of the spectrum where like I could watch the Academy Awards and they're doing an award for like foreign language film, and some guy walks up I've never heard of.
Yeah.
I'll never see again. And he gives a quick speech. Generally, they take way too long. But, he's talking about what this means. And he's like talking about his kids at home. And I get that little feeling in the back of my throat. Like I'm there.
Lump, yeah.
But you're watching Rory yesterday. Nothing? You're getting no feel. I mean, you didn't watch it.
No.
But in a world where you did,
no,
that means nothing to you.
Not to the point where I'm like, I love that so much. But I'm not anti. I'm not really like the achievement's great. And I recognize that.
I just can't relate. Someone who has worked for 20 years for something, and this is all they've cared about. This has been the Eleanor, the car they can't steal, the thing they can't do.
So if you're watching the X Games and some guy like can't win the half pipe, and then he finally wins the half pipe, and he's like crying, you'd be like, wow, that's amazing.
And they're shooting in 5K, and the camera's in his face.
Yeah.
He's doubled over in the snow, and then he pulls the goggles off, and he's sobbing, and his wife comes running out, and his daughter who's 4 is in his arms. Hell yeah, bro. I am Mr. X Games in that moment.
There you go.
I'm ready to go get on my snowboard and go down a hill in Aspen.
So like
where the salmon flow like the river
women of
Capistrano.
So like Steve the Luger from like whatever country like can't win the big luge event, and then at the Winter Olympics he wins it and he's all happy. You're like, oh, this is the greatest theater. I love it so much. I just can't do that.
I'm not crying.
Yeah.
But I am feeling a human feeling. There is it is eliciting emotion out of me.
I get that.
Absolutely. I am a sucker for it. Totally. But here's the question I want to pose. All time we should start with, and then we can go current, and then we can open up the phones. Who is your I wish that guy got his guy? Rory got it yesterday. There was probably some fear that he might never get it. I think there was hope from his fan base. Eventually, you keep kicking that door, it'll fall over. You keep biting that apple, it's going to work. You keep swinging that axe, big tree fall hard. But maybe he's never going to do it. And he finally did it. He got his Masters. You get to go back in history and right one wrong. You get to give one dude who never got his Rory style, so that they get their moment where Danny has no emotions watching them cry because their world just became whole. Who you giving it to?
I have so many finalists here.
It's a great topic.
There are so many players. There are so many players across so many sports where I would go, this one would feel like the right thing to do. I'm not even going to share too many of the finalists with you. We'll have this discussion. But just know that I thought of a bunch of different players across
your
again,
bit. You just rattle off like 9 names to start.
I don't want to steal from anybody.
Yeah.
How about a guy that interrupted his career to be the best fighter pilot in the world? How about a guy that right in the heart of his prime, being the best hitter that ever lived, was like, I got to go win some dogfights real quick. I'll be right back. And still put up ungodly numbers, only to toil and finish in second place a bunch. Let's go back and give Ted Williams a World Series. Let's give the greatest hitter that ever walked on this earth. Let's get that guy a World Series trophy. Finished at the top of nearly every leaderboard. What happens if he doesn't miss basically 3 seasons right in the heart of his prime? Where does he rank all time in terms of some of those all-time numbers? In a different era, different time, just never winning because he played for the Boston Red Sox. Get Ted Williams a World Series.
I like that.
I would write that one.
800-636-1067 in honor of Rory finally winning his Masters yesterday. Who do you wish got theirs? And who would you bestow that upon if you could? I'm going to take one of the real easy ones that I think are most obvious right off the top of the pile. Charles Barkley in the NBA.
Great one.
Barkley's a Hall of Famer, an 11-time All-Star. He was All NBA 11 times. He is part of any all-decade team or best
all-time,
list,
whatever,
that list, right? I don't know where he would rank on like the all-time list of NBA players, but I think he is completely slept on now. Like he was so damn good.
100%.
And I only got to see the very end of his career when he's a little bit out of shape. But I am old enough that I remember the recent highlights and talk about him from being one of the best players in the association from right around 1986, 2 years before I was born, to right around 1996 or so when I was about 8 years old. There was a decade there where he was an all-time player. For his career, he averaged 22 points and 12 rebounds per game. And he doesn't have anything to show for it in terms of championships. And the thing with him is, for whatever reason, I don't know how this or when this happened, Danny, he has become synonymous with, he is basically the face of the ringless great. Everyone throws it in his face. It's kind of he's the butt of the joke. It's like this ongoing funny thing. Shaq sings him every night. MJ used to whip up on him about it. But everybody kills Charles Barkley because he never won, quote unquote, anything.
And there's so many all-time Hall of Famers, like some of the greatest players ever, that also don't have rings. But for whatever reason, he became the torchbearer. You're right. Like, but he's got a great sense of humor about it. And it probably took him a while to get to that point. But that is an all-time one. By the way, echo everything you just said.
I wonder if his sense of humor about it is like a
defense mechanism.
Yeah, like a shell for a turtle.
It could be.
You know, like I make fun of my weight all the time to beat people to it. You see what I'm saying?
Of course I do. Yeah, you beat him
like,
to the spot. Yeah.
I'll bet he just goes, I'm Charles Barkley. Never won a championship. And it's like, and then he goes home and cries himself to sleep.
Yeah. But I mean, think about Elgin Baylor or John Stockton or Karl Malone or I don't know, Steve Nash, who was a superstar, never won. There's a million guys.
Why do you sleep on him averaging 28 points in 88?
Man. Dude. Again, because he's so funny and he's awesome. He's got such a great personality. He's great on TV. people do not properly appreciate or remember how unbelievably good that guy was.
I would have thought, this is going to sound dumb to say, like he had more MVP conversation. He won an MVP award in 92, and he was the runner-up in 89-90. Other than that, he finished fourth twice. I would have actually thought there was more like top three finishes.
Just the wrong time. I mean, it was either Magic or Bird's time, then it was Jordan's time, then it was, somebody else. He was but always in that conversation. I mean, he was a superstar. Everyone knew it.
Who is your guy that you would bestow a championship on? Give them their moment that Rory finally had so that they could drop down on their knees and look up to the heavens and cry those happy tears. Derek's in Manassas on Grant and Danny. What's up, Derek?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Grant and Danny.
Hey, buddy.
I think one of them that was always in playoffs and just never really got, they're a great player, but just never quite got there was Dan Marino.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest quarterback to have never won a ring. He's the other guy. If Barkley's not the face of no championships, it's Marino.
Yep.
Because you got to do this thing every time anybody talks Super Bowl rings where you're like, wait, is Flacco better than Marino then? Or, is Trent Dilfer better than Dan Marino? 9 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, an MVP of the NFL, year in and year out, would lead in a bunch of categories. He threw for more yards than anybody else 6 times in his career. Never won a Super Bowl. And it wasn't like he was bad in the playoffs either. I mean, there was a postseason in 84. He threw for 1,000 yards in 3 playoff games. Nothing to show for it. He had a 2-game sample in 85 where, he threw 93 times in 2 games. They asked a lot of him. He turned the ball over a bunch, but like in 94, if you remember, 5 touchdowns, no picks, 2 playoff games, they got eliminated. He completed almost 70% of his passes and, had 8.78 yards per attempt, and they got eliminated in those playoffs. He could not have done any more.
I mean, he was incredible. For these flawed Dolphins teams that were sort of built a certain way, and that always had a fatal flaw. That would always lead to a defeat somewhere along the way. They could never run the ball. They're always trying to figure out something else to do. But what that guy was doing was video game stuff next to the rest of the league.
All right, we'll get to the phones on this, 800-636-1067. All time, who's the player that you wish got theirs like Rory did yesterday? And then I want a current one. So if you guys have that on the phones or if you want to hop in on that, you can do that. We have not talked current, so we'll dive into that next. Grant and Danny, Rory finally completes his Grand Slam. You're listening to The Fan. Guys, it's Grant. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. If you join FanDuel today, you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. 3-pointers to steals to assists. FanDuel has so many ways for you to bet on your favorite players via props. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yesterday, Rory McIlroy won the Masters. Millions watched as he cried happy tears, finally completing his career Grand Slam and winning a tournament that he'd tried for 17 years to win unsuccessfully. We are talking today about those that weren't as lucky. All time, who would you have bestowed a championship on that didn't get to win one? I went Charles Barkley.
Ted Williams for me.
And then currently, which we'll get into in a moment, who do you hope gets one before it's all said and done for that player? 800-636-1067. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? I love this topic. So, because often, you have favorites when you're a kid, and you just wish that they had the chance that was respective or commensurate of the effort that they put in throughout their career. So, number one for me is definitely, I'd say, Tony Gwynn, because I can't think of a better man, a better gentleman, and a better ambassador for the game than Tony Gwynn.
And he only had 3 chances, by the way, in the postseason, in 84, in 96, and in 98. And he actually did get to play in the 98 World Series, although they were swept. But they got swept out of the playoffs in 96. So basically from 84, his first playoff
Forgot about
appearance.
that 98 World Series probably because they just got wiped away so easily.
He was 8 for 16, by the way, in that series at the plate.
He was incredible.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Uh-huh.
And last but not least, probably the biggest one that you would have loved to see this man on the biggest stage in the sport, Barry Sanders.
Sanders and the Detroit Lions got run out of town and run out of their building by Washington in one of his last seasons, I remember. But it was bigger and badder teams. San Francisco.
Every time, yeah.
Maybe Dallas at that time, certainly Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't stack up with the elite Redskins, baby.
Remember that?
It was back when they were the talk of the National Football League. Everyone was looking up to them. Ken Griffey Jr. is an awesome
That's
answer.
a great one.
You brought him up off air. We were just talking. He also only made the playoffs 3 times ever. 95, played in the division and championship series and hit 391 in the division series and 333 in the championship series. By the way, he hit a 5-homer, 5-game ALDS in 95.
How about that?
To get his team to the LCS. Then in 97 against the Orioles in the division series, they lost 3 out of 4 games, and he didn't really swing it well. It was 2 for 15 at the plate. And then in 2008, he just latched on with the White Sox at 38 years old. I don't even remember it. And made the playoffs as basically just a dude that was sitting in the dugout.
Isn't that crazy?
And he got to be a part of 3 playoff games in that 2008 year as they played the Tampa Bay Rays and lost 3 out of 4. But he deserved better. One of the great players of his era, Hall of Famer, 3-time, was an MVP, was a 13-time All-Star, was 10-time Gold Glove, was an All-Star Game MVP, was a Silver Slugger, did everything.
Yeah, one of the greatest ever.
Yeah.
And that's how, it just shows you how different baseball is, right? Like him, Trout, you could pick a number of those dudes, Bonds, just the greatest to ever do it. Barely a blip in terms of championship eligibility.
Trout's the first guy I've thought of in terms of current players.
Mhm.
Maybe it's not as good an answer now because he's been so hurt for the last several years. Like there was a moment after the 2019 season when he already won 3 MVPs as a 27-year-old, and he'd been the runner-up 4 other times in the MVP race, including his rookie year, for God's sake. So you're talking about 7 of his first 8 seasons where he's either the MVP or the runner-up in the league. And he's on his way to being the greatest player of all time. Was already kind of in that conversation. Since then, he's just been pillaged and besieged.
So hurt, yeah.
And he's had like one healthy year where he was top 5 in MVP, and otherwise he's just hasn't been able to play much. But I bring him up, Danny, because he's only ever been to the playoffs once. You're talking about 3 playoff games that he's ever played in. I think it was like a wild card round.
Got swept by Kansas City, if memory serves.
Awful.
Yeah.
For Mike Trout. So I would put him on a short list of current players I'd love to get their Rory moment.
He's definitely on that list. And then there are other guys, too, that seem to be lightning rods, good, bad, or indifferent. So the first name I thought of for current players is Lamar Jackson. I mean, a lot of bites at the apple. Baltimore's good. He's a multi-time MVP. Looks to be, in his prime, able to win more of those or kind of have his team right there. But there's this constant, whenever they lose, because teams lose almost every year to Pat Mahomes and company, it's a, see, I told you. There's like this extra standard, extra layer that he seems to have to go through as a quarterback that other guys don't as much, and there's an extra stigma with it. I'd love for him to win one and just kind of have all those things melt away, just because it's a little bit different than people have done it in the past.
So should I say someone if they play for a team that I would never want to win? You get what I'm saying? So like Brent
Yeah.
Burns has played in 120 playoff games in the NHL and 14 to 51 career games at this point, and has nothing to show for it in terms of cups. But he plays for the Hurricanes, who might play the Caps in the second round if they can get to round 2. I would never in a million years want them to eliminate the Capitals, or would I root for Carolina really to go win the cup? Like a guy like that is deserving. Bryce Harper, you could say, is deserving, but he plays for the Phillies.
Yeah.
I would never want them to win a World Series. So here we are. I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Eddie's in Caroline County, home of the Cavaliers. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Hey,
the very first name that popped into my mind, went to the dance 4 years in a row, let down every year. Jim Kelly. Let's give Jim Kelly a Super Bowl.
He gets Rory, man. He gets to cry the happy tears.
No question.
5 Pro Bowls, an All-Pro, and a Hall of Famer. His resume is not as good, I will say, when you really dive into it, as like some of the other quarterbacks of that era you think of, in terms of like the bold ink on Pro Football Reference or anything. But he made a bunch of Pro Bowls, had a 30-touchdown season, and that team just won so much.
They were a buzzsaw. I mean, they were innovators. I mean, the way certain teams have come along and kind of pushed the envelope in one direction or another, that K-gun, that the hurry-up offense all the time, because Marv Levy and company, they were like, well, we're so good in the 2-minute drill. Why don't we just do that all the time and let Jim Kelly call plays at the line of scrimmage? Thurman Thomas, one of the OGs, him, Roger Craig, and then kind of preceders to Marshall Falk and company, but the pass-catching running back being so versatile out of the backfield, one Hall of Fame caliber wide receiver, and then another guy opposite him that was also really good. They did everything. Bruce Smith hunting on defense. Those teams were great with nothing to show for it.
Vinny Seat Pleasant, and also excruciating losses.
Yeah.
Like Scott Norwood.
Scott Norwood, man.
Hey, Vinny.
Hey, G&D, what's going on, guys?
Hey, bud.
I'm gonna go with a little recent, not not super recent, but I'm gonna go with Julio Jones. Man, it would have been nice to see him win one. He almost had it against the Patriots, but Tom Brady did what he did, and Billy does best. So I'm gonna go with Julio.
Julio's going to the Hall. To your point, he's one of the best wide receivers of my lifetime, for sure. Led the league in receiving multiple times. His best year is 1,871 yards in 2015, 1,677 in 18. He had 7 1,200-yard years, I think, in his career. Let me tally him up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he had 1,198, so not quite 1,200, but essentially 7 1,200-yard seasons.
Nick Saban recently listed him as one of his favorite players that he ever got a chance to coach. I think he actually just officially retired here recently, but that's a great name.
I actually think this is a really good answer from Matty and Stafford. What's up, Matt?
Kyle Shanahan. I mean, you think about the Falcons, they should have won that game. You think about Jimmy Garoppolo missing Emmanuel Sanders in that Super Bowl. And he's been a lethal head coach for a long time. It'd be awesome to see his dad greet him on the field when he lifts the trophy. That'd be an awesome moment.
Appreciate you. Kyle Shanahan, who gets more crap than anybody who's great at what
he's
he does.
deserving, yeah.
When he was here as a coordinator, as a stud, and everyone in the league knew it, when we'd have hours and hours worth of people calling in to say what an idiot he was. He only had the job because of his last name. And just, you're all silly geese, settle down. He goes and becomes a head coach. He's won 2 NFC crowns. He's gotten to Super Bowls, hasn't won. And he takes the flack for it. And it's not to say his hand isn't involved in it in some way in some of these instances. But the Falcons, he gets Matt Ryan to an MVP level to get to the Super Bowl with Atlanta, and then they cave in. And then the 2 times he's been the head coach of the Niners, the Garoppolo miss that he Matt just referenced. And then the last time they went to overtime, didn't get to touch the ball in overtime. I mean, it's just, you can't get as close as he has 3 times without doing it.
I mean, to me, when somebody is that innovative, where, a third of the league at any given time is running your stuff, basically. Yeah, I mean, that's the level that he's on. Like the guy that became the business model for teams, him, Sean McVay, a couple others, where you go, I need to find that when it comes to guys in my building. That guy probably deserves a championship on his resume.
The NFL draft is 10 days away. Want to take a look at a couple areas where Washington's looking to add a weapon. Would you rather a game-changing, speedy running back or a wide receiver? We'll get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside, iced tea, and vodka. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Heat to wrap up their regular season yesterday, 119-118. Bub Carrington with the buzzer beater. The Wizards finish 18-64 on the season, second worst record in the NBA. They'll have a 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick. The Suns fired their head coach, Mike Budenholzer, and the Pelicans fired their executive vice president, David Griffin, today. Play-in tournament gets underway for the NBA playoffs tomorrow. Both 7-8 seed games. The Hawks taking on the Magic in the East. Grizzlies taking on the Warriors in the West. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh, coming off losing 2 of 3 in Miami, continuing the road trip out in Pittsburgh. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord making his second career start. He enters with a 1.80 ERA on the season. Paul Skeens gets the start for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He enters with a 3.44 ERA and 3 starts this season. He'll match up with his LSU teammate and the number 2 pick to his 2023 first overall pick, Dylan Cruz, who is batting 8th today and playing center field for the Nationals. In hockey, the Capitals, not a great weekend for them as they fell to the Blue Jackets on back-to-back days. They'll be headed on the road to take on the Islanders tomorrow. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Baseball is back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Time to party, Danny. Let's party till we die.
We could do other things too, can't we?
No, we'll party till we die.
Oh.
It's what we do around these parts.
Get a little dinner.
Let it drop here. Here it comes.
Can I put my feet
You'll
up?
hear this at Nats Park going into the 9th inning when the lads are down a run from time to time. Danny won't hear it.
No.
He'll have been headed to the exits a few innings earlier.
Am I right?
Let it drop, Danny. Come on. Nothing?
No.
Let's do this thing together.
No.
You and me.
What is it? What is it? What are we doing? I never know what we're doing.
We're just listening and
okay,
enjoying.
that's all we do.
You're not bobbing your head a little bit?
You're always like, okay, wait for it to drop, and then it drops, and it's like, let's do it. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
The drop is silly, that's all.
Oh.
I mean, there's nothing really to do. It just drops, then it's a banger.
Yeah, but you always say, let's do it, and then I'm like, but what is it? I never know what to do.
Enjoy it.
Oh.
Acknowledge that we're partying until we die.
But I'm not. I'm gonna have a nice dinner tonight, maybe. I don't even know what's for dinner.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Murrah. That will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Here's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been thinking for a while about crowbarring a segment in at some point, and I was like, yeah, well, we'll just do it now. So I'm going to give everyone time to think about this, okay? But I want to play this at 5:30 today. I don't know why I've been in a mood to play this for a while. I want to play 2 truths and a lie, okay? So each of you guys come up with 2 truths and 1 lie, and we're going to see if we can guess the lie from each other. We'll go around the horn. So everyone come up with yours, Darius, Ryan, Toby.
Okay.
Now, should we do it me and you working together or competing against one another? Or should we come up with our own and all 5 of us go and then everyone can workshop it?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that one. Every man for himself.
I like that. So this is like a elimination chamber or something. What's the wrestling term for every man for themselves? Battle
Free for all?
Is this a Royal Rumble?
There you go.
Somebody's going to get thrown over the rope. So 2 truths and a lie coming to you at 5:30.
Why? First of all, we say that. Why? Where did that come from?
2 truths and a lie?
Yeah. We decided we got to play that.
You know what it was? I don't know why. When Tress Way filled in with me one of the 8 times you were sick in the last month, I wanted to play with him. And I wrote it down. I'm like, I'm going to get Tress to give me, 3 things, and I got to pick the lie, spot the lie, basically. And then we didn't play it. And ever since then, I'm like, it'd be fun to play it with Danny at some point. And then I was just like, you know what?
Today is some point.
Today's the day.
There we go.
We got a lot of draft stuff we could talk about. There's fun things to cover. It's a Monday, which is normally busier, but who cares? Let's have a little fun.
All right.
5:30, 2 truths and a lie on Grant and Danny. All right, the poll of the day is available for you right now. Go vote. 1067 The Fan Twitter account. The G&D poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The question we're asking you is, if you could add an elite speed weapon offensively in the draft, they hit a home run in the mid-rounds, and they get a game-changer speed option at either running back or wide receiver, which would you prefer it to be?
It's wide receiver for me, and I'm betting it's going to be the opposite for you, but I'll let you field it. To me, the value of the take the top off the defense danger threat is more valuable than the scat back or speed back who might be able to do the same but has longer to go. In other words, I want that long threat to A, catch the occasional long pass, B, open things up for the midfield workers, for the McLaurins of the world, for potentially Ben Sinnott one day running a route, but more likely Zach Ertz early on. I want more space for Deebo Samuel to operate underneath, and that's kind of intermediate to short ranges. That lethal take the top off the defense guy, I didn't quite understand the value of it. Obviously, it's you watch a SportsCenter highlight back in the day, you see someone throw it deep, and the guy catches a touchdown. It's one pass, it's some points. I get that, but I didn't see the down in, down out impact it could make really firsthand until Deshaun Jackson came here. And I was wrong. I didn't want him. And once he arrived, I finally got it. There are games where he's 3 catches for 19 yards, and it didn't make much of a difference. And I'm going, why is that special? They're still able to hum and move the ball up and down the field. It's because everyone's terrified. Every defender doesn't want to end up on the recap show on NFL Network or you got crossed, and like everyone yells at you and they go, oh, when you're trailing the guy on the way to the end zone. It opens everything up all the time. And I want that open up all the time thing for Jaden Daniels and company.
Yeah, I don't think you could go wrong. I think a wide receiver like a Deshaun Jackson who strikes up the band, which is what we're talking about, is an invaluable
easier said than done, obviously, to find out. Yeah.
But I think you just saw with Saquon Barkley that the running back who hits home runs is just more valuable because the ball's in their hands more often. They have more of an influence on more things around them, as much as you just talked about how much a wide receiver sends ripple effects and changes things for other receivers and tight ends and everybody else, the quarterback, the O-line. A running back, I do think, affects more things. And the other part about this specific to Washington is the Commanders have a much bigger need at running back than wide receiver, and it's not particularly close. Now, that's not to say that they don't have need at both. They are okay at running back. They are okay at wide receiver. But in terms of speed, they need that at running back more than they need it at wide receiver. Because if you add the player that we're talking about, this home run threat, band striker upper guy who gets a handoff and scores a touchdown or takes the lid off and goes 75 yards on the first play of a drive starting at the 25 for a touchdown. If you add one of those two players in the wide receiver room, you're fighting for targets behind Terry McLaurin, aside from Deebo Samuel. Whereas in the running back room, this guy's getting work and I think could be a starter. If they draft the running back I want them to, that guy will start games and maybe get more carries than anyone else on the team this season. Like Bashal Tutin, the kid from Virginia Tech that I really, really like, who ran the fastest combine 40 time, who's going to be on the show, by the way, midweek. Looking forward to talking to him this week on Grant and Danny. But, Tutin, he might start here. Could start in week 1. Like, I think he is every bit as good as Brian Robinson would be in this offense. And then you just change some roles around them a little bit. So, yeah, I'm going running back over wide receiver for Washington. Your answer is fine. And look, it's probably debatable enough from a football philosophy standpoint. But I think for this team, with this construction right now, especially they're a run-first team with a quarterback who does everything out of read option, basically. Look at the Ravens going and getting Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, who almost went for 2,000 yards. Look at the Eagles going and getting Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, who did go for 2,000 yards. You don't want a home run hitting, scary threat at running back next to Jaden Daniels. It would be way more helpful than a wide receiver.
So to me, and I don't hate the answer either. I the thing that we might disagree on is I don't know if that guy's going to get the premium touches. This new running back. If I was penciled in for a mid-round dude, a 3rd or 4th rounder, like you found Bucky Irving 2.0, for sake of argument, then he's got to get the football. Then he gets his 15 to 20 touches a game.
They're going to get more touches than the wide receiver you're drafting.
Well, yeah,
by a lot.
But I don't think it's that. I think there's still more fight for touches in that backfield. I think there's still more Brian Robinson than I want. I think there's still Austin Eckler, and he should get the ball some. I don't know that he's going to be the premium bell cow kind of guy like Barkley or Derrick Henry. Maybe you do find him, and you can't help but keep him off the field. He's that good,
but in year one, the receiver that you're draft, like we're talking about, would you rather them draft a burner weapon wideout or running back? That's the question,
right?
The running back will be more involved in year one than the receiver will, almost certainly, because of the
closer to the
position.
nature of the position, right?
Yeah, I mean, so to me, that shouldn't be a disqualifying concern to then answer receiver. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if you're saying, I don't know if that guy's going to be as involved as you think. All right, well, let's say he's not. He's still way more involved than
he's still
receivers.
Yeah, he's still getting 100 touches where there's no way that receiver does.
Exactly.
That's obvious. Yeah. So point taken there.
And he helps more because of that. Meaning just touching the ball more.
Right. So there's more direct impact. I mean, to me, I'm talking about the value of the indirect impact, but I think that's
that's
eye of the beholder.
That speed in the backfield when they're not running the ball with Jaden Daniels pulling and keeping
helps too.
It helps Jalen Hurts. It helps. I mean, it's not a coincidence. That's what the Eagles decided to do. They said, "Oh my God, we got this guy. What if we had not a good running back like Rashad Penny, who's averaging 5.5, but gets hurt all the time and doesn't hold a candle to Saquon? But what if we had the running back?
The superstar.
What if the Ravens went from some very solid running backs over the years to a Hall of Famer next to Lamar Jackson? Well, guess what? Lamar has his best season. That guy runs for 2K. The offense is borderline unstoppable. Like, it goes together. It's meat and cheese on a sandwich. I think Jaden Daniels' presence makes the running back even more significant. I'm trying to follow the Eagles and Ravens lead on this.
I smell what you're cooking there. I mean, to me, it's still going to. I think the thing we're both looking for is ease,
speed. I'll answer that.
Right. Well, but and it comes from speed.
Right.
Like whether it's a one pass for a possession for a touchdown, or making it just seemed like you think about so many third downs, so many whatever's in long. Think about so many of those nitty gritty gotta have it plays where it's like by the skin of their teeth because Daniels is working miracles. And my point with that is not that Jaden Daniels isn't incredible and a godsend. He is all those things. I want to make it as easy as possible for him going forward as the rest of the league is now going to punch back a little bit. More difficult schedule, better defenses, second-year adjustments, defensive coordinator staying up late at night, figuring out what Kingsbury and company does. I thought Deebo Samuel was the biggest first step towards that. I think Laramie Tunsil's kind of 1A, just being able to keep Daniels upright, not having to run for his life as much. But to me, that passing game is where I think of ease first. But it's a good point that having more effective first down runs keeps you out of those 2nd and 11s, which they seem to have constantly the entire second half of the year.
I also think just the value of the running back position is climbing again, as you saw last year. But here's a good comp. Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jahmyr Gibbs. Who is a more important player for the Lions?
For me, it's St. Brown.
So last year, Amon-Ra St. Brown had 34 plays of 15 or more yards, number 3 in the NFL. Jahmyr Gibbs had 33 of those plays of 15 or plus yards. One fewer than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Explosive plays are becoming the new turnover margin. I love this quote from Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, was talking to ESPN at the league meetings this week. He said, quote, if you can have a +3 margin in explosives over the years, we've learned that almost equals the exact getting a ball from the opponent margin. It's really close in percentage in terms of leading to wins. Again, Jahmyr Gibbs, who this is just talking about 15-plussers. This is not all the other stuff, but 33 gains of 15-plus compared to St. Brown's 34. Essentially, running back versus receiver, the same number of chunks, explosives. You got to worry about where Gibbs is lining up all over the place and moving. Bijan Robinson. Now, Gibbs was drafted 12th, and everyone thought they were crazy. It was brilliant. Bijan Robinson was drafted 8th. Everyone said they were maniacal. He went for 1450 and almost carried the Falcons to the playoffs last year. They had Cousins hurt and then benched. They had a rookie quarterback who had some good moments but made some mistakes down the stretch. Still almost made the playoffs. And I look at just the position in general. In 1995, when I was 7 years old, there were 9 running backs that ran the ball 300 times. 9 in 1995. In 2023, there were 0. You know how many there were last year?
5 or 6, I think.
6.
Yeah.
6 guys ran the ball 300 times, including Barkley 345 and Henry 325.
Yeah, the bell cow is kind of making this triumphant return.
Trying. We'll see. I think you got to be special to do it. And we can look more at the running back position because I got a bunch of other numbers I found in this ESPN piece that stood out to me. But, running back to me, it's also a way bigger need than the team seems to want it, make it out to be. Or even then.
Are you nervous about that? Because I am.
Not really, because I think they're passable. Like, it's not a bad position. It's just a way bigger need from the standpoint of, do you want to be scary? Do you want to be lethal? Do you want to be able to do the thing we're talking about, which is the 4-play drive for 87 yards? Or do you want to go on a 13-play drive and count on Jaden Daniels to get a bunch of 4th and 1s again? One of my biggest concerns going into this season is this idea that, like, oh, look how often they went on long drives and scored. They had to have a historically brilliant year on 4th down that normally is not replicable.
Yeah, if you're at 70%, which is excellent, you lose 5 of those games.
They went 23 of 26, if you remember, to start the year on 4th down. 23 of 26. I mean, that is an 88% clip. Just by being really good on 3rd down, you could go like 16 of 26. That's 7 drives that died. And you're still 61%, still among the best in the league.
Right.
So I'm just not relying upon
this magical, incredible thing that happened.
Yeah, to happen again.
When I say, are you nervous about it? My fear is that this front office, who's really smart and they're really good, we're just talking football now, looks at both those position groups that we're talking about saying, we're good there. I think we did our move with Deebo Samuel, and we got Noah Brown back, and Luke McCaffrey's going to get a chance to blossom. And with the running back room, we like our guys, and the running game is now solved because we've upgraded our offensive line a little bit, kicking Coleman to the opposite side, adding Tunsil, who's not known as a dominant run blocker, but is still, you would say, better than your average Bear. I worry that they feel solved there, and there's a little bit too much, in my mind, reliance on the Daniels magic thing. And again, he is magic, he is incredible. But I just don't think that's right or fair to do that yet. When he's making $80 million in a handful of seasons, when he signs his mega extension, which I signed him to right now, by the way, yeah, you can start to expect those things. We've got to make the McNicholses of the world better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not nervous, but or bothered. What I would say, though, is so far my perception is that Peters prefers size to where I prefer speed. Peters... And I don't just mean running back, although it's certainly been obvious there in some ways. But they did go get Austin Eckler, who's not a big guy. He's more shifty. He's not particularly fast. But if they go into another season with Brian Robinson, just as an example, as their starting running back and a bell cow, well, that tells me everything I need to know. They just watched him for a year. They didn't inherit him. They had an offseason to kind of make a decision, and they opted into more of that. Brian Robinson's fine. He's not a bad player at all. He should absolutely get carries on a good first. But he is not ever going to hit the ball over the fence. Like, he is going to hit some doubles, but it's a lot of base hits. He is trying to leg out some knocks in the 5-high hole. And it just means that we see it differently in terms of what they prefer in their backs. And they got an idea. They got a plan. They got a vision. That's cool. I would have 3 Ecklers before I had 3 B-Robs, though. And Eckler is not even really what I'm talking about. He's just shifty, and so he makes it work in the open field. But what I want is a 4.29 or 3.6 or what I want a
Speedy Gonzalez,
just one of the fastest backs in the league, who you can get the ball in space, and them touching it with no one around them means they just gained 27 yards. I understand it's really, really hard to find Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not pretending like I would just take over and touch a button and do that. It doesn't work that way. But you got to want to do it, and I'm going to find out during this draft if they want to do that.
Yeah, and my fear is that they don't. And that's kind of and again, it hasn't happened yet, and we're talking about relative fears. I'm not panicking or saying all is lost now because they don't see things maybe the way that I do, but that's what I'm looking for. I want speed at one of those spots. Like, if I can pick one, it's receiver, but if you come up with a speed running back that they take in, say, round 4, fine by me, as long as that guy's going to get the looks, and it's not just going to be, he's down every 3rd game and isn't really getting touches and carries and things because they like this battering ram style better.
Grant and Danny, the poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Again, you're voting 1067 The Fan's Twitter account. Early on, first batch of votes in here, looks like 80% of people, 81% are saying running back, 19% are saying wide receiver. The question being, where would you rather the speedy weapon be added in the draft if Washington's going to grab one early? Two truths and a lie. Next, we're taking you up to 610 on the Fan. Had another really good week of weight loss thanks to my friends at CoPair. Things are going swimmingly. Your boy is down another 3 pounds this week, which I feel good about. I'm on the program, and so is Danny. A lot of our listeners are as well. Nick in Alexandria is down about 30 pounds in 6 weeks. Leslie in Ashburn about 26 pounds in her first 2 months on the program. There's a lot of ways to do it. You get a coach, you get consultations, you go in every week for a weigh-in. You can do the weight loss injections like you and I are doing to quell our hungers and to help us along the way. Or if you don't want to do that, I think 59% of their folks on programs don't do that. They just do it the old-fashioned way. That's good too.
Yeah, this is like real world stuff, man. I'm getting, life insurance and I have to do the health application and I wasn't getting the preferred rates because I wasn't scoring where I should have been because of the risk factors, because of a little extra weight and my triglycerides, all these other kind of things. Take control. CoPair is helping me get there. I have better measurements. I think I'm down 14 pounds since I started back on the program a few weeks ago. They are awesome. They're great at this. And the lifetime of support is what makes this thing go. They're so good at this. Let them help you reach your health goals. 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or copairhealth.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals continuing their road trip after they dropped 2 of 3 to the Marlins in Miami. They begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh at PNC Park tonight. 6:40 p.m. first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord making his second career start. He enters with a 1.80 ERA early on this season. Paul Skeen set to make his fourth start of the year. He enters with a 3.44 ERA. Going to match up with his former LSU teammate Dylan Cruz, who is playing center field and batting eighth tonight for the Nationals. In hockey, Capitals fell to the Blue Jackets on Saturday and Sunday. Day off today before they take on the Islanders tomorrow. And in the NBA, the Wizards finished up their season with a win over the Heat, 119-118. Bub Carrington with a buzzer-beating game winner. They finished 18-64 on the season, second worst record in the NBA. They'll have a 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick. Other news in the NBA today, the Suns fired their head coach, Mike Budenholzer. The Pelicans fired their executive vice president, David Griffin. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Alongside Danny Rouillet, I'm Grant Paulson. You're locked into the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:10 tonight. Nats baseball against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is a Darius Dameron, Toby Altizer, Ryan Clary production. And we thank all of you for listening to the program. All right, let's play a game. 2 truths and a lie. The way this is going to work, each of us has come up with 3 items about ourselves. 2 of them are real. 1 of them is fake. Here's the wrinkle. Danny and I were just thinking about this. This could be fun. This could spice things up a little
spicy,
bit.
To spice it.
In the bedroom. Actually, I mean here.
And the bedroom.
In the studio as well. Here's what we're going to do. You pick which person in studio has to guess whether you're telling, which lie you're telling. So, without further ado, Ryan, you are up first. 2 truths and a lie. Who would you like to guess as to whether or not you're telling the truth or where your lie is?
I'm going to go with Danny.
Here we go.
All right.
Danny's going to pick mine.
All right,
Danny's
I'm
going to
going to turn around and look at your corporate face.
Yep, look at my corporate face. Where else?
Tubbs, back up a little bit. All right, here we go.
All right. 2 truths and a lie. I dated someone who went on a date with Jamie Foxx.
Dated someone who went on a date with Jamie Foxx. Okay.
I have flown on a private jet.
Okay.
Bruce Bochy managed a Little League game of mine.
This is tough. Okay.
This is good.
This is how you do it here.
Yeah.
You dated someone that dated Jamie Foxx.
That went on a date with Jamie Foxx.
You have flown on a private jet. And Bruce Bochy managed one of your Little League games.
Mm-hmm.
I think the lie, is that what I'm going with? The lie here?
Yes. Spot the lie.
You've never been on a peach.
Can I jump in?
You have never been on a peach. Go ahead, Grant.
I mean, as someone who listens to you, that is wrong. You've been on a private jet because you had a rich uncle or something who's no longer.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
You dated a girl, or you went on a Tinder date with a girl who had hung out with Jamie Foxx.
So I knew that was true.
And Bruce Bochy, even though he's local, definitely never managed you.
Grant nailed it.
He got it.
I met Bruce Bochy. He is a Mason District Little League legend where I played my Little League baseball days, and we actually got to meet him, but he did not manage a
Rhino got a point, though, because he called out Danny, and Danny didn't deliver.
Mm-hmm.
All right, very good. Danny, you're up.
Toby, you ready to play?
Let's do this thing.
Toby, all 3 of these things are true as far as you know.
Okay.
Number 1, I was named team MVP at GW 2 times. I was named team MVP at GW 2 times. I was the studio comic for the Tyra Banks show. And as a 12-year-old, in basketball, I averaged 22.3 points per game. And in baseball, I hit .836 with a state record 23 home runs and had a .14 ERA. Those are your 3 choices.
Well, this is difficult. I think I know you a little bit, Danny. I don't know that I know the definitive answer here. They all sound very compelling. What I'm going to go with is I think Danny's pulling some semantics here. I think at GW, he was MVP 3 times. So that's the lie.
That is correct. That is a lie. That is the lie. You got it.
So were you not MVP twice?
Never. I actually never was.
Oh.
Never was MVP.
Never was.
Okay. Very good. I love that you know your youth sports stats. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Very well done.
56 for 67 with 23 bombs.
That is so funny. All right. So Toby gets a point then.
He gets a point.
And you get blanked.
I get 0.
All right. I'll go. I'll call out Darius. Dad, I feel like you know me very well.
You're my guy, Jeeps.
All right, here
we
we
spent
go.
7 days in New Orleans together.
We did. That's true. I have given a bear hug to LL Cool J. I was an extra in 2 scenes of a movie about youth soccer in the early 2000s. I had 2 pet iguanas as a kid that eventually got out onto my back deck, and we just didn't try to get them back, and we let them leave through the backyard.
You just released iguanas into the wild?
So they got out onto the back deck. I don't know how or why. I don't remember the specifics. But we just were like, you know what? We've had these iguanas long enough.
Enough.
And they just kind of left.
Good luck in the tropical environment of King George.
Yeah, seriously. Whew. The LL Cool J one's interesting. I don't recall this story at all. But it also seems kind of believable in a way, which is weird.
Me and LL Cool J are boys.
Yeah, I could see it. The one that's throwing me off is I know you were an extra in a movie. I don't remember it being about youth soccer league though.
Okay.
I know you're. I don't think it's youth soccer league. So I'm gonna go with you were an extra in a movie, but it wasn't youth soccer league. That was your lie.
Darius is on it.
Go.
Darius
It's
is
the
on it.
replacements.
I was an extra in the replacements. I auditioned for the Santa Claus 2 and got beat out by that punk Spencer Breslin.
Yeah.
But yes, I have hugged LL Cool J. He guessed it on Letterman one of the times I was at Letterman as a young guy.
Uh-huh.
And then the pet iguanas, true story. Me and my brother both had pet iguanas for many, many years. And eventually they got out on the deck and we're just like, go for it.
That's enough.
Live your life. These are gross. And they just shed their skin all the
They're
time.
just iguanas, man.
Yeah, they were tough, man. We got them in like Myrtle Beach on vacation. Thought it'd be awesome. They just have long nails.
It's just not awesome.
It was gross.
Did you like pick them up and hold them?
All the time. Yeah, that was the cool part.
Mm.
My buddy Bear got one as well. And his iguana's name was Lucy. Thing was huge. It ended up being like 4 feet, 5 feet long. Like this wide.
A 5-foot iguana?
Oh yeah. It was brutal.
What is Bear doing?
I don't know. Bear was too busy trying to get salmon with his paws. He didn't know what was going on.
That's right.
All right. So Dad, you're up, I believe.
I'm gonna throw this one right back at you, Jeeps.
Okay, here we go.
You look like you didn't want that.
I'm a little nervous.
Well, you're catching it. Here we go. All right. These are 3 truths, of course. Neither one of them is a lie. They're
Best
all
I
true.
can tell.
Yeah. I once came in 3rd place in the youth regional taekwondo sparring tournament.
That's butt funny.
Swimming is one of my favorite leisure activities.
Definitely not.
Wow. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
I once ran up a phone bill over $2,000.
Could be any of these, I guess. You're not a big swimmer, I feel like, because you've never talked about going swimming ever. at
And
any point.
remember in Florida, I'm not up.
Yeah. He's a cannonball guy.
Yep.
You know that. I'll say swimming is a leisure activity, is the lie.
That is not the lie.
Wow. Big swimmer over here?
I love swimming. I love swimming so much.
When's the last time you went swimming?
I don't know. It's one of my leisure activities that I don't do enough, I'll say.
Okay.
But I absolutely love swimming.
Had no
I'm
idea.
a silly swimmer.
Silly.
Yeah. I could have been coached by Crystal
Swim
Ball
team
back in the
Cameron.
day.
You should have been. So wait, so what was the lie?
The lie was that I once came in 3rd place in a youth taekwondo tournament. Now, I was into youth taekwondo when I was younger, but I never made the regional tournaments because my dad couldn't take me up to Philadelphia. So
that's hilarious.
He was like, I would take you, but Al Galdi's breaking down the Orioles game.
Yeah. He had so much Jim Rome to listen to.
He thought about taking you,
Tony
but Andy
Kornheiser.
Pullen was ranking the 1960s long snapper.
They're playing the birthday
Correct.
game.
Right. All right.
And then the other one was that I once ran up a phone bill over $2,000.
You did that.
That was when I got one of my first cell phones, and that was when minutes and minutes and whatever were not
data.
free.
Yeah.
It wasn't free after you had to like do it after 9 o'clock or whatever.
How Rick was Daryl Dameron?
it wasn't Daryl Dameron that was his Rick. It was Wanda Dameron, my mother at the time.
Oh.
Yeah, she was furious.
I bet.
I have never seen the rage behind that woman that I saw that day.
Wanda was not having it.
Yeah, but what happened was I didn't understand the concept of free minutes and whatnot after 9 o'clock.
Sure.
Apparently, it was something that we didn't have. I didn't have free minutes after 9 o'clock like all my friends did.
Right.
So I'm on the phone with my friends.
So you're saying
past
it was
9 o'clock.
Wanda and Daryl's fault?
Yeah. Well, sure. They should have told me how the concept worked.
Oh, how about that?
Well, it's fine as Ben will never hear this.
All right, Toby, you are up, my friend.
Do I have to challenge one of you two, or can I just leave you guys blanked?
No, you could challenge anybody.
I feel like I got to challenge Rhino.
Let's do this.
Ryan Clary.
I'm here.
2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
I know I don't look like it, but I was once a decent athlete in my life. Once a decent athlete. This is years and years ago. In my final year of each of these sports, in golf, I won my final golf tournament in 27 holes by 9 strokes. In basketball, my last tournament, I won the championship game by scoring 23 points, including 5 3-pointers. In soccer, we won. I scored 4 goals in 2 games.
So I know Toby was a good basketball player, so I'm going to say that's a truth there. Toby is a golf guy, and a good one. I'll say that's also a truth, but I don't recall you being a soccer guy. I don't think you scored 4 goals.
I scored 4 goals, and we won the championship in soccer. I won a golf tournament by 9 strokes. My career high is 15, and we did not win that basketball tournament.
There you go,
Okay.
Toby.
Wow. He threw me off.
Toby gets a point.
Well done.
Attaboy. That's how we play 2 truths and a lie.
How about it?
On Grant and Danny. And I feel like we learned a little bit about each other.
Yeah.
Didn't we? We should know more about each other.
I mean, you guys didn't know I like swimming.
I learned that
I had no idea.
You had a funny way of showing it when we had a pool down there
no
in Florida.
kidding.
I learned
the guy didn't get in the pool one time. He had a pool all
He's like
week
looking
long.
down there, and he's like, "Are there piranhas in that?" No, it's 4 feet. You can see the bottom.
My high school basketball self couldn't keep up with 20 point per game Danny Rouillet when he was like 12.
No.
I was good at 12, man.
Darius, this pool thing, you had a pool for a week in West Palm.
We were busy. We were busy that week. We were moving and shaking all week long.
Every morning, every night.
I'm not a morning guy. You guys know I don't get up.
Well, that is true.
Well, you're such a pool guy. I would have thought that would have won out over your sleep.
Well, Ryan was too busy taking laps in the pool every morning at 6
true.
a.m. So
What if Darius for one of his 2 truths and the lie was, "I'm a morning guy"? That would have been easy to spot.
Seen that one from a mile away. Grant and Danny on the Fan. One of the dumbest things I've seen done in sports happened this week. It's just one of those unserious moments where you go, NBA, let's do better. I'll explain next on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From 3-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has a lot of ways for you to get in on the action and bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. I always do that. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. Get in on the NBA play-in tournament action, which is getting underway at FanDuel.com with my promo code GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mikal Bridges has a streak going of how many consecutive basketball games he's played in. So he started a game to keep his streak alive with the New York Knicks the other night. And then right after the tip, immediately fouled and checked out of the game. Grab the audio from Mike Breen on the call. You have it? Listen to this. This was Mikal Bridges, who's been in the NBA since 1819. I believe he is not.
Sorry, it was funny to me. The way he said it was like the year 1819. Like he's been in the league forever.
Since 2018, 2019. That was quite a react. I'm popping out. I'm Chappelle at the Apollo over here.
Been in the league since 1819.
I mean, that was.
Sorry.
I hope one day you get that big of a pop on not a funny joke.
It's been a while.
Good Lord. 2021, or excuse me, Danny, 2021, 2022, I believe, when his streak started. And he played, that was the weirdest thing. Played in 82 games that year, and I don't think he's missed a game since. Long story short, he was keeping his streak that he cares a lot about, 5 years intact. And this was how it sounded.
Sign autographs, and I'll give you 10% of Always a chance to make some money. That's a deal, Clyde. I think we got to negotiate a little more than 10%. And Mikal Bridges just committed a foul, and now he's going to come out. Obviously, going out there to continue the streak.
So stupid. Like, really? The tip-off happens. If you want to keep the streak alive, I guess there's X number of minutes he would have had to play, and you probably needed some statistical.
Literally, that's it. He goes down with 0 minutes played, but it's a game played
because he got a stat.
Yep.
But you could have gotten a rebound or an assist or points, and then pulled him out at any point. So just play till that happens. But you couldn't really tell from that audio. But they tip off. About 2 seconds later, he just runs up and bear hugs the guy with the ball, and then walks out laughing. These are the types of things that makes the NBA seem unserious to me. Like, I don't know. Does that happen in other sports? That just seems absolutely ridiculous.
There are,
even in baseball, if you were to keep a streak alive by getting an at bat, to me, that doesn't feel as disrespectful or as that is not the spirit of competition. Like, the idea of a streak is you've played X number of games in a row. Not that you just walked out on the floor, fouled someone, and stopped playing so you could say you played.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, you look at the previous game log, he's logging the full allotment, playing in mid to upper 30s minutes, hard minutes for a playoff team. It's the top 3 or 4 seed. They didn't need the game, so I understand wanting the rest. I understand wanting to get your feet up, but it's, now to me, when you start doing something gimmicky for the purposes of a streak or a record, it's when it cheapens it to me. Right. So if down the line he ends up getting some kind of record or some kind of notoriety or fame for it, that's not how it's supposed to go. I don't have a better way to say it than that. Right. When your sort of individual pursuit of a thing that only matters to you supersedes what the team is supposed to be doing. And again, they did not need the game. This was we're relaxed. We don't care. We're locked into the 3 seed, I think, is if I've got it right. So it doesn't really matter what we do, win or lose. Still, though, you've now kind of lost me in terms of the import or the gravity that I'm supposed to treat this consecutive game thing with. Because to be honest with you, it was impressive going through the association when nobody plays every game at this point. There's a couple of guys that are noteworthy for that this year. It now seems less to me. You know what I mean? It's more gimmick than it is notable accomplishment.
I just so often see things done in the NBA where it just seems like it's taken less seriously. And I don't love that. This is one of those things. Now, I will heap praise here. Chris Paul is 40 years old and played in all 82 games this season. Now, I guess I should go back and look because maybe for one of these games, maybe he just started the game and fouled someone and sat down. But I find that amazing in an era where the stars of the game are constantly taking rest games. And once every week, it seems like, you look at a team's projected starting lineup and like 6 of their best players are out. They're just redshirting that game. LeBron, I feel like, has his own built-in rules now with back-to-backs and how many games he's missing. For Chris Paul at 40 years old to play in every single game all season long, I think that's amazing.
It's pretty remarkable.
Am I making too much of this, or is that one of the craziest stats in sports?
And again, it's not for some great team.
Like LeBron, I think, missed 12 games this year. And I think that's rest related. I don't think he ever suffered a legitimate injury. Maybe he missed a few games with one, but 82 games at 40 years old, to your point, for a team that's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and that's what's more remarkable about it. Now, there are a couple, if you look at the game log for Paul, there's a few of those, he played 13 minutes or 17 minutes, but still 40-year-old guy for a team that's floundering and directionless and rudderless, just fired their coach and everything's kind of a mess. That's pretty remarkable to me. I'm actually with you on that one, especially when the trend is going the opposite direction. And by the way, just for the record, I don't begrudge, a superstar player like in the Bronze case at 40 prioritizing playoffs and rest over, the occasional meaningless NBA regular season game. I know that's not that popular. I know Jordan would never, or you can go back and look at some of the other guys. So I get that for someone of his advanced age, still doing what he's doing is remarkable. But just the point that this is bucking the trend, right? That Paul did this in a year where it's so routine for guys to miss a game a week, basically.
By the way, while we're talking basketball for a second with the play-in game getting ready to start, the Wizards did secure a 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick, equal with the Utah Jazz and the Charlotte Hornets. So the Jazz, the Wiz, the Hornets, respectively, Utah 17 wins, the Wizards 18 wins, and the Hornets 19 wins. The 3 worst teams in the NBA get a 14% shot at picking first and a 52% chance in the top 4, which actually is not as high as you'd think.
No, it's frankly ridiculous.
You basically have half the chance of picking 5th or 6th as you do picking in the top 4, which is an outrage. But let's just hope they don't get screwed. I mean, whoever gets Cooper Flag, it's going to be so good for business. It could actually revitalize basketball in DC to an extent. It would make them an instant storyline. We as a show, I can just tell you, not my doing as much as, I'm sure the station and the interest and the amount of people that would care, like we'd be back at their media days, which we haven't been at in years. We would be broadcasting live on opening night in some of the games next year, I'm sure. He would be someone that we'd get on regularly. Like, it would actually make them matter in a way that they haven't in town for a little while. Respectfully to Alex Sarr or Bub Carrington, I mean, Cooper Flag, who played at Duke and is one of the most talked about prospects to come out in the NBA in years and years and years, would be a complete game changer just from a marketing standpoint, let alone the team, where now you'd have Sarr and Bub and Koulibaly and Keshawn George and potentially Cooper Flag. So 14% chance that they get 1-1 and they take them, but I'll take that over the 10% chance had they have won 22 games. And they did it right. They lost 64 games. It was painful, but this is how it's got to be.
Yeah. If you're going to lose with a purpose. And that's exactly what they did, right? There's nothing worse to me than cobbling together veterans and trading away draft picks to win 33 games. You're on a treadmill to nowhere, and they did that for a lot of years, a lot of times over. So this is the whole point. You're developing assets that are either going to play for you or will play well for someone else that will bring you more meaningful assets in one way or another, whether that's players, future picks, etc. This is the part now that frankly sucks, is you did your job, and there is a great chance that you get screwed over here in the lottery. Whether somebody moves up, you end up down lower than you should be, 5, 6, pick 7, something like that. I don't think they can get 7. But you see the point. It's frankly really, really frustrating. I know what leagues are trying to do to kind of curb this, but it remains a smart strategy to pull yourself up by the bootstraps instead of just being on that treadmill to nowhere.
Where does the Commanders' financial commitment to their offensive line rank among 32 teams? We'll tell you that next. We're taking you up to 610. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Baseball coming up in just a little bit. The Nationals beginning a 4-game series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates after they dropped 2 of 3 in Miami. 6:40 first pitch with Nats on deck starting in about 10 minutes following Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. Brad Lord set to make his second career start. He has a 1.80 ERA so far this season. Paul Skeens has a 3.44 ERA in 3 starts this season. He's going to make the start tonight for the Pirates. LSU teammates Dylan Cruz, Paul Skeens facing off for the first time tonight. Dylan Cruz batting 8th and playing center field for the Nationals tonight. In hockey, Capitals fell to the Blue Jackets twice over the weekend. Now they head to Long Island to take on the Islanders tomorrow. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 tomorrow night. In the NBA, Wizards wrapped up their regular season with a 119-118 win over the Miami Heat. Bub Carrington hitting a buzzer beater to win the 18th game of the year for the Wizards. They finished 18-64, second worst record in the NBA. A couple of moves today in the NBA. The Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer. Pelicans fired their executive vice president David Griffin. Play-in tournament gets underway tomorrow. Hawks and Magic, Grizzlies and Warriors. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Closing in on Nats baseball tonight on the Fan, which we will get to in 8 minutes. So we got the leadoff coming your way in just a few. I told you, though, I'd let you know where Washington's financial commitment to the offensive line checks in among the other teams in the NFL. I saw this floating around the internet today. So this is how much each team's spending on their 2025 offensive line. Where would you guess Washington rank in that?
The addition of Tunsil. Now maybe close to the upper middle of the pack. I'll say 13th.
8th in the NFL.
How about that?
So they are making a strong commitment there. I think largely, as you said, bringing in Tunsil, who they pay left tackle, is a factor. But the Panthers trying to help out Bryce Young, $95.3 million invested in their offensive line this year, number one. The Chiefs, who have made 2 big moves this offseason, it was their undoing in the Super Bowl last year, $81.5 million. Then the Giants at $67 million. It's a little surprising because I feel like their offensive line's been a weakness for years. The Bears brought in 2 new starters at guard on the interior. Nick Johnson wants to improve that part of their operation around Peter Williams. The Vikings round out the top 5, and then the Lions, Broncos, and the Commanders round out the top 8. In fact, if you look at the top 9 teams in the NFL, you've got 6 playoff teams from last year in terms of money spent on the offensive line, including Washington.
Pretty good set of correlation right there. I mean, to me, the easy thing to do when you've got a quarterback that's worth a damn is to protect him as best you possibly can, because nothing else happens unless that's working. So you see the investment there, and some of the best teams in the league are doing that, and teams with quarterbacks on the rise are doing it too.
It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball. Get you ready for first pitch against the Pirates coming up in a little over a half hour. The leadoff each and every day on Grant and Danny, brought to you by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Brad Lord, leading off in right field, Alex Call batting second in left field. That's James Wood territory. Batting third, doing the catching, the National League's leading hitter, K-Bear Ruiz. Batting fourth at first base, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth, your DH, Josh Bell. Batting sixth at second base, Luis Garcia. Batting seventh at third, Paul DeYoung. Batting eighth in center, Dylan Cruz. And batting ninth, welcome back to the show, Nasim Nunez at shortstop.
So a few things here. Number one, James Wood has been marvelous. He's already got 5 home runs in his first 55 at-bats. For James Wood, a 182 ops plus right now. League average is 100, means he's been 82% better than average offensively so far this season. Wood, the real deal, going to be a superstar, and they just can't really protect him. I mean, there's no one else on the team that over the course of the season is going to scare anybody. So he's going to have to take his walks. Yesterday, he drew 3 walks, and to his credit as a young guy, so far he has done that. I give him, a high marks because Man, do I wish they would have gone out and gotten a bopper to help him out, but they didn't. And so it's going to be tough for him to max out this year, but he's off to a good start.
He certainly is. Some of those countables, right? 11 RBI, 5 home runs, you mentioned, 3 stolen bases. You're seeing everything. It's when he doesn't kill the ball, he's beating out infield hits and he's making plays close. I mean, he's really, really special in that regard. Gabriel Ruiz, by the way, rip-roaring start. I mean, that was one of the guys we had circled. You go to spring training and you see a guy that's in great shape. I know we've all read that best shape of their life article, and this is the offseason he hired a chef.
He's down 18 pounds.
But he looks the part, dude. He has been a different player.
Yeah, remember, he was also very sick at the beginning of last year. Nobody wanted to hear that or use that as everyone calls it an excuse, but an explanation for why he was down 30-plus points with his batting average and 5 home runs last year. But through 50 at-bats, it's very, very early. He's not going to hit 373. But he's basically 20 points higher than anybody else in the National League in batting average right now. He's got a 970 OPS. Even if he could get through the season with a 750 ops and 17 or 18 home runs or something like that, if he could hit you 265, you would feel pretty good. He's never going to be good defensively. It's not going to be a strength. He's not going to be above average. But I think he's gotten a lot better receiving,
so too.
Stealing some pitches. He's working really hard at it. I think the lack of weight is also a key with his athleticism. Last thing I wanted to call attention to is Dylan Cruz. I mentioned this very quickly early, but this is killing me with Cruz now, what they're doing to the guy. I get that he's not hitting. He's hitting 116. By the way, his on base 156, his slug is barely over 100. He's got a 272 OPS. It's been a dreadful start to the year. But if you look at the least lucky hitters in terms of expected slug and actual slug, he's top 10 in the league. He's been the 7th most unlucky guy in the sport in terms of hard hit balls that are getting caught. By putting him 8th in the lineup with Nasim Nunez, who's a light-hitting defense-first shortstop behind him, who I actually really like and is an interesting little player for the Nats. But he gets called up to start now every day at shortstop because C.J. Abrams is hurt. You're giving Dylan Cruz no chance in terms of protection. He's not going to see a whole lot to hit. The play should be to get him going, bat him in the top third of the order. Now, this idea that because he's not hitting on the young season, because he's 5 for his first 43, you can't hit him second or something. It's just reactionary and silly. The goal, the priority should be do what's best for Dylan Cruz, and they are not doing that at all. I hate this lineup again with him hitting 8.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This is we're a playoff team fighting for it, and the ego's out the door. That's all well and good. You're good at some point if Dylan Cruz gets to his maximum. His development, James Wood's development, C.J. Abrams' development, added Luis Garcia to that group. You added Mackenzie Gore to that group. Like, if Mackenzie Gore got in trouble yesterday against the Marlins, which he ended up getting in trouble, and you just pull him after 4 1/3, that's the time. This is now get through the struggle time. This is one of those things. We're not counting every, every pitch here like we're trying to win our 100th game. This is still development time. I know internally that's not what the dialogue is, but when you are playing a young prospect like that, I need him to be able to work through some of those slumps and lumps, and I'd put him towards the top of the order too.
Don't look now, but Paul Skeens, who's on the hill against the Nats tonight, velocity's down early this year to 98 miles an hour on average on his fastball as a starting pitcher. He has just a filthy pitch mix.
Nasty.
Going to be touching 100 from time to time tonight. First crack for the Nats at the 22-year-old former number 1 pick and college teammate of Dylan Cruz. So Skeens on the bump. You can hear it right here on 106.7 The Fan at 640. Thanks to Darius, Toby, Ryan behind the scenes. We're Grant and Danny saying so long. We will be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.